Wrapped in our lover's arms, we feel safe and secure. But some men shouldn't. What turns a beauty queen into a brute?
Bullet in spouse's head, problem solved.
I love it!
Why love and money doesn't satisfy one English rose.
He was watching himself bleed out.
And how being dumped makes a valedictorian snap.
It was all in for her or nothing.
These deadly women hide their cruel nature. Their men don't have any idea they are sleeping with the enemy. "24-year-old Darlene Gentry is used to attention.
Because of her good looks and her bubbly personality. And all of that was validated when she won a beauty contest.
Look who's here.
Barbie doll, blonde hair. All the guys crazy for her.
That's Darlene. Yeah.
It's no surprise her ex-boyfriend, 23-year-old Keith Gentry, is tempted back into her arms.
Back in a minute.
If Darlene was Barbie, then Keith was her Ken.
Guess who?
He was kind, considerate, handsome, just an all-round great guy.
Hey, when did you get back?
Yesterday?
What, you didn't call?
The college sweethearts split up when Darlene, a dental assistant, tried her luck in a big city, Dallas.
Before Darlene went to Dallas, she was a big popular fish in a small pond. She goes to Dallas, and she's just another pretty girl.
Darlene only lasted 1 year away.
That's fun.
I think she went back home because she missed being in the limelight.
Second time around, the young lovers bond for life and start a family.
She's so perfect.
I called her the cute little blonde mommy because she was very pretty and put together.
Well, he gets it from me.
Now, ain't that the truth?
Everybody thought, gee, they had it together. They were the perfect couple.
They settle on the outskirts of Waco, Texas, to be near his family.
That was where he was born, that's where he stayed, and that's where he really wanted to raise his kids.
Hello? Okay to come in?
Sure, Ma.
To earn extra money,
How's my little Tracy?
Keith, an electrician, takes a job on the road.
Oh, good. That means more money, right?
He's away from home most of the week.
Look, I was hoping y'all be able to help Darlene out a little bit.
Just try keeping me away from my grandson.
Wouldn't dream of it.
But as the years pass, Darlene's happiness fades. After 3 children and a part-time job as a nurse, her time in the spotlight has disappeared.
Somehow, in the process of having 3 children, she was no longer the center of everyone's universe. She wasn't the center of attention. She wasn't the star of the show anymore, and she didn't like it.
She wants her old life back.
Hi, Glenda. Would you mind looking after the kids for a few hours?
Keith's parents are on hand to babysit.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
They actually lived right next door, and it was so easy for them to be with their grandparents, who absolutely loved it and had no problem with it.
With her children out of her hair, Darlene gets back to taking care of number 1.
Wow.
I'm just going out with the girls for a drink. I won't be too long.
Darlene starts going out with friends a lot. Drinking, partying, just having a ball.
She wasn't ready to give up the happy life. And for her, the happy life was being the center of attention all the time. Darlene was simply selfish.
And I think that was a source of frustration in their marriage.
Ma?
Oh, hello, darling.
Where's Darlene?
She would go and do what she wanted and be with her friends and be gone.
All right, Ma, I'll talk to you in the morning.
Keith began to notice
All right, bye.
the way Darlene took care of the kids. Or rather, didn't take care of the kids.
Right, now you hold that bed nice and tight. You push all the way through the shot, okay?
Keith decides he can't trust Darlene
Oh, now there you go. That's the best one yet.
and gives up his job on the road to spend more time with his children.
He's the doting father, you know, there on the sidelines of the soccer and Little League games, taking the kids to the park, spending time with them.
Keith discovers that Darlene's partying ways are costing a fortune.
You keep swinging away, okay?
Keith got a call one day from the bank that their credit card was overdue. That's a real bad sign.
Who was that?
The bank?
So?
We'll talk about this when we get home.
She has no worries whatsoever about money. It's just paper to her. And she just spends and spends and spends, while the debt just piles up.
Darlene!
Darlene's spending had become a financial family crisis.
Why?
I am not made of money. How am I supposed to pay for all of these things?
Can't even provide clothes for your family.
The perfect couple is heading for a perfect storm.
Her whole life began to just fall apart because it's all about me, because I don't care about anybody else.
Waco, Texas, 2005. Darlene Gentry has 3 small boys,
Darlene!
one unhappy husband,
What?
and a mountain of debt.
This has got to stop.
By all accounts of outsiders, Darlene and Keith were a happy couple.
Or what? You'll leave me?
But inside the house was a different story. There's lots of evidence that things were falling apart.
No more.
Darlene wanted to be free and single. She wanted a different life.
Keith's life insurance policy holds the key.
I'm gonna sleep in here tonight.
He's worth $500,000,
Sure.
dead.
Sleep tight.
She always looked for the easy way. What is the easiest, most simplest road I can take that benefits me?
Marriage is not convenient. It's difficult. Murder is convenient. Bullet in spouse's head, problem solved.
He was shot with his head on the pillow.
Darlene wants the murder to look like a home invasion. So she takes Keith's firearms and places them on the front lawn, as if the assailants have abandoned them on their way out. Then she calls 911.
911, what's your emergency?
I woke up this morning. I was in my son's room because they couldn't sleep, and I noticed the back door was wide open and my husband's guns were gone.
But Keith's not dead. He clings to life. His nurse wife does nothing to save him.
the critical information that the person who she had built a life with was laying in a pool of blood in their bed, wheezing and still breathing, was buried in the middle of the phone call.
And he's making this god-awful sound.
From the beginning, that 911 call piqued people's suspicions.
13A, 61, 13A, 61.
When police arrive, their first priority is saving Keith. He's rushed to the hospital while police investigate the strange crime scene. The weapons on the front lawn make no sense to anyone but Darlene.
In home invasions, the offender doesn't come in, shoot one person, take a bunch of items, and then leave them on the front lawn and run away.
And things are looking worse for Darlene's story when police find evidence in her trash.
Underneath discarded leftovers, they found a latex glove that had blood on the outside of the glove, and it had a shell casing inside of it that was a .22 caliber shell casing. Her DNA was found on the inside part of the glove. Keith's blood was found on the outside.
Now Darlene is facing a murder charge. 12 hours after the shooting, Keith dies in the hospital. There is just one more thing the police need to seal the case: the murder weapon. And they get a tip from a man who thinks he knows where she hid it.
Darlene is really interested in buying this piece of property, which has a little pond on it, or a lake. What they think is she threw the weapon into that water.
A police search finds the .22 caliber revolver.
When they recovered it, it was identified by Keith's father as the gun that he gave Keith.
To connect Darlene to the gun, they set up a sting, telling her the pond is to be drained, which means Darlene will have to return to retrieve the gun.
The Rangers set up a camera in the woods near the pond and kept it trained on the pond and sat and waited.
She's gonna have to go into that water herself, take out that weapon, because if she doesn't get it, the cops will find it. And here comes Darlene walking into the picture,
wearing hip waders and walking around in the pond right in the area where the gun had been retrieved.
Beauty queens rarely make good killers, and Darlene Gentry is no exception.
Darlene Gentry is caught red-handed. In 2007, she's found guilty of first-degree murder, sentenced to 60 years behind bars.
Darlene could have divorced Keith, but divorce is costly, and it makes you look bad, especially in a small town. But as a widow, she'd get a lot of sympathy.
You got to help me.
A game of hide and seek.
She called the police, his brother, the hospital. She was completely hysterical.
Reveals more than a skeleton in the closet.
It's a story of sex, lies, and videotape.
And has a ghastly endgame.
A cheese knife is not a sex toy.
English Rose, Carol Croydon, marries the man of her dreams in the year 2000.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends and family.
It's a second marriage for the 35-year-old bride and her groom, Philip.
An extremely nice man. Nobody really had a bad word to say about him.
For richer, for poorer.
Philip is 10 years older than Carol. with 2 grown-up sons.
Can't get the smile off his face.
To love and to cherish.
To love and to cherish.
Carol's been looking for a white knight all her life.
Carol had a very shocking, unhappy upbringing as a child. She's put into foster care at just 2 years of age.
Until death do us part.
Until death do us part.
Her mother fled her violent husband, but she didn't take Carol with her.
You may kiss the bride.
For a child, that would be devastating.
Carol must have been attracted to Philip's stability and his honesty.
The couple settles in Nottingham, England, on the edge of the Sherwood Forest. Robin Hood territory. But Philip doesn't need to steal from the rich to indulge his Maid Marian.
Okay, you ready? You can look.
Oh, I love it!
Yeah?
Thanks to a thriving upholstery business, Philip is rich.
You deserve it.
And it drives like a dream.
How do you know?
Took it for a little test ride.
Well, that'll be the last time.
Oh, come on, Carol. He helped me choose it.
Philip put Carol up on a pedestal. He bought her a luxury sports car, he bought her jewelry, he bought her clothes.
She's a bit funny with her things sometimes.
She loved the money, she loved the lifestyle that Philip was able to create for her. And that's what she seemed to crave above all things.
She likes it.
Philip even signed over their £500,000 house to her name and did the same thing with his business.
Carol, an accountant, proves perfect at counting their pennies. They seem like a match made in heaven.
Get your girls to chase these up. They're all neck pain.
Philip so adored Carol that he even named his upholstery company after her.
I need to get back to the factory.
You were taking me out tonight.
We've got to make hay while the sun shines, haven't we?
But the business keeps Phil busy at work. And not in the bedroom.
See you later.
That was not good enough for her. She demanded constant attention, so she found that she wasn't getting it from Philip, so she looked elsewhere.
Hello? Hi, Terry. You free?
Carol had 3 affairs in fast succession over about a 6-month period. Tells you about her dissatisfaction with her home life.
I'll see you then.
Carol had a devoted husband who was very well off and gave her everything she wanted, except he didn't give her boyfriends. Those she had to go out and get on her own.
So how'd you get away?
You should know not to leave me alone.
The first affair Carol had was a brief fling with a man from work.
But Carol wants more. She discovers the joy of online shopping.
She then met another character on the internet.
Nelson was a 50-year-old former lab assistant, a former council worker who himself was married.
I told my wife about us.
Why did you do that?
I'm leaving you. I want to spend all my time with you.
Nelson, like others before him, falls hard for Carol.
Carol had 2 great loves in life, using sex to get what she wanted and money.
But it turns out Carol isn't the only Croydon fooling around.
Hi, it's me. Look, turns out I'm free. Do you want to meet up?
At the same time, Philip was also having an affair, but neither of them knew what the other one was up to.
Bye.
After only 3 years, Carol was having lots of affairs, and so was Philip. I call that a bad marriage.
This can only end in tears. But whose?
And that seemed to be the catalyst for everything that followed.
In April 2003, British couple Carol and Philip Croydon struggled to keep their 3-year marriage alive.
Do you have to go?
I've got an early meeting, love.
Carol was tired of being married to Philip, that's clear.
Meet me in a hotel room later on today.
Both have been having illicit affairs, but now Carol wants to settle their differences.
Book a room.
She told him she wanted to have a romantic evening at a hotel.
It's a time-worn formula to rekindle the flames. But tonight, there'll be only disappointment.
Philip, where are you? I'm starting to worry.
Carol is stuck at home and can't find her husband.
She'd phoned local hospitals, I think she'd phoned other people, all to ask where Philip was.
No one's heard from him. I'm afraid something terrible has happened.
Housekeeping.
The night of anticipated romance ends in tragedy. It's April 26th, 2003, and Philip is found naked in a hotel room, stabbed to death.
22 stab wounds to his chest and neck. He would have been covered with blood. It would have looked like a bloodbath.
Mom, I'm afraid it's not good news. Your husband's dead.
The police relay the grisly news to Carol.
When Carol was told about her husband's murder, she burst into tears, saying she wanted her baby back, she wanted her Philip back, and she got increasingly hysterical.
Only one of the Croydons made it to the hotel that night, or so it seems.
We're hoping the security cameras in the hotel will give us some answers.
As soon as Carol learned from the police that they had CCTV coverage, she quickly changed her story and put herself at the crime scene.
Carol is keeping a secret, and CCTV cameras are about to expose it.
Carol immediately changed her story and claimed that Philip had been at a swingers party at the hotel. She went to the hotel, had sex with Philip, and was about to have sex with the couple who were there when she changed her mind and left.
Carol says the swingers must have killed her husband.
There is no sex practice I know of that involves 22 stab wounds to the neck and the chest. Carol's story of a kinky sex practice gone wrong didn't hold water at all.
When the police find no evidence to support Carol's swingers story, she breaks down and confesses the killer is her lover.
She claimed that actually it was Nelson who had come into the hotel room and committed the murder.
If somebody is making a drastic left or right turn from the original story, that's a huge problem.
The police finally piece together what really happened that night, thanks to the hotel's CCTV video.
Get your gear on. I'm planning something special.
Carol arrives carrying a shopping bag and armed with an unusual weapon.
A cheese knife is a rather strange weapon to stab someone with. I think she maybe just picked it up because it was the sharpest thing she could find.
Carol wants to cut Phil out of her life for good.
Once in the room, Carol's intention, first of all, was to put Philip at his ease, not to arouse any kind of suspicion.
After sex, Philip would be relaxed, sleepy, and of course, naked.
Carol had him where she wanted. He was naked, vulnerable, expecting more sex, and suddenly out of that bag, she produced the cheese knife.
And stabbed him 22 times in the neck and the chest.
Cheese knives are designed to cut cheese, not human skin. It would have made the stabbing much more difficult than it had been with a cutting knife. He would be covered in blood and in a great deal of pain. Philip would have been aware of his desperate situation. He was watching himself bleed out.
Carol tries to stage a bondage slaying, but gets it all wrong.
She placed a tie around his already bloody wrists and neck. Without blood on the ties or the neck, it was clear to the pathologist that these were placed on after he was already dead.
But Carol thinks she's gotten away with murder.
She was so calm and so cold that she took a shower and she got dressed and she left the hotel room as if nothing had happened.
Next, her alibi.
Some killers after a murder are a bit shook up. They want to be alone. They isolate themselves, maybe hit the bottle. Not Carol. She celebrated with a sexual party with her lover. Nelson was nothing more than a sex toy and an alibi for Carol.
But the web of lies comes further unstuck when police find the shopping bag at her home.
And when police found that shopping bag, they found spots of blood on it, which proved that she had the bag and was in the hotel room at the time of the murder.
In 2004, Carol Croydon is found guilty of first-degree murder. She is sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 15 years.
Carol herself was an incredibly chilling figure. Cold-hearted, scheming, and yet with an allure that seemed to draw men in.
Carol Croydon had a man who loved her and the money to enjoy their life together. But it still wasn't enough. She wanted her lifestyle with no strings attached.
Her goal is her own pleasure and money. Other people's money. That's a psychopath.
Next, falling in love is easy.
They were gonna live together, and it was gonna be happily ever after.
Falling for the right person.
Claire? You know, something's gonna happen with her. She's a fatal attraction.
Is a little more complicated.
Rejection is as painful for someone like Claire as a knife through her heart.
Everyone loves a wedding, except 32-year-old Claire Welsh.
I'll never be the bride.
Oh, come on.
Smart and beautiful, Claire seems like a good catch.
Claire was a cheerleader, a valedictorian, and a physical therapist from Arizona. Seemed like she had her life made.
But none of her men stay around.
Claire kept being left. No one wanted to marry her. That was an image she could not handle.
Then, in 1995,
It's nice to meet you.
she meets Jack Molesky at his sister's wedding.
So I can't believe I've known your sister all this time and I've never met you.
I know. All it took was for her to get hitched.
The 38-year-old schoolteacher is the perfect tonic for Claire's wounded pride.
He was the salt of the earth. He was the kindest person you would ever meet.
Can I see you again?
Everybody liked him because he was just a nice guy. And before you know it, Jack and Claire had started a relationship.
It seems a perfect match.
Where are you taking me?
You'll see.
Claire's athletic, loves the outdoors.
You've got to be kidding me.
Jack is a renowned rock climber.
This is perfect for beginners.
He's really an outstanding rock climber, a mountain climber, well known throughout Colorado.
That's it. Now let's move up to the next ledge.
Avid about it. Loved to climb mountains, rock sides, anything.
Jack's a good teacher. Claire's a willing student.
You're in good hands, I promise.
But she wants much more.
This was the new love of her life.
This is more my thing.
They were going to live together, and it was going to be happily ever after, and everything was going to be wonderful.
What Jack doesn't know is his new girlfriend
These are my college buddies, Josh and Neil.
has borderline personality disorder.
A hallmark characteristic of someone with borderline personality disorder is intense fears of abandonment in almost every relationship they form.
Oh, excuse me, I just wanted to talk to something.
Jack,
Claire is extremely jealous of Jack's friends.
Unless his arms were around her all the time, she was a mess.
Yeah, what?
Sorry, I just don't feel well.
What? We just got it.
She had to be with him at all cost.
hello, Susan?
And Claire won't be sharing.
Hello, Jessica?
She starts contacting all the women in Jack's life.
Hi, my name is Claire. You know Jack Molesky.
And declares he's off limits.
I'm his girlfriend, and I need to know. So why don't you just tell me everything? And
Claire started doing strange things like reading Jack's mail and going through his phone book and calling women in his little black book, so to speak.
How do you know Jack?
Oh, you know, we used to date.
Yeah, how long ago?
And that speaks to the need for drama that someone with borderline personality has.
But Claire's drama
Please don't cry.
quickly proves too much for Jack. He calls it off.
I'm just not ready to settle down yet.
He couldn't just say, "Go away, woman, leave me alone."
You don't love me like I love you.
He just sort of tried to gently push her away.
You'll be okay. You'll find someone else.
I don't want anyone else. I want to be with you.
Jack returns to his free spirit ways. For weeks, they live separate lives. Until there's a knock on his door.
Claire?
He thought he was all done with her.
What are you doing here?
And there's Claire. And she's got luggage.
But Claire is carrying more than luggage.
I think I'm pregnant.
She said she didn't have any place to stay. She doesn't have a job. She has nothing. Please help me, Jack. So Jack lets her in.
Jack agrees to support Claire through her pregnancy.
So, you seen a doctor? You need to if you're pregnant.
She's hoping they'll pick up where they left off.
Well, I'm gonna hit the sack. Good night, then.
Claire would stop at nothing to attain her goal. And that was getting back in Jack's life and his bed.
She would get in bed with him, completely nude, and one thing would lead to another, and, you know, things would happen there.
She moves in and immediately sort of starts taking over. She changed the message on his voicemail so that instead of just saying, "You got Jack," you've got Jack and Claire.
You been to the doctor yet?
No. Couldn't get an appointment.
Although he's seduced in bed.
I bought you this.
As the months pass, Jack suspects he's been hoodwinked.
Well?
I think it's faulty.
Claire isn't pregnant.
It's just not working.
That's when he knew he'd been had.
Jack didn't see Claire for what she was, a deadly woman.
(1996) in Colorado Springs. Jack Molesky is fed up with Claire Welsh's lies.
I'm sick of your lies, Claire.
I'm not lying.
He demands she moves out of his apartment.
I'm not lying.
That is final.
He put his foot down and said, "You have to leave, and I want you out," and it was probably very hard for him to do that.
Oh, you've got to come over at...
January 12th, 1997. Claire makes a frantic call to her cousin,
Call 911 when you get here.
who races over to Jack's apartment.
Claire?
Claire was in a fetal position on the floor, totally naked.
Claire, can you hear me?
She had the gunshot wound to the chest, and she had the graze wound to her head.
Claire.
And Jack lies dead in his bed. It looks like a home invasion.
When they started to question Claire at the hospital, she remembered her name, but not a whole lot else.
Ma'am.
When asked why she wouldn't talk to them, she said, "I can't answer any questions. I might say something wrong."
Can you tell me what happened?
She stared up at the roof where she just blankly stared ahead.
Claire doesn't want to tell her terrible secret.
She was a nut job. I mean, really, she was just flat out crazy obsessed with this man.
Police search Jack's place and find a Bible with passages Claire's highlighted about murder.
She was a mess. Anxiety, depression, fear of death. She had to be with him at all cost.
She went out and bought a gun.
Claire is planning a way they can be together forever.
One night, after Jack had gone to sleep, she grabbed the gun and the ammunition. Jack was sleeping on his stomach. She put the muzzle of the gun flat against his skull. And pulled the trigger. Jack died instantly.
Because if she couldn't have him, no one else could have him.
Jack had the audacity and the cruelty to not love her. And for that, he had to pay.
Claire finally gets her man to stay put. And she's not letting him go.
She was cuddling him afterwards for quite some time based on the condition his body was in once we got there.
The fact that Claire could cuddle up speaks to how really cool, calm, and collected she was about killing Jack. There was no anxiety there.
For hours, she lies with Jack's corpse. Claire doesn't want to spend life in prison. She wants to spend eternity with Jack.
I guess her head wasn't a big enough target for her shooting ability.
Then she puts the gun not to her heart, but way over on the fleshy part of her chest. I don't think Claire ever really intended on killing herself.
Ma'am.
Claire finally confesses to police, but says she didn't know what she was doing.
What I recollect is her being in a daze.
It was like I was looking down.
That she was above her body and looking down and saw this all take place and had no control of it. Well, I threw that out the window right away.
No one believes Claire Welsh's plea of insanity. In 1998, she is convicted of murder and sentenced to life without parole. Claire should have had it all. The smart, sexy prom queen had no trouble attracting men, but she couldn't keep them.
Claire knew it was wrong to kill Jack, but she just wanted to do it.
Jack paid the price for all her heartache. These deadly women didn't know the meaning of love. Darlene Gentry closed her husband's bedroom eyes forever. Carol Croydon valued her husband's money more than his life. And Claire Welsh preferred murder to rejection. 3 loving men found out too late they were sleeping with the enemy. A good man is priceless, but a rich one is even better. What happens when a Southern belle wants to cash in?
There's something behind those beautiful eyes, and it ain't good.
Why does a woman who has it all lust for more?
I hear you need the money.
Not only did he have money, he had a title.
I got a flush. I'll win.
And what makes a poor little rich girl turn bad?
I think she was on the hunt for a killer.
These deadly women do whatever it takes to get rich quick. November 2010. 27-year-old Tracy Grissom is in the ER. She tells a terrible story.
You can tell me what happened.
He raped me.
She points the finger at her ex-husband, Hunter.
Tracy claims that she was raped and sodomized by Hunter.
Okay. Call the police. It's okay.
7 years earlier in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Hunter Grissom's drawn to Tracy like a moth to a flame.
Who's that? Oh, yeah, that's Tracy. She's single, you know. Bye. Good luck.
She's a young divorcee with a 4-year-old son.
Very nice.
For him, it's love at first sight. Any guy would have fell for that. She was gorgeous.
After a whirlwind romance, the young lovers marry. Their new life has a dream start, working together in their own business.
Hunter had a gift for building boat docks, and not just your average kind of dock, but very beautiful, elaborate structures.
He takes care of the nuts and bolts. Tracy takes care of the books.
They're gonna take on the world. They're gonna be entrepreneurs, and they're gonna make it.
At home, life is also looking good.
Hey, buddy. How's my boy?
Hunter treats Tracy's son like his own. And they soon have a daughter.
All-American family, white picket fence, the whole 9 yards. Middle class, suburbia, maybe the Prince Charming that she's been waiting for.
How we doing here?
On the surface, it's domestic bliss. But things aren't quite what they seem. Tracy has a secret addiction to prescription drugs.
Psychologically, there's something going on here. There's something behind those beautiful eyes. And it ain't good.
She also has a temper.
No! You clean that up now. You clean that up right now.
She doesn't just turn on the children.
That's my little angel.
She turns on Hunter.
This just causes more friction in the marriage. And where there's friction, there's fire.
Don't touch me. Just leave me alone.
What's wrong?
Don't touch me.
Can't do anything right.
No, you can't. It's on there.
Things go from bad to worse. Within 5 years, the marriage is officially over.
And that one's on there.
Tracy wants to make sure Hunter will always be able to provide for their children.
And sign there.
They agree that he takes out a life insurance policy.
We done?
We are done.
Hey, where'd you come from?
At 25, Hunter still has his whole life ahead of him. It's not long before he finds a new love.
He had a new girlfriend. He was living with her. He was moving on with his life.
But Tracy isn't. She's keeping tabs on her ex.
Hunter claims that Tracy's jealous, obsessive, even stalked him.
Tracy didn't seem to learn from her mistakes. She couldn't live with a man, couldn't live without one.
Just 1 month after their divorce, Tracy's having second thoughts. She invites Hunter around.
I want us to be family again.
Hunter's skeptical. He thinks it's the drugs talking.
Tracy took too much of her prescription sedative.
You're taking too many of those.
It would be the equivalent of drinking way too much alcohol.
Tracy! Come on. Get up now.
Her speech was slurred. Her balance was unsteady. She fell and cut her head.
I'm so depressed. I want to kill myself.
Don't say that. Come on. Get up. Come on, you need to lie down.
Ow.
Hunter's concerned for his ex-wife and soon finds himself in an awkward situation.
You okay?
Please stay.
I should probably go.
Why don't you stay here?
Stupid, stupid, stupid activity number one. Never have sex with an ex that's crazy. He played right into her hand,
Yes.
so to speak.
Almost immediately, Hunter realizes he's made a big mistake.
Hunter?
Hello?
Where are you?
Something's going on here.
Why aren't you here with me and the kids?
Something big is about to happen.
Do I need to get a lawyer?
What is it? I bet Tracy knows.
In the fall of 2010, divorcees Tracy and Hunter Grissom have one night together for old time's sake. That should have been the end of it.
What can I do for you, officers?
Hunter Grissom,
Yes, ma'am.
you're under arrest for the rape of Tracy Grissom.
Can't be serious.
He raped me.
But Tracy is accusing her ex-husband of rape.
Tracy said all kinds of horrible things that Hunter did to her, including raping her, sodomizing her, leaving her unconscious.
I'm telling you, she's lying. She's crazy. She's making it all up.
Hunter's version of that night is that he came to the house, and yes, they did have sex, but that there was no rape.
Tracy sticks to her story, despite a complete lack of evidence.
A forensic exam in the emergency room revealed no evidence that there was any violent sex at all.
All doctors find are minor abrasions, consistent with a fall. And something else doesn't add up.
And you lost consciousness when he threw you against the bed.
I was unconscious for hours.
Tracy claims she's knocked out cold for hours. But phone records suggest otherwise.
Her phone records indicate someone was texting and calling from her cell phone. It had to be Tracy. So she's caught in lies again. You know, there's a pattern here. And that pattern is about to turn very, very violent and bloody.
Hunter's defense team is building a case that will expose Tracy's lies. She can't let that happen.
Tracy Grissom was unraveling, slowly but surely.
This woman is absolutely out of her mind.
Tracy tracks Hunter to a boat dock, where he's at work with two colleagues.
She pulled up behind his boat trailer. She says that Hunter Grissom saw her. He shot her a mean look. She panicked. She saw his arm raised as if he was going to bust her window out.
She picks up the phone.
911, what's your emergency?
She calls 911 herself.
Tracy claims self-defense. But Hunter's workmates have front row seats.
Tracy claimed that Hunter was coming towards her in a threatening manner. Witnesses said the opposite was true. I'm gonna go with them.
The police diagram tells me that Hunter was moving away when he was shot. The last 2 bullets to the back, in all likelihood, punctured his heart. Hunter died from massive internal bleeding.
And there's one more thing Tracy isn't telling the police. A call she made one day before the shooting.
I'm calling in regards to my husband's life insurance policy, Hunter Grissom.
Tracy had decided to kill Hunter, but before she did, she wanted to make sure that insurance policy was in force.
Can I confirm you've got my current address?
It wasn't a coincidence that she called to verify the information the day before she killed him.
Sound there?
Prosecutors said that Tracy was motivated by a $103,000 life insurance policy.
Tracy Grissom is found guilty of second-degree murder. She receives 25 years in prison.
Tracy Grissom could be described as controlling, vindictive, vengeful.
When Hunter first laid eyes on Tracy, he imagined a happy future. What he got was a life cut short by greed and envy.
Hell hath no fury like that of Tracy Grissom scorned.
Some women use their looks to find love.
She was a stunning beauty.
Love you, mommy.
Others cash them in for riches.
Jamila liked men who would open their wallet.
But when they do both, watch out.
This is one of the most twisted murders I've ever come across.
42-year-old Jamila Mubarak knows how to strut her stuff.
She was a stunning beauty, and she had ambitions to use that beauty to get on in life.
We're on set. The director was shouting at this guy's assistant.
What's his story? He's a big-time producer.
She mixes with high society on the French Riviera.
Jamila boasted about being with hundreds of men, including celebrities. That was the most important thing in her life.
But there's nothing cheap about Jamila. She's an expensive, high-class hooker.
She chose to make her living with her body, not her brain.
She would be able to charge the equivalent of thousands of pounds for a night with one of these guys.
But Jamila doesn't need the money. She's married to a millionaire.
This is a very wealthy man. You would think that would be enough. She would think, I've made it, you know? But it wasn't enough.
She's only a wife and mother in the day.
Jamila secretly was working as a prostitute. She didn't have to do that. She wanted to do that.
You're unbelievable.
Just been with friends.
That tells me everything I need to know about Jamila.
I know exactly where you've been. You whore.
What Jamila really needed to feel good about herself was to be paid for by men. And marriage to a millionaire became boring.
You disgust me.
Good night.
Not surprisingly, the union ends in divorce.
Instead of taking the children with her, she dumped them and continued working as a prostitute and escort.
It's not her children Jamila is worried about. It's her fading looks.
She knew what the punters were looking for, and she knew that they would be after younger flesh very soon.
Without a millionaire husband, Jamila feels vulnerable. She starts looking for another sugar daddy.
Jamila was desperate for wealth and status, and she turned to her own body and her beauty to try and achieve that.
In 2001, Jamila hits the jackpot.
I hear you need the money.
I've been a very naughty boy.
He's a 64-year-old English aristocrat.
Are you going to be good?
No, Mommy.
With an eccentric taste in sex.
Do you want another one?
Lord Cooper, Earl of Shaftesbury,
Harder?
Yes.
is not only kinky, he's fabulously rich.
The Earl of Shaftesbury was born into an incredibly wealthy background. He was, as they say, born with a silver spoon in his mouth.
This is an aristocratic family that's always been rated within the top 10 richest families in the whole of the United Kingdom.
Tired of being lord of the manor, the Earls moved to France. Jamila can see a whole new future.
When Jamila got hooked up with Lord Cooper,
Do you want another one?
she thought she'd won the lottery.
Harder.
Not only did he have money, he had a title.
Jamila circles the Earl like a vulture, happy to indulge him with drugs and sex.
She certainly knew how to work men. And she worked Lord Cooper.
I have news that may upset you. We're having a baby. I don't want us to have a bastard child.
At heart and soul, he's an English gentleman.
And we won't.
He said, right, we must get married. We must legitimize this child.
You will be the next Lady Shaftesbury. I love you, Mummy.
Jamila got exactly what she wanted. Within a year of that first meeting, she'd married the Earl and even got herself the title of Countess.
Jamila rockets from escort to aristocracy.
Jamila is a deeply devious person. She used her beauty and she used her brains in order to lure the Earl into a spider's web.
She's sitting on a fortune, and there's just one thing in her way.
He was there, lamb to the slaughter.
What are you doing?
In France, call girl Jamila Mubarak has struck gold.
You will be the next Lady Shaftesbury.
Really?
Riches beyond belief, riches beyond being able to be counted.
She marries English aristocrat, the Earl of Shaftesbury. And they're expecting a baby.
He had married her because she told him that she was pregnant. But after a month or two, there was no sign of any baby.
I told you. I'm one of those women who doesn't show.
He began to get the suspicion that he'd been conned.
It's been 6 months. What do you take me for?
In truth, the pregnancy is just a means to Jamila's ends. She wants out of the relationship, but not out of the marriage.
She said, all right, you want the truth.
I got an abortion.
What?
I'm not having a baby with a man who calls me mother during sex.
But I don't believe, and I don't think anyone believed, that that would have put her off.
Jamila wants to be rejected, but not divorced. And the Earl unwittingly obliges.
Get out!
Even after their separation, the Earl was paying an allowance to Jamila of $11,000 a month.
They remained married, and she went through his money. It was a perfect setup for her.
But not for long. The Earl finds another pretty woman.
You are special.
The Earl met another high-class escort called Nadia and started to profess his undying love for her.
He now wants to divorce Jamila so he can marry another prostitute.
Yes? What is it?
Pardon, sir, but your wife is here.
All right. All right.
In order to marry Nadia, of course, the Earl was going to have to divorce Jamila.
I won't be a minute.
Darling, I missed you so much.
Don't touch me.
And there is no way she wanted to get divorced. That would mean losing her allowance, her lifestyle, and everything.
I've come to apologize. I'm sorry.
Forget it. It's over. My lawyers will be in touch. Please show her out.
That's when she starts plotting with her brother, Mohammed.
Mohammed is the perfect accomplice.
He is a very dangerous character. Basically, he's a psychopath, but he can be useful.
Jamila told him she would pay him $150,000 if he helped kill the Earl.
I think.
In a heartbeat, Mohammed said, "I'll be there to kill for you."
The brother and sister were bonded in violence since their childhood. Their alcoholic father regularly beat them.
So she came from a very, very traumatic background.
Obviously, such a traumatic past that you cannot just dump that baggage.
Jamila's brother, Mohammed, was just as bad as she was.
On their second wedding anniversary, Jamila calls her estranged husband.
She calculatingly used that fact to draw him over.
I know we get in divorce. I just wanted to be civilized. Thank you. He's coming.
Good.
On November 5th, 2004, the Earl is not sure what to expect.
Jamila, you're looking well.
Mohammed? You remember my brother?
What's he doing here? What are you doing?
Making sure I get my fair share. Kill him!
He didn't use a gun, a knife. He used his bare hands and strangled the life out of him. Jamila stood there and watched.
After Mohammed had killed the Earl, he and his sister, Jamila, put the body in the boot of a car and drove to the Alps to dump it.
They are confident the Earl will never be found in this remote part of the French Alps.
I want my money this week.
You'll get it.
One of the richest men in Europe can't disappear for long. Within days, police are asking Jamila where he is. She claims ignorance, but her phone records tell a different story.
There was a phone call about having to give blood money to her brother for what he had done.
And Jamila's bank account confirms a suspicious payment.
In the week after the murder, $150,000 was transferred from her account into her brother's account.
But there's still no body. Until 5 months later, hikers discover the Earl's remains in an area investigators know Jamila visited.
Madam, have you been to this area before?
No.
They had her cell phone records that pinpointed that exact spot.
That is very interesting, because we have cell phone records proving that you were in the area.
Eventually, Jamila cracks. She and her brother confess, not to murder, but accidental death. She claims they wanted to frighten her husband, but the beating got out of hand. The jury doesn't believe her. Everything points to premeditation. In 2007, Jamila and Mohammed Mubarak are convicted of murder. Both are sentenced to 25 years in prison.
I have felt empathy and sympathy for some killers. Jamila's not one of them. Jamila married Lord Cooper because she thought she could buy respectability. When it didn't work out, she murdered respectability.
Next, when a woman loses what she loves most.
All the assets were seized. So Shane lost everything.
Her man had better watch out.
He would do anything for her.
Or pay the ultimate price.
She was a very cruel-hearted woman.
Gatlinburg, Tennessee.
Peter, let me introduce my daughter, Shane.
Shane Mills is rich, beautiful, and spoiled.
I've heard a lot about you too, Mr. Samuel.
Shane Lavera was treated like a little princess when she was a girl and a teenager.
I'm so proud of her.
But Shane wasn't born into wealth.
Her mother and she were poor, and her mother met Brent Mills, who was a bank president, and they married into that family, and Brent adopted Shane.
Now, thanks to Brent, Shane lives the high life.
I want to be a broadcast anchor.
So you're looking at the next Diane Sawyer.
Brent Mills was a very prominent person, had a lot of friends, had been good to a lot of people. And so he was well regarded.
But in 1984, cracks appear in the Mills' perfect world.
We're looking into several of your accounts where there appear to have been, let's say, odd transactions.
Brent's bank is probed for financial malpractice.
The bank that Brent managed was under investigation. That quickly turned into Brent was under investigation.
What do you mean by odd?
Brent Mills was under some pressure. There were all kinds of differing allegations about his involvement.
This is an outrage. Waste as much time as you want.
During the investigation, Brent makes a fateful decision.
He takes his own life, the family's held up to public ridicule, and then all the assets were seized. That was the trifecta of loss.
Oh, that's just outrageous.
Well then, honey, don't read it. Shane went from being one of the richest girls in Gatlinburg to having nothing.
But how can people be so insensitive?
Right as she's graduating high school.
Shane couldn't deal with it.
You can't worry about what other people say. Don't let it get to you.
I won't.
Shane flees to college in Missouri to escape the gossip and scandal. But she's deeply affected by her loss.
Shane absolutely was left adrift. without Brent. So she definitely would have been in search of a father figure, really.
Enter kind-hearted fellow student, 20-year-old Kelly Lovera.
Hard at it.
Not for long. Jenny's having a party. You coming?
I'm studying. I suggest you do the same.
No, I need a break.
Shane's big dream was to become a famous TV broadcaster, but she didn't want to do the work.
While Kelly studies hard to be a teacher, Shane prefers to have a good time.
You sure you don't want to come? It'll be fun.
He was very calm. He was gracious.
One of us has to graduate.
He was polar opposite to Shane. So in a lot of ways, he sort of fell under her shadow.
No kiss?
Despite their differences, within a year, they get married.
Why she married Kelly is beyond my comprehension. Shane wanted the finer things in life without working for them. He was a struggling student whose goal was to get an advanced degree and be a math teacher.
Shane returns to her hometown in Tennessee. But she no longer lives on Millionaire's Row. Now her address is Frog Alley.
Frog Alley is where the working poor live. To come back and settle in Frog Alley would have been extremely embarrassing to her.
Kelly's teacher's salary barely covers the bills. And now they have 2 kids to support.
Okay, I want to see your cards first.
But Shane's not the motherly type. She likes to party.
I got a flush. I win.
And regularly invites men home, right in front of her family.
I think Shane got tired of being a mom probably within a few years of having her 2 children.
What you need?
Okay, I need one. What have you got for me?
Shane wanted to be free and single and date lots of guys.
Not bad.
That's exactly how she acted.
I like what I'm seeing.
Except she was a mom and a wife.
Okay, it's bath time.
You deal with them. I'm entertaining.
Okay, let's go.
When Kelly's busy with the kids, Shane's busy with her lovers.
Shane started having affairs. Multiple affairs at the same time in her apartment complex.
But she's looking for more than just sex.
You're so much better than Kelly.
Well, I don't believe him then.
Or you could poison him.
Shane started joking around to her lovers about the possibility of poisoning her husband. They thought she was joking.
I'm serious.
But she was testing the waters.
Yeah, right.
I think she was on the hunt for a killer.
Mom Shane Lovera is cheating on her husband, Kelly. Most of her lovers are happy to just fool around, but neighbor Brett Ray is smitten.
Brett fell very hard for Shane. So they began an affair very quickly, and it was hot and heavy.
Shane's not just attracted to Brett for his looks.
Brett was a rich kid by virtue of his father. His father was a newspaper publisher. He was a well-to-do guy.
Brett stands to inherit one day, but until then, he lives life in the fast lane.
He was just wild. He was just one of these people that was full on all the time. He was up for anything.
For Shane, wow, that's what she wanted.
I wish we could be together.
I'd do anything to be with you, baby.
Anything?
Anything.
Shane offers a deal.
If he would help her to get rid of Kelly, then he would get her. And that's what Brett wanted.
November 5th, 1994. Shane and Brett plan a night together. But Kelly is asleep on the couch.
It was then that Shane saw a perfect opportunity to kill him.
They haven't brought a murder weapon, so they grab what's at hand.
She chose to beat him over the head with a baseball bat when he was sleeping. And she did it in her own home with her children nearby. Not only did she take her children's daddy away, she gave them an indelible memory they will never be able to get over.
We need to make it look like an accident.
Yeah, okay.
Get him to the car.
The plan was to put him in his own vehicle and make it look like an accident.
Brett drives 10 miles to the edge of the city.
Once Brett found a good pull-off point, he stopped the Jeep. And he rolled the Jeep down the embankment.
Hours later, Kelly's body is discovered. It looks like he's run off the road. But why isn't he behind the wheel?
The evidence at the crash did not indicate that it would have been hard enough to have thrown him into the back seat.
Closer investigation raises more questions.
The blood pattern was all off. There was pooling of blood in the back instead of forward momentum on blood.
Police already suspect foul play when they call on Shane to inform her Kelly is dead.
Did your husband have any enemies?
Kelly had no enemies.
Shane plays the grieving widow. But an officer spots something. The crime lab team arrives with luminol.
Okay, hit the lights.
According to one of the officers, he described it as it lit up like a Christmas tree.
What do you think happened here?
Whatever Shane feels for her rich lover, it vanishes in the police interview.
Brett must have done it.
Why?
She weaves a tale of an insane man who killed her husband to get to her.
He's obsessed with me. I've always found him a little scary.
That's pure narcissism.
Incredibly, Brett takes the fall.
Shane had nothing to do with it. It was between me and Kelly. We got in a fight.
I didn't mean to kill him.
you know, she's ready to throw you under a bus.
She had nothing to do with it.
Brett Ray put on no defense, which I thought was the ultimate act of love, but also the ultimate act of stupidity.
In 1995, Brett Ray is convicted of first-degree murder and gets life in prison.
He had the saddest eyes of any person I've ever seen in court.
Brett's loyalty doesn't save Shane. She, too, gets life for first-degree murder with a minimum of 25 years. Shane Lovera leaves 2 children with no parents and a husband who pays for her greed with his life.
Shane wanted what she wanted, and she wanted it now. And that meant Kelly had to die.
These deadly women wanted money more than love and cashed in their men. Tracy Grissom's greed, lies, and deceit end a good man's life. Jamila Mubarak killed because too much was never enough. And Shane Lovera traded in her husband for a richer prospect. A trail of blood left by women who killed to get rich quick.
Opay. I swear Opay.
They say revenge is best served cold, but some women just can't wait.
Look at me.
What makes a party girl want blood?
Someone was going to pay for what they did to her.
How childhood trauma twists a mother into a monster.
It's a recipe for murder.
Just one murder.
And why acts of kindness are repaid with cruelty.
Fury changed into a murderous rage.
When these deadly women feel they've been wronged, they want one thing: payback.
Hey, what about me?
Ladies prefer douchebags.
On the streets of Waukegan, Illinois, 21-year-old Nadia Palacios is still acting like a wild child.
Nadia dropped out of school, took up with a bad group of kids, and started smoking dope regularly.
Now she's graduated to getting high on harder drugs and dangerous pranks.
Yeah, baby.
She's driving in a car with some friends of hers in a residential area, and she fires off a shotgun.
Neighbors witness the shooting and call 911. Nadia is soon arrested.
She goes to the Waukegan Police Department.
You're in some real trouble, young lady.
We didn't hurt anyone.
She talks about what she thinks she's there for, which is this shooting off a shotgun in a residential area.
There's nothing funny about firing a gun in the street.
She felt, okay, I'm in trouble here.
Look, if you help me, I'll help you.
What can I do to get myself out of trouble?
Nadia wants to make a deal with the police, and she has a story to tell.
I know about a murder.
Let me tell you a little bit about what I know happened. Let me tell you a little bit about a murder that I heard about.
12 months earlier, in 2011, Nadia's home is a hub of drug activity, thanks to her boyfriend, 23-year-old Roberto Guzman.
Roberto Guzman was a large quantity drug dealer.
Customers come and go.
Roberto Guzman just would do anything for his business, which is selling drugs. But here's the problem. A known drug dealer in town is also a target.
July 2nd, 2011. Nadia and Roberto are hanging out in his SUV outside his house. Their lives are about to change forever.
Out! Get out of the car! 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 Get out! Get him out! On the ground! On the ground!
And all of a sudden, 3 masked African Americans pull him out of the SUV. They hold him at gunpoint.
Tie her up! Tie her up! Where are the rims? I don't know. Where are the rims, Roberto?
The armed men know Roberto has cash and drugs.
Be quiet. Tell me where they are.
These masked men, they want to know what? Where the money and where the drugs are.
Tell me where it is. No.
They're saying, tell us, or you know what? You're going to enter hell.
Into the house. Get out.
Roberto refuses to talk. The men know how to break him.
This is where the real nasty stuff takes place.
Where are they? Huh? Tell me right there. Don't move.
One of these individuals took down her pants, took down her underwear, and penetrated her vagina with a butter knife.
Roberto, we don't play here. We don't play games here, Roberto. Hey, she has nothing to do.
She's being sexually assaulted while her boyfriend Roberto was made to watch.
We could call it something else here. For Nadia, at least. Hell.
I don't know what you're talking about.
One can only imagine what that did to Nadia.
Hey, she's got nothing to do with it. I'll take it on money.
Roberto gives in to their demands. And Nadia is released.
Your lucky day.
One of them was holding me against the wall, and
she goes straight to the police to report the sexual assault.
Anyone who is put through that trauma would be distraught, devastated from what happened to her.
And then the other one grabbed a knife.
They did all they could to investigate a very serious sexual assault of Nadia Palacios.
I'd like you to go with the nurse. Just take a few tests.
They took it very seriously. How can we solve this crime?
But within 24 hours, Nadia stops cooperating with the police.
She quit returning their phone calls. They apparently weren't going fast enough for Nadia Palacios.
Nadia's not interested in the justice system. She wants revenge, street style.
If the police had solved it, they would have arrested people, and those people would have gone to jail and then prison, making it very difficult for Roberto and Nadia to get to them.
If they find the guy, he's gonna pay. So, how does Nadia finger him? Remember, he's wearing a mask. How can she be sure it's him?
Roberto thinks it's someone they know.
Hey, Roberto there?
Roberto Guzman believed that it may have been David Campbell.
27-year-old David is the only African-American to come to their house.
Dog called me baby girl.
She recognized him as possibly the perpetrator of the sexual assault by his voice.
And his smell, he smelled like Dar.
By a scent that he had.
She had talked about the way the individual talked to her.
How we doing? They are. All right, yeah? All right, baby girl. Okay. Baby girl. Tell us. You ready?
The way that he used the phrase baby girl.
Baby girl?
And there's one more clue that condemns David. He wears the same sneakers as the rapist.
And so that's kind of how they landed on David Campbell.
Roberto planted the seed that it might have been him that had raped her. That's all she needed to hear.
I got a job for you.
So Nadia and her boyfriend devise a plan out of Pulp Fiction, really.
In Waukegan, Illinois,
Call me baby girl.
Nadia Palacios has been sexually assaulted. She and her boyfriend, Roberto Guzman,
He's wearing the same sneakers as that guy, too.
think they know who the attacker is, and they want revenge. On July 5th, 2011, David Campbell is lured to an auto shop on the promise of a drug deal. He brings a friend with him.
They're just through here. Follow me.
Thanks, baby girl.
The two men are walking into a trap.
Nadia locked the door behind them and told them to go to the office inside the body shop.
Waiting inside are Roberto and Nadia's muscle, 23-year-old Eric Castillo and Jose Horta, 18. Nadia wants a full confession.
What are you doing? You remember this girl?
Look at me.
What are you doing? What are you talking about, man?
I know it was you, okay?
Girl, I didn't do it. You recognize this girl?
And what is he saying? I'm not that guy. I did not rape her.
We know it was you, so just admit!
Oh, please, Roberto, man, I didn't do anything, man, please.
He's pleading with them. Please believe me. Please.
Eric Castillo takes a hammer from the table, hits him in the head with the hammer, and says, "Now do you remember?"
Do you remember now?
When he was unable to still answer, they decided to further the interrogation by placing plastic bags over his head.
Now it's not answers Nadia wants. It's payback.
She gets a blowtorch. A blowtorch. And she decides, I'm gonna torture him for what he did to me.
And she applies the blowtorch 3 times on one thigh, then at the base of his penis, the tip of his penis, and then down the other thigh 3 more times.
What in the world was in her heart and in her mind to make her do that to begin with?
For Nadia, justice is served. David dies of his injuries. They dump his body in a pond. It's discovered the next day.
I thought I was dreaming. I never in a million years would I have ever believed something like this would have happened to him.
David's sister, Michelle, had no idea her little brother was involved in the seedy drug world.
I'm a Christian, and I'm a very strong Christian, so he didn't bring that kind of information to me because he didn't want to hear my mouth.
A homicide investigation begins. But there is no murder scene or telltale forensics.
They have no leads. I mean, it appears to be one of these drug-related type of deaths.
The case remains unsolved for a year. Until Nadia shoots up a street and tries to do a deal with the police.
Go on.
Roberto told me about a murder.
Who's Roberto?
I told you, my ex-boyfriend.
She claims to have been told about David's murder, but the police think otherwise.
I think you know about the murder because you were there.
The police officers did catch her in a lot of lies, and they had to slowly peel back the truth of the story.
It wasn't just me. Roberto was there, and Jose and Eric.
She just blurted out. She just gave up everybody. She told him what happened, who it happened to. She just gave up everybody.
But Da deserved it.
Nadia doesn't see herself as a killer, but as an avenging angel.
She thought she had killed her rapist, and she wanted the police to know that she took care of business.
But Nadia is in for a big shock. She's murdered an innocent man.
Police say that there's no evidence whatsoever that he was involved in the rape of Nadia.
We know it was you, so just admit it!
They picked the wrong guy. To his last breath, he denied it and said it wasn't him, but they didn't listen and they killed him anyway.
Nadia's real rapist has never been identified. In 2014, her cohorts, Jose Horta, Eric Castillo, and Roberto Guzman, are convicted of first-degree murder.
They beat him and tortured him and put bags over his head and suffocated him, took his life for no reason whatsoever.
Nadia Palacios is found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to 40 years behind bars.
Nadia was just looking for someone to punish for what was done to her. There's absolutely no way she could tell for sure by a guy's sneakers, by the way he says baby girl, and by the way he smells. Are you gonna take someone's life based on those three things?
Nadia's pain clouded her judgment. She played judge and jury and sentenced the wrong man to death.
I've worked with a lot of rape victims. Not a single one of them ever verbalized wanting to torture their offender to death. But that's what Nadia did.
Some women project a tough facade.
She wanted the world to know that no one could mess with her.
For others, it's not a front.
She had so much pent-up rage.
And when the volcano blows,
it's a recipe for murder.
(1999) Mexico City. 40-year-old Juana Barraza is a single mom with her hands full.
Now we clean your shoes.
Having just one child as a single mother is difficult enough. She had 4.
Always unlucky in love, Juana's 4 children, aged 21 to 6, have multiple fathers.
She worked very hard to take care of her children and provide a stable environment for them.
Juana worked as a street vendor. She sold gelatin and socks, that kind of thing.
She was really struggling to provide something for her children. And if you really work hard, you can make something of yourself.
Madre, I'm going out.
No, but I need your help on the street.
Can I help you later?
But in the 1990s, the streets are more dangerous than usual. A serial killer is targeting women. Mexico City is gripped by fear.
They feared for their loved ones, they feared for grandma.
It was quite clear this person had a grudge against women of a certain age.
Dubbed La Mata Viejitas, the old lady killer, eludes police for years.
The police believed they were looking for a man, perhaps a man dressed as a woman, someone very big and strong that was killing these people.
Juana lives in the area where the killer strikes. But she's a strong woman.
She could do 220 pounds for 10 reps each. That's an enormous amount of weight for upper body for women.
I think as she became more physically fit and stronger, that made her feel more powerful, not just physically, but psychologically.
At night, the devoted mom disappears. Juana morphs into a star of the wrestling ring, known as the Silent Lady.
A conservative woman, not particularly feminine, but when she puts on this pink wrestling costume with the butterfly, it's kind of girly. And I think that appealed to her. And it was a chance to act out.
Ladies, we're gonna have a fair fight. Ready? Ready? Here we go. Uno, dos, tres.
Suddenly, she was somebody. And she knew that she could win. And she could make money for her family at the same time.
Her mask hides more than her identity. She has secrets.
She went to the dark side. She liked being the bad guy. She liked being the tough person, because deep in her heart, she had a lot of anger.
In the late 1990s, Juana Barraza is one of Mexico's heroes, at least in the wrestling ring, where she's known as the Silent Lady. But her fans have no idea of her deep secret, her childhood.
Juana's mother was a very dysfunctional individual. She was a teenage alcoholic and a prostitute.
What do you feel like today?
You know.
Juana's childhood was fraught with abuse and severe neglect by her own mother.
What do I get out of it?
Those 3 beers?
Juana, come here.
When Juana is just 12 years old, her mother sells her to a man, not for money, but for 3 beers.
Her mother gave her away. I'd rather have the 3 beers than my daughter. It was permanent.
Turn around. Okay, go.
He became her abuser. She became his sex slave. And her mother put her in that position.
You're going with him. No! Yes, you are. Come on. You're old enough.
Peddled and abandoned, Juana's childhood slams shut.
You can imagine a person's self-esteem, how they would be totally destroyed as a human being.
For decades, Juana's rage bubbles inside.
Shut up!
Until she decides to get revenge. But there's one problem. Her mother is dead. So she starts taking her anger out on random mother figures.
She's just going to start killing her mother over and over again.
For Juana, it was all about being seen as a tough girl, a tough woman, which is the exact opposite of her childhood. She was weak and small and dominated and abused and neglected.
Juana never feared the old lady killer because she is La Mata Viejitas. Juana hides in plain sight. The police think the killer must be a powerful man because all the victims are strangled.
It's very difficult to strangle someone. For a person to do that, to commit that kind of a crime and use what was at hand, I don't think anyone could fault the police for immediately thinking it was a man.
No one suspects it could be a female wrestler.
It's a perfect storm. When you have someone trained in a ring to attack people, and you transfer that energy into rage, it's a recipe for disaster. It's a recipe for murder.
even with the city on high alert.
I'm a community nurse working in the area. I was wondering if I could talk to you.
Innocent-looking Juana is invited into homes.
She would have posed as a nurse or as a welfare worker. She showed care and concern for them.
I'm visiting the elderly in the area.
She looked so conservative that there was no reason for anyone to suspect her.
For one, this was low-hanging fruit. These were easy targets.
She used some wrestling moves on the woman, and then she strangled her.
There are material rewards, but this is about something more. Payback.
Juana robbed all of her victims, but she didn't have to kill them. She did that because she liked it.
Her reign of terror only comes to an end on January 25th, 2005. Juana follows 82-year-old Ana Maria de los Reyes home from the market.
Juana asked her if she could come in and have a glass of water.
Turning your back on Juana is inviting disaster.
Juana, again, strangled her. She strangled her with a stethoscope.
Juana got two things out of her crimes. Number one, a few dollars. Number two, the thrill of killing a little old lady. She was punishing all those women for the sins of her mother.
But this time, Juana slips up.
Unfortunately for her, she chose her victim not realizing that there was a boarder living in the house. And the boarder came in at the last minute and saw her leaving.
So he ran after he started shouting for the police.
Juana is finally caught, just like one of her wrestling victims. With her secret now exposed, the silent lady is happy to talk.
She couldn't wait to tell the crowd that she was responsible, that she was the one who had been killing little old ladies. She was proud of it.
One of Mexico's most infamous serial killers is finally unmasked. In March 2008, Juana Barraza is convicted of 11 homicides. But how many old women she actually killed is still being debated.
Maybe you need some help. Not in the house, I can help you.
There's quite a variation in how many victims Juana actually did have. Anywhere from 10 to 16, and some even say up to 40, between the ages of 64 and 82.
I think she got away with a lot of murders that she was never held responsible for.
Juana is sentenced to 759 years in prison.
She'll never be released because no politician will ever want to be connected to the woman who was a serial killer and been released back into the population, no matter what age she is.
Juana still blames her abusive mother for her actions.
I think that was Juana's way of saying, look, I did a bad thing, but it's not all my fault. These other people have responsibility for it too.
Juana wore a mask that hid her true nature.
Which one was the real Juana? All of them.
Next, they say keep your friends close.
He was hell-bent on trying to improve their life.
And your enemies closer.
Anyone that got between these women was going to be in trouble.
But what if they're one and the same?
They turned on him viciously and violently.
When Australian truck driver, 52-year-old John Lillicrap, isn't hauling cargo, he's working in his garden.
One of the greatest joys in his life was his home, his own little patch of heaven, and particularly the strawberry patch out the back.
John wants to teach 31-year-old Donna Casagrande all he knows. The two aren't related, but John thinks of Donna as family.
He would call Donna his daughter to his neighbours and friends.
He saw her as someone that needed rescuing, someone that he could help.
The pair met in very different circumstances.
You like to party?
I believe not long after she left school, she got involved in prostitution and drugs.
Donna was a working girl in the back alleys of Sydney. Until one night, she ran into trouble.
Just one. You heard her? I'm serious.
John rescues Donna from a violent client.
I'm in the mood.
Neither am I. I think it's best you head on home. Why don't you come with me?
He was a very generous man. He liked to help people. It was in his nature to offer help and assistance to anyone that needed it, especially the downtrodden and the unlucky.
John is not just the hero of the moment. He offers Donna a new life in Adelaide, 850 miles away.
He saw something in her that was worthy of redemption. He thought if he took her away from prostitution, from the drug scene with which she was tied up, she would have a chance to detox, get her head on straight, and sort her life out.
In Adelaide, John and Donna become close enough for John to reveal his true self. Joanne.
If you were a true, deep bosom buddy with Joanne, you would see Joanne as he really was. Wig, dress, garters, the works.
And here he is living in the suburbs, dressing as a woman, living as a woman. That takes guts.
Hey, Donna. What do you reckon?
Not bad for a truckie. Wow. Wow, it's not really my style, but yeah, it's okay on you.
Donna didn't bat an eye when he came out wearing a wig, wearing a dress. It was complete acceptance, and that's what he wanted.
Donna's new life is a world away from the streets of Sydney until she hooks up with a new friend, Nicole McGuinness.
He was so drunk, he didn't even realize he'd already paid me.
What a douche.
She'd had a very rough life. She had also suffered abuse at the hands of family members.
I need all the money I can get so I can get out of this dump.
When are you coming with us?
What, with the shoe man?
Well, Joanne's all right.
Yeah. She may wear dresses, but she's still a man.
She had suffered violence at the hands of partners, and she had made her way through the ranks of the prostitution underworld.
Oh. This is Nicole.
Donna suggested to Joanne that he open his home up to a friend of hers who could also benefit from rehabilitation.
You can move in, but I will not tolerate drugs in my home.
Kind-hearted Joanne agrees, but doesn't want Donna to slip back into drugs.
You let me hold your money, and I'll give it to you as you need it.
They were receiving welfare benefits, and so he would have them come into an account that he had the sole PIN number to. So if either woman wanted to access money, Joanne was controlling how much they were getting and why.
There you go. And Donna. To us.
Yes.
He thought that if he was open and honest, people would be open and honest with him.
But Joanne is heading for disappointment. Thanks to Nicole, Donna is back on smack and desperate for a way to pay for it.
Joanne did not understand how desperate heroin junkies can be to get their next fix.
Hey. We'll get hundreds for this.
He had reported to friends that he believed they were stealing some of his possessions from his unit.
Donna! Donna, come in here!
Joanne became aware that the women were stealing from him.
Where's my ring and my camera?
I don't know.
You know where they are. You're unbelievable. After all I've done for you, you're stealing from me.
Buy some new stuff.
Unbelievable.
That should have been it. But his heart was too big.
In Adelaide, Australia, November 2001, 2 women betray the kind stranger who took them in. Donna Casagrande and Nicole McGuinness are stealing to buy drugs from the one person who wanted to help them, John Lillicrap.
I think he was hell-bent on trying to get them off drugs to improve their life, and he was just battling on with it.
John likes to be known as Joanne.
Anyone that got between these women and their next fix was going to be in trouble.
Joanne refuses to give up on her friends, but she wants her possessions back.
Joanne filed a police report saying that her camera had been stolen, hoping that perhaps it would turn up in a pawn shop and come back.
See? He's gone to the cops.
That sets off alarm bells for the 2 women.
I don't want to go to prison.
Donna and Nicole began to think that Joanne was going to turn them into the police.
Just keep cooking. We'll sort something out.
They were worried about being arrested. They were worried about being jailed. And they were prepared to do anything to stop that from happening.
Donna and Nicole want to get out fast, but there's one big problem. Joanne has their money.
Joanne thought he was doing the right thing by keeping the girls' money, but it wasn't the right thing. Not for a junkie.
Wow. Wasn't expecting this.
Only Joanne knows the account PIN.
They knew that they couldn't overpower Joanne. He was a very big man. So they came up with the idea they'd cook him tea that night and they'd put some sedatives into his meal. Joanne started to become drowsy because of the drugs he had consumed with his meal.
Here were 2 people that he had decided to share his life with, 2 people that he trusted, 2 people that he had opened his deepest secrets to. And for want of money, they turned on him viciously and violently.
Just give us the pin!
Armed with a knife, the women demand the PIN, and Joanne finally capitulates.
It's 8-9-8-7. Get it right.
Donna heads to the bank. But there's a hitch.
Joanne gave the women the wrong PIN number. Maybe it was deliberate, but it also could be because he was physically traumatized at that point and didn't remember the number.
Liar! He gave us the wrong number. Why would you do that?
In either case, it didn't make things any better.
When the women couldn't obtain the cash, they went into a murderous rage. They stabbed him multiple times, once in the heart, 4 times in the abdomen. The stab wound to the heart was the mortal wound. This fatal stab wound caused his death from massive blood loss. They took all of their rage and fear and drug addiction out on Joanne.
Donna and Nicole were so far gone and out of control. I think even if the women had got their money, they still would have killed Joanne.
It gets worse. They have no money. But they do have a body.
They tried to place him in the back of his four-wheel drive vehicle, but because of the sheer size of him and the dead weight, they couldn't lift him off the ground.
The only way they were ever going to move this body was in pieces. So, Joanne's body was beheaded and dismembered.
Come on! Wrap them in plastic!
His head was placed in a bucket. They took his arms off. They took both the legs off.
In the ultimate insult to this gentle man who had already sustained so much, they took his belly fat and spread it amongst his prized strawberries. An ultimate desecration for someone that had simply tried to help them, had simply wanted to make them better people.
The women scattered Joanne's body parts around the city, then split up.
Both went interstate, both went to different locations, intending to meet up again later.
Their gruesome plan works. Donna moves back to Sydney, and no one suspects a thing. But before long, she's back to her old ways, and her drug addiction administers its own strange justice.
She was ravenous with heroin withdrawal. It was consuming her every thought. She walked herself into the police station and offered to confess to a murder if somebody would give her some methadone.
Chopped him into pieces.
Donna spills everything
It's in a bucket.
and turns on Nicole.
Heroin withdrawal can make somebody crazy. It can make somebody kill. It can even make somebody confess.
In July 2003, Nicole McGinnis, who wielded the knife, is found guilty of murder and sentenced to life. She is eligible for parole in 2019.
I really think they're both as good as each other, but Nicole received the murder conviction simply because she took the life.
Donna Casagrande does a plea deal and receives a lesser sentence. Convicted of manslaughter, she serves 10 years.
I feel that she was fortunate to have her manslaughter plea accepted. It was her actions that led to this crime.
Joanne only wanted to help. Donna and Nicole repaid the kindness with murder.
I'd never thought that women could do this, to sit in the backyard of someone's house and dismember them. I never imagined that a female would do.
Donna and Nicole were very damaged people by the time they met. Together, they were even worse.
These deadly women had a warped sense of justice. Nadia Palacios wreaked revenge on the wrong man. Juana Barraza punished other women for the sins of her mother. Donna Casagrande and Nicole McGuinness murdered the one person who wanted to help them. Innocent lives were lost because of these women's desire for payback. When it comes to committing murder, sometimes it's easier with a friend. Why do lovesick teenagers lose control?
Things got very ugly very fast.
What does a woman do to make a boy kill?
Grown up to be a very handsome man.
She knew he was pliable.
Will you help me?
And when friendship's one-sided,
Anything for you.
it's a dangerous game.
She was ready to take the fall for the whole thing.
These deadly women don't like to act alone. For them, it takes two to kill. Detroit teenager Larkita Collier has strong women to guide her through life.
It's time.
Her 64-year-old grandmother, Bertha Adkins, is a constant companion, while her mom, Sandra, works full-time.
I think the wife did it.
I think the son did it.
The mother worked double shifts. Bertha basically watched the house during the day.
Did you do your homework? Yeah.
Under their watchful eyes, 16-year-old Larkita is thriving.
Larkita Collier was on her way to being a successful person. She was doing very well.
But raising a teen is rarely smooth sailing.
What are you trying to do, knock me off my game?
I thought you might like it up close and personal.
Especially when they fall in love.
Maybe.
They met, it seems, at the very beginning of their freshman year in high school.
When Larkita meets 17-year-old classmate Sharon Patterson, things begin to change.
Larkita believed Sharon was the love of her life. They loved each other as much as teenagers can say that they love each other when they're 16.
But Larkita doesn't share her joy with her family. She sneaks Sharon into her home and her bed.
Sharon would sneak in and hide in Larkita's bedroom, and no one else in the household would know at first that she was there.
Sharon has no home of her own. She's been couch surfing for months.
She really didn't have a stable residence. Sharon would often spend up to a couple days in a row at Larkita's home.
But it's not a secret for long.
Wake up, sleepyhead. Lakita! Get dressed!
Larkita isn't the first young, promising teenager.
No, we have to get up now.
Whose life was derailed because they fell in love and wanted sex.
Now there's friction in the once happy home.
How could she do this?
You just have to tell her she has to go.
Larkita's grandmother strongly disapproved of her having a relationship with another girl like that, and her mother wasn't real happy about it either.
Her mom, Sandra, is at a loss.
How long has this been going on?
A few months.
You're too young.
Telling a teenager in love they have to break up with someone or get out is very risky business. You could end up losing your kid.
Sandra compromises, but with strict conditions.
Okay, she can visit, but she can't stay.
No more sleepovers and no unsupervised visits.
She's not welcome in this house if I'm not home.
Sandra was open-minded enough that although she didn't approve of it, she wasn't really fond of Sharon, she was going to allow it to happen.
But the two teenagers walk a fine line.
It's dirty.
Sharon was a bad influence.
In there.
Okay.
There. Oh, I'm coming. Okay, great. I'm coming about it. All right.
She had no home life, no supervision. She was like a wild animal.
Oh my God.
She didn't respect anyone, and that included Larkita's family members.
Soon, Sandra feels like she's losing her daughter.
Lakita!
She's pushed to her breaking point.
Clean it up.
We'll do it later.
Do it now.
Make us.
She didn't like Sharon as a person. She didn't like her attitude. She didn't like the way that she behaved at her home.
She is out of here.
No.
It got to a point where Sharon simply was not allowed in the house.
She's got to go.
Mom!
She has got to go.
You'll never keep us apart, old woman.
She was an unpleasant, angry young woman. Nobody would have wanted her around.
Lakita.
The fact that Sharon would not give an inch, and it was becoming a huge bone of contention.
Now, the teenagers totally rebel.
She wasn't allowed in the home, but Larkita didn't even respect that.
Grandmother Bertha had heard some noise, so she went down to see what was going on.
64-year-old Bertha Atkins is shocked.
You have to leave.
Lakita wants me here.
Lakita, you know the rules.
Any grandparent would be upset finding their grandchild having sex.
If you ain't out of here in 5 minutes, I'm calling the police.
It's none of your business.
To Bertha, that would have been an unspeakable violation.
That was more than she could take. She gave Sharon 5 minutes to get out of the house, or she was going to call the police.
Leave us alone.
I am warning you.
Okay, she'll leave.
But Larkita wants to be with her love, no matter the cost.
Why won't she leave us alone? She never will.
With teenagers in love, every action is life and death. And in this case, it really was.
17-year-old Sharon Patterson
You have to leave.
is forbidden to visit her girlfriend, Larkita Collier. But it doesn't stop her. They decide there is only one way to settle this for good.
The girls were in love. Everything was life and death at their age. They had poor impulse control.
They were young, and they were in love. And they were very immature, and they were extremely irrational.
Bertha had to go. It was a stupid idea, but it felt right at the time.
All the pent-up frustration boiled over. And things got very ugly very fast.
There was no thinking beyond the anger that sort of consumed them in the moment.
On that day, September 17th, 2003, Sharon and Larkita ambush her grandmother.
It was very personal and very brutal.
But to realize that the granddaughter
I told you I was gonna call the police.
that she had loved and cherished for so many years, that girl was one of her attackers?
The pain would have been excruciating. She would have felt the first blow, the second and the third, maybe even the fourth, until thankfully, she became unconscious.
Larkita sacrifices her grandmother for a teenage love affair.
Larkita did not have a criminal past, and there was no history of violence. It's not uncommon when teenagers kill that it is the first time they were ever involved in any violent activity.
Her grandmother is dealt with, but now Larkita has another problem.
She realized that her mother would be home from work soon, and there was blood everywhere, and the grandmother is dead.
Teenagers are famous for not thinking things through, but Larkita brought it to a whole new level.
Larkita went down and got the gasoline can that's in her house. She came back upstairs. She poured the gasoline on her own grandmother.
I think it was their intent to just make it seem like there was an accidental fire. This was their sort of 2-minute version of how do we get out of a murder.
With the house on fire, the girls leave. They catch a movie. A horror movie.
How do you do that? How are you so callous?
It's not something that you would expect someone after the act that they just committed to go see and casually go see like nothing has ever happened.
But the celebrations are premature. Before the credits roll, they're found out.
One of the neighbors that saw both of them shut the door and casually walk down the street.
When they set Grandma alight, it sets off an explosion. But the flames don't destroy the evidence.
When they put the fire out, they realized that at the core of the flames, there was a dead woman. And it wasn't an accidental fire death, because she had a hammer embedded in her skull.
As the last people to leave the house, the girls are brought in for questioning, and their precious bond disappears.
They turned on each other, they blamed each other, and so when the pressure of the situation hit them, they both turned on each other immediately.
Sharon blamed Larkita. Larkita blamed Sharon. This is proof there's no honor among thieves, and especially among murderers.
In March 2004, Larkita Collier is convicted of first-degree murder and arson. Sharon Patterson is convicted of first-degree murder. Both are sentenced to life in prison without parole.
Neither of these girls might have ever killed anyone had they not met. But they did meet, and they did kill. Ah, young love.
When a woman has an appetite for money,
Had a spend, spend, spend mentality.
she finds a man
He seemed to develop an infatuation.
who's prepared to pay.
He never knew what hit him.
In the tiny village of West Rainton, England, 55-year-old family man George Button meets a tragic end.
The police were talking about hit and run.
George died in hospital the next day from his brain injuries.
His young wife, 33-year-old Christina, is left to raise their daughter on her own.
What do you think?
George was a real family man. He doted on Christina and their daughter.
Do you think it makes me look chunky?
Looks beautiful. Solid and reliable.
Oh, look at what I got.
George catered to her every whim. And to Christina, image is everything.
Won't you look like a princess?
Wow, £40 for a kid's dress.
What, do you want to look like an orphan?
Christina liked to have all eyes upon her, especially her neighbors.
It's just now we have this huge mortgage.
I'm working too.
That's why they bought the biggest house on the street.
I have standards, George.
No matter how much it costs, George always comes through.
He was obviously completely smitten with Christina and would pretty much do anything she wanted him to.
Not only did they have a house they could ill afford, but Christina was happily spending money on designer clothes and expensive holidays.
She had about 14 store credit cards.
Oh, sorry, madam, your card seems to have declined. Do you have another?
I'll have a look.
And she'd sort of maxed them out.
After 7 years of marriage, Christina spent all of their savings and a lot more.
No, I'm afraid not.
George and Christina were struggling to pay the mortgage, struggling to pay for other essentials that they needed for the family.
Well, see if I have another one. What has my husband been buying?
And all of it was down to Christina, who basically had a spend, spend, spend mentality.
Ah, there you go.
The situation had got really quite dangerous.
Here you go. You have a lovely day now. Thank you.
She was now about £200,000 in debt with her credit cards.
While Christina can't handle her own money, she's paid to look after other people's. She works as a bookkeeper in a local shop.
Christina saw herself as a princess, and she acted like one even when the money was running out. Christina stole $18,000 from her employer.
We're not talking about a few shillings.
Rather than go to the police, the shop owner listens to a desperate plea from her husband.
We really appreciate you talking to us before the police.
All right. Well, that's the next step.
Is there any other way we can sort this out?
If you pay the money back, there's no need for the police to be involved.
He decided not to press charges.
Thank you.
You're lucky to have this man.
But they had to pay the money back, and in that case, they had to remortgage their house.
George just couldn't say no to Christina.
You're a bit expensive. I couldn't resist.
I don't think Christina even liked her husband, George. Christina married George because she was looking for someone she could dominate and control.
Well, girls, how do I look?
George is taking up a second job to buy me something special.
Christina's idea of how to pay the money back,
Okay, better run.
it was to have George get another job, and the best he could do was delivering pizzas in the evening.
He would spend all day working.
Poor George.
And then have to come back and go out again delivering pizzas in the evening. It was quite sad for a man of that age.
I only married him because I felt sorry for him.
Christina doesn't seem to care. George is a gift that keeps on giving.
Christina couldn't resist bragging about her husband's insurance policy and how much he was worth if he ever died.
I guess when he dies, I'll be a merry widow.
At this point, the mathematics became very dangerous for George.
In 2003, Christina Button is in debt. Then a knock on the door brings a possible solution. Her 20-year-old nephew, Simon Tannehill.
He didn't have many friends of his own. He didn't have much going in his life.
Oh, Simon!
Georgie, how are you?
Good to have another man in the house.
Simon's moving in.
Let's get your stuff in.
I better be off to work.
His rent will help pay off their crippling debt.
George, being a sort of naive and fairly honest guy, just saw it as a good way to pay some bills.
So, have you got a girlfriend?
No, not at the moment, no.
Christina takes a keen interest in her nephew.
Grown up to be a very handsome man.
I think Christina let Simon move in because she knew he was pliable.
Well, you and I are actually closer in age.
Oh, really?
He could be useful and he could help her with her plan.
Within weeks, the aunt and nephew relationship takes an unusual turn.
He seemed to have developed an infatuation for Christina.
Just like her husband, Simon falls under Christina's spell.
And she decided to manipulate him and even to give him the impression that she was available to him.
There were sexual texts sent between them. There's no evidence that they had sex, but it was clearly going beyond the boundaries of what a relationship should be between an aunt and a nephew.
For Simon, the sexual tension is all-consuming.
Who's been a cheeky boy?
I am.
Simon was a typical young man in his 20s, and here he's having sexual banter with a 32-year-old woman.
There is one way he can have Christina all to himself. If George is out of the picture.
She told infatuated Simon about her plan to murder George in order to get the money from his life insurance.
The pair case a potential spot for George's unfortunate accident.
Something bewitched him, and he became prepared to commit the ultimate crime for her.
And amazingly, Simon, went for it. Perhaps because he was so besotted with her, he agreed to do it.
On the night of March 3rd, 2003, they are ready to execute their plan, taking advantage of George's daily ritual.
Christina had it all planned in great detail.
I'm delighted for a walk, man.
George set off at about 7 to take their dog Laddie for a walk, just as he always did.
West Raynton's country roads are lightly traveled, so Simon's car won't be seen.
Simon knew what route George would take with the dog, so he parked his car in the dark and waited.
Christina was close by. She was just standing in the woods nearby, watching.
Simon then walked up behind George and hit him repeatedly over the head with a blunt instrument.
George was beaten severely about the head and neck. He never knew what hit him.
Christina witnesses every blow.
She wanted to watch. I think she wanted to make sure Simon did the deed.
She is counting on it looking like a hit and run.
Christina left her husband, someone who cared for her and helped her get out of trouble whenever he could help. She left him to die alone in the dark.
George is found by a passing motorist and rushed to the hospital, but dies the next day.
We think it may have been a hit and run, ma'am.
Christina put on a sort of Oscar-winning acting performance. She played the part of the grieving widow.
She left roses and a note where he was killed. I love you, I love you. But she left out a word. What she should have written, I love you dead.
We're very sorry for your loss. You're right, ma'am.
Christina thinks she's committed the perfect murder without getting blood on her hands.
At first, police thought George had died in a hit-and-run accident, but then they saw the blows in the back of his head.
The injuries are not from a vehicle. They are from a blunt instrument. And Christina's woeful financial situation comes to the surface.
And they begin to sort of paint a picture of a woman who'd got into a lot of debt and had a large life insurance policy on her husband, so they put two and two together.
Then the police discover the sexting between Christina and her young nephew. He becomes a person of interest.
The police then found traces of George's blood in Simon's car.
The perfect crime is really a sloppy killing. In December 2003, Simon Tannehill is convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison.
Simon meant nothing to her other than he could wield a weapon. Christina was in it for the money.
Although she didn't wield the weapon, Christina Button is also found guilty of murder and sentenced to life with a minimum of 14 years.
What do you think?
George was one of the good guys. No matter how much trouble Christina got herself into, he would do anything for her. But that still wasn't enough for Christina.
Christina is a dangerous, dangerous woman.
Next, on a remote Missouri farm, in the dead of night, a tragic shooting.
He'd been shot in the face, and he hit the floor, dead.
Novinger, Missouri, March 23rd, 2006. The body of 43-year-old Melvin Greisbauer is found by his wife Elaine and family friend Catherine Mock.
Catherine Mock calls in at 911, saying that they thought maybe he committed suicide. He'd been in the military. I think there were some claims of PTSD.
Military man Melvin recently returned home from a stressful year of duty in the Middle East.
Suicide. It was becoming too commonplace with Iraqi vets.
He had made, suicidal thoughts in the past.
But it is one of the strangest suicides investigators have ever seen.
Right off the bat and this is kind of weird, but his body fell like he was on a crucifix. His arms were wide open, and he was just, looking up at the sky.
The strangest thing of all is his gun.
Final clue was it was loaded and ready to go again.
Last time I checked, a dead person would be very unable to reload or cock a weapon.
The police find gloves and a mask hidden near the barn.
The crime lab examined the mask real quick. They found saliva on it, and we were able to get DNA off it.
The DNA belongs to family friend Catherine Mock. She is charged with first-degree murder.
She went silent and was silent for a long time.
2.5 years earlier, 49-year-old Elaine and Melvin are happy newlyweds.
Let me.
After 3 divorces, Elaine thinks she's finally found Mr. Right, and he loves life on her farm.
She owned a big farm that had been in the family for generations.
I can't believe you're going away so soon.
But no sooner do they tie the knot than duty calls.
We haven't even had a real honeymoon.
There'll be plenty of time for it when I get back. I promise.
Elaine is worried.
Yeah, but what happens if you get hurt or killed?
But Melvin is prepared for the worst.
Melvin wanted to make sure that if he was killed in Iraq, that there would be enough life insurance to take care of Elaine.
Besides, if anything should happen, the Army will look after you.
He had a $600,000 life insurance policy on him.
While Melvin is serving his country, he entrusts Elaine to take care of his beloved dogs.
You look after them while I'm gone?
Yeah, like they're our children.
He was a dog breeder, and that's how they met.
While Melvin is away, Elaine befriends fellow breeder, Catherine Mock.
Oh, they're so beautiful. That one has perfect shape. I'm sure he'll make a show dog.
Catherine kind of even held Elaine on a pedestal, really.
I was hoping you'd help me sell some.
I'd love to.
Catherine looked up to her, because here was a woman who had this big farm and bred dogs and looked like a success.
But looks can be deceiving.
Hey, stranger.
Elaine is no businesswoman.
But they were struggling, you know, kind of paycheck to paycheck.
I missed you.
By the time Melvin comes home, the couple is almost bankrupt. To save her farm, Elaine needs to refinance, and she wants Melvin to add his name to her loan application.
Banks are much more likely to give a mortgage to a couple than to one person. Elaine knew that.
I'll be honest. I'm not happy about this.
Melvin's not so sure.
But it's the only way I can save my farm.
That's my point. It's your farm. My debt.
Melvin was not happy with signing this paperwork because it was putting him on the farm, it was putting him on a debt on a farm that he didn't own.
Everything I have is yours.
There's more than financial strain on this marriage. When Catherine comes to stay for a weekend,
Catherine,
Elaine reveals a terrible secret.
can I confide in you? Of course.
She told her that her husband abused her.
Since he's got back, he's been beating me.
Oh, Elaine. Melvin treated me badly. He hurt me. Catherine, she was very angry that Melvin would abuse her physically.
Elaine feels trapped, but fears a divorce will cost her everything.
He'll take the farm away from me, and it's been in my family for generations and generations.
Will you help me?
The claims of abuse are a lie.
Anything for you.
But naive Catherine believes Elaine and is ready to help.
She said yes, because she saw Elaine as a victim. Of course she'd help her.
For Elaine, Catherine was weak and pliable, and she really liked that.
In Novinger, Missouri, on March 23, 2006, Melvin Greisbauer and his wife, Elaine Young, have a house guest, 52-year-old Catherine Mock.
I'll head out and leave you two to it.
Every night after dinner, Melvin makes his round trip of the farm.
Melvin went out to the first barn to check on his dogs, make sure they were okay.
Tonight, the two women plan to join him.
Melvin was a marked man.
Elaine insists Catherine dons a mask and gloves.
Elaine just kind of had control over her.
It took Elaine approximately a year to manipulate Catherine into the position where she wanted her.
When Melvin approaches the horse barn, the women are shadows in the dark.
They just hid in that horse barn because Elaine knew that when he came out to get to the horses, he would be standing right there in front of that door. And that's when he was shot.
Suddenly, everything ended for him. There was probably nothing more than a flash of pain before his body tumbled to the ground. He didn't know what hit him.
But it's not Catherine who pulls the trigger. It's Elaine.
The moment he married Elaine, that was the day he signed his own death warrant.
And Melvin's not the only one in Elaine's sights.
What have we done? Hold it together, Catherine.
She told Catherine, listen, I got what you need to keep you from going to jail.
Now, you need to take all of these
You understand?
She hands her 100 hydrocodone pills.
They'll calm you down.
Overdosing on that drug only takes 18, and she gave her 100 and told her to take them right away.
Catherine is being set up for a murder-suicide.
She was trying to make her accidentally kill herself. She was getting rid of the last living witness.
Miraculously, Catherine survives the overdose. But she keeps her mouth shut.
Catherine was very intimidated. I think that she felt that Elaine had this power over her, or that if she spoke on Elaine, that something could possibly happen to her.
When police charge Catherine with murder, they have no idea what's really happened. And she's still not talking. As the investigation continues, the evidence is mounting. Not against Catherine, but against Melvin's grieving widow.
There were two $200,000 policies on his life, adding up to about $1.1 million upon his death.
It's Elaine, not her friend, who stands to benefit from Melvin's death.
I wish she was dead.
And then a farmhand comes forward with an explosive allegation.
She told her hand on the farm, listen, I'll make a deal with you. You kill my husband, I'll give you $10,000 and I'll kill your wife. And it'll look like an accident. No one will ever know.
Some close to Elaine suspect she is capable of murder.
Hi, Mom.
Mom died kind of suspiciously.
Elaine may have killed her own mother.
What have you got there then?
Oh, just a form.
What form?
The farm, so it's passed on to me.
Well, what about your brother and your sister? You can't.
No, I deserve it.
When her elderly mother was in the hospital,
Mom,
Elaine visits her.
sign it.
She insisted her mom change her will.
This nurse had wrote that Elaine's mother, when Elaine left, said,
I just signed my death warrant.
Within months, her mother is dead.
That tells me Elaine coerced her mother into doing that, and her mother knew she was probably going to die.
It becomes clear to police Melvin's murder isn't all Catherine's work. Finally, after 2 years behind bars, she turns on Elaine.
What I really take from this investigation is the power that people can have over others. Sometimes it's just scary.
In 2012, both women are found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder for hire. Elaine's patsy, Catherine Mock, receives 2 concurrent life sentences.
People say she didn't have a mean bone in her body, but whatever it was, Elaine had that control over her that could control her and manipulate her to do something like that. It's kind of crazy, really.
Elaine Young also receives 2 life sentences.
Elaine thought she was smarter and more cunning than anyone else. But Elaine is spending the rest of her life in prison. Prison is full of smart and cunning psychopaths.
These deadly women liked a companion when they killed. Sharon Patterson and Larkita Collier sacrificed her grandmother in the name of love. Christina Button used her adoring nephew for murderous gain. And Elaine Young manipulated Catherine Mock into taking a life. When murder was on their minds, they partnered up. For them, it took 2 to kill. Some women are quick to ask for a helping hand. They like others to do their dirty work. How does a cheating wife's desire for adventure end?
Welcome home.
Somebody is always going to be left out, going to be hurt.
Do it!
You calm down.
Why sharing boyfriends is a dangerous game.
This is the most complex and tangled web that I've ever faced.
And what drives an old-time seductress
Don't be shy.
to kill?
She wanted to be free, and this was how to do it.
These deadly women ask a cold-hearted question. Will you murder for me? Not many teens are bold enough to travel cross-country on a whim. But 18-year-old Monique Wheeler is different.
Monique was outgoing, loved being the center of attention.
For Monique, every day has to be a new adventure. In 1999, it's a romantic rendezvous she arranges online.
You're really here. Of course.
She went from the East Coast to the West Coast to be with a woman that she'd only known for a couple of weeks. Very impulsive, very high risk.
Monique had plenty of boyfriends. Now she wants something different.
You know, I've never been with a girl before. Serious?
Monique wasn't sure what she wanted in a relationship or in a person. She thought she might be bisexual.
My little lesbian virgin.
Although she'd never had a lesbian affair.
Within months, she wants more. She wants a wedding.
They had a commitment ceremony in California. Monique dressed as the bride.
You may kiss your bride.
But just months after tying the knot, Monique is already looking for new excitement.
Hardly champagne, but congratulations.
And finds it in Paul Berkeley.
Paul was your all-American guy. He was a soldier. He was a man's man.
Paul, where's your bathroom?
Just down the hall.
Just as quickly as Monique walked down the aisle, she walks into Paul's arms.
Monique ended up going back to Paul's and having a relationship with him.
Is this what you like?
Oh, yeah.
She was a young woman who made very impulsive decisions, especially when it came to her love life.
Soon, she wants to swap her wife for a husband.
What about your wife?
I guess I'll just have to tell her that I met someone else.
Monique had a very romanticized idea of relationships that was very childish.
For Monique, a relationship isn't good enough. It has to be marriage.
Okay.
She marries Paul, and they move to Raleigh, North Carolina, where he has a ready-made family.
Guys!
Paul, he'd been married and he had 2 teenage children.
Pancakes are ready.
He introduced her,
Becky.
and they liked her. They thought she was a stable influence on their father.
These are really good, Monique.
For 4 years, Monique is happy to play the part of devoted wife and mother. But in 2005, duty calls.
understand. Well, that is what I signed up for. I'm off to the Middle East.
No, you can't.
He was a naval reservist, so when he was called to the Middle East, he had a tour of duty over there, and he had to leave his family behind.
What am I meant to do without you?
She didn't handle it well. She was very upset.
But not for long. At 26, Monique has a lot in common with her stepchildren and their friends.
She started to hang out with her stepchildren's friends. A lot of them were 8 years younger than she was.
Ready? Okay.
Monique not only wanted to hang out with her stepchildren and their teenage friends, she wanted to be a teenager with them.
And she wants a new thrill. A teenage romance. "18-year-old Andrew Canty can't believe his luck.
Monique was an adult, age-wise. Monique was really probably no more mature than Andrew.
In typical Monique style, she goes all out and moves Andrew into the family home. But the party doesn't last long.
I'm home for Christmas. That's amazing. How long for?
So in December, Paul tells Monique he is getting a 2-week leave and he's coming home. And so all of a sudden, Monique has a big problem.
Hey, we're gonna miss the movie.
Shh, not now.
Who's that?
Just one of the kids' friends.
She has to get Andrew Canty out of the house.
I'll talk to you later. Bye.
You okay?
Did you hear that?
Yeah. What are we gonna do?
Again, Monique has to choose between the new and the old. And that means one thing.
So Monique starts doing online research.
I found it.
About the life insurance policy that Paul has taken out. She is the beneficiary, and she discovers it's worth $400,000.
It's a lot of money.
Enough money for a new life.
The lady wanted money.
December 18th, 2005. Navy reservist Paul Berkeley arrives home from the Middle East.
Welcome home.
He's eager to get reacquainted with his young wife, Monique.
You have to wait. I have a romantic evening planned for us.
She promises her husband a romantic interlude. She says, let's go to dinner, let's go see a movie, and then we'll go to the park together, just me and you.
What are you up to?
You'll have to wait and see. Now go get ready. Go get ready.
So she packs a picnic basket, and in it, she's got wine, candles, blankets, strawberries, and condoms.
It's an odd date. A moonlight picnic in the middle of winter.
Paul apparently wanted to be with Monique under any circumstances because the situation she created was not exactly desirable. But he went.
Paul was shot point blank in the back of the head with a .45 caliber semi-automatic pistol. This was a surprise attack. It was an ambush.
Monique turns her young lover, Andrew Canty, into an assassin.
Okay, I'm ready.
They wanted to make it look like that Monique was also a victim.
Do it!
So Andrew shoots her one time at point-blank range in her shoulder.
Go! Just go!
Monique was very confident in everything she decided to do, and that included having herself shot.
Monique calls 911 while her husband clings to life.
He was unconscious. The blood was draining into the back of his throat.
I've just been shot, and my husband...
Listening to Monique on the 911 tape tells you the panic in her voice was real. She hadn't anticipated it was going to be this difficult to listen to somebody die.
Okay.
It's very easy to plan a murder. It's very hard to carry one out.
The doctors can't save Paul. The family gathers to say their final farewells. Monique plays the weeping widow, believing her plan has worked perfectly.
Here, she has basically orchestrated her husband's murder, and now she's at his deathbed, holding his hand, while his son is holding the other hand.
It seems Monique has got the money and her boyfriend. There's just one problem. The crime makes no sense.
There's something here that doesn't add up. It doesn't appear to be a random crime, and the most important thing is, what married couple is going to go to a park in the middle of the night when it's cold, dark, and wet?
That is an inconsistency in a story. That part makes you sit up and take notice. Somebody wasn't telling the truth.
Anyone know you were going to the park?
The police have a lot of questions for Monique.
It all happened so fast.
Unfortunately for her, she's been heavily medicated, and that will be her downfall.
Pain medication and sedatives are not truth serum, but they can lower one's inhibitions and anxiety to a point where they feel freer to speak.
Despite all her planning, in her drug-induced haze, Monique confesses everything.
Andrew Canty.
She even rats out her young lover. In 2007, Andrew Canty pleads guilty to first-degree murder and is sentenced to life. Monique Berkeley is also convicted and will spend her life behind bars.
This was a cold-blooded killing. She deserves to be in prison.
Monique's desire for new thrills left a trail of heartbreak and destruction and took the life of a loving man who served his country.
Paul Berkeley survived his deployment in the Middle East without any injury, but he couldn't survive 1 week with his wife, Monique.
When girlfriends swap exes.
You calm down.
This is the most complex and tangled web that I've ever faced.
A fuse is lit.
A resentment began to boil inside her.
And a friendship goes up in flames.
People don't get over betrayal.
Wollongong, on Australia's east coast.
Jeez.
39-year-old Wendy Evans is out on the town with her boyfriend, Scott Field.
Wendy viewed her relationship with Scott Field as the most special relationship. He was the one for her. He was the love of her life.
But things aren't going well.
The relationship wasn't easy.
No.
Scott was very controlling.
Tell me the truth once.
Her colleague, Katie Foreman, witnesses the argument and rushes to Wendy's side.
You calm down.
Are you okay? Yeah. What was that all about? Nothing. He's just being silly. Do you want to get out of here? Let's just go.
31-year-old lawyer Katie gives her sound advice.
Katie advised Wendy to break up with Scott.
I'm staying with you. Excuse me. Can I get a glass of wine?
Yeah, sure.
She told her that he was abusive, that she didn't like him, and that she was better off with someone else.
Coincidentally, within days, Katie's also single. She dumps her boyfriend, Bradley Rawlinson, after a rocky romance.
Sometimes they were close, sometimes they would fall out. It was quite tumultuous right from the start.
Morning.
Now it's Wendy's turn to comfort her.
What's up? Nothing. Bradley and I broke up. Oh, no.
It's not unusual for women to bond together over a common interest or a common problem. In the case of Wendy and Katie, they bonded together over their problems with men.
We'll cheer you up.
In 2010, the two women worked side by side at the local courthouse.
Wendy was working there as an administrative officer, and Katie, as a local solicitor, was there on an almost daily basis.
Great. See you later.
It appears that they developed a firm friendship very quickly.
Relationship woes bond the women. Until one night.
Hello? Hey. Hi. What are you up to?
Katie's not available to party.
Just, hanging out.
Hey, do you want to go out?
Oh, look, I'm sorry, I can't tonight.
Katie has a special visitor.
Oh. How come?
Wendy's ex, Scott.
It seems pretty clear that there was strong physical attraction between Katie and Scott.
Look, I've really got to go, I'm sorry.
First, Katie advises her close friend to leave the man she was seeing. Then she takes up with him.
It's a secret affair for weeks. Until Katie's ex, Bradley, spots them.
Bradley Rawlinson was furious.
Excuse me, can I just have a word with her?
What the heck? Get out of here.
He flew into a rage.
I'm embarrassing myself.
You're embarrassing yourself.
I'm not the one sitting here passion off with some dude. I've got some dude on the floor pushing me again, and that's that, mate.
Let's go.
Push me again, go on.
Stop it. Just ignore him. It's not worth it.
He was very, very jealous, and he needed an ally.
When Wendy arrives at the bar, Bradley breaks the news.
Hey.
Hey.
You seen Kate?
Yes. She just left with your guy.
My guy? Scott.
Scott.
Wendy was incensed. She was outraged. I don't think the feelings she had for Scott ever really left her.
You cow.
When Wendy found out,
I can't believe she did that.
must have felt like an incredible betrayal. And people don't get over betrayal.
I trusted her.
Wendy and Bradley don't just want to bond with each other. They want revenge.
There was no way this was going to have a happy ending.
Wollongong, Australia. When 31-year-old lawyer Katie Foreman hooks up with Scott Field, a friendship blows up.
You're embarrassing yourself.
I'm not the one sitting there passionate off with some idiot.
Get out of here. That's enough. Stop.
I trusted her.
Wendy Evans should just walk away from her old flame, but she can't.
Sharing partners can be tricky. It can stir up a lot of emotions people didn't even know they had.
She decides to give Katie a taste of her own medicine with Katie's ex, Bradley Rawlinson.
Their relationship became sexual, and Wendy, by all accounts, was completely smitten.
Now Wendy and Bradley plot their revenge.
Sure you're gonna be all right with this?
With the assistance of career criminal Bernard Spicer.
Here's half.
He would be paid $3,000.
You get the rest when it's done.
They plan every aspect.
So we get Ned. She still trusts me.
And they want Katie to suffer.
They purchased petrol at one petrol station. They went to a separate petrol station to purchase the firelighters. What time is it?
On the night of October 27th, 2011, Wendy and Bernard arrive at Katie's home. Bradley's absent. He makes sure he has an alibi.
Wendy had the keys. She opened the door. The room was up the stairs, so they both went up.
It's 2:20 a.m. Katie Foreman is sound asleep in her bed.
Bernard poured the petrol around. Then asked her to light the firelighter. An enormous blaze quickly occurred. It's pretty clear that when the fire started, Katie Foreman was asleep in her bed.
As Wendy and Bernard leave the roaring blaze, neighbors hear a woman giggling.
Wendy was delighted with what she had done, and that at the moment she was laughing, Katie was dying a horrible, horrible death.
Katie must have experienced extraordinary terror, fear, and pain. To wake from being sound asleep, to discover that your room is alight, your bed is alight. She tried desperately to escape.
Emergency services arrive, but it's too late.
She was found just outside the doorway of the room. The cause of death was a combination of enormous heat and suffocation by breathing in fumes.
A talented young lawyer's life taken by insane jealousy.
Katie's got her man. It was all Katie's fault, as Wendy saw it. and as Bradley was telling her to see it.
But the sad truth is, Katie and Scott had split up weeks earlier. It was nothing more than a very brief fling. Investigators soon discover it's a sloppy crime scene.
Wendy dropped 2 of the house keys to Katie's home. This immediately pointed to somebody who had access to the home.
All eyes turned to Katie's ex, Bradley.
Bradley Rawlinson ensured that he had a watertight alibi. He was nowhere near the murder scene when it occurred.
But he's left a digital trail. The police discovered dozens of incriminating text messages to Wendy.
Conversations back and forth in which they discussed the case and discussed the murder were picked up by police, and they were damning evidence at the trial.
Apparently it went over Bradley's head that the police would be looking at all the text messages and figure out exactly what happened and who was behind it.
And the most damaging message of all.
On the day of the murder, Bradley sent Katie a text saying, "I love you, you're everything to me." This, I think, shows just how manipulative and even sociopathic Bradley Rawlinson actually was.
In 2014, Bradley Rawlinson is found guilty of murder and receives a minimum of 27 years behind bars.
Bradley was pulling everybody's strings. He set up Katie to be murdered by Wendy.
The hired help, Bernard Spicer, also guilty of murder and sentenced to a minimum of 24 years.
This is perhaps the most complex and tangled web that I've ever faced.
Wendy Evans pleads guilty to murder and receives 24 years in prison with a minimum of 18.
This was a murder motivated by jealousy and revenge, and that's a story as old as time. Wendy was involved with every aspect of this crime. Wendy is a deadly, deadly woman.
Next, for some, the grass is always greener.
It was boring, she didn't want to be there.
On the other side,
she wanted to be in a bigger place of bright people and brighter lights.
And they'll do whatever it takes.
Don't be shy.
To get there.
She wanted to be free, and this was how to do it.
In 1898, on the streets of Hoosick Falls, in upstate New York, 15-year-old Mary Bennett is not like other girls.
Mary was definitely very eccentric. She was the point of ridicule for many people. Because she acted differently, she was a different kind of soul.
Stop it! Stop it!
She was her own person. She did what she wanted.
Hey, get away from her! Move!
When local farmhand, 27-year-old Marcus Rogers, comes to her rescue, he instantly falls for the teenage beauty.
Here, let me escort you, in case they come back.
Oh, thank you.
Mary Rogers was a lovely woman, a striking appearance. He just thought the world revolved around her, and he wanted to give her everything that he could.
And that suits Mary. Before her 16th birthday, they marry and move to a farm.
I know it's not much.
But it's ours, and that's all that matters. We'll make it look like a palace.
Meeting this man 12 years her senior who had a job, she thought that that was the ticket out.
Mary,
Yes,
I love you.
I love you too.
Marcus was a kind and gentle man, but he wasn't very smart and he certainly wasn't smart about people.
In the spring of 1901, the young bride becomes a young mother. A daughter, Helen. But Mary's maternal instinct doesn't kick in.
She was just too immature to handle it and too selfish to care.
Will you be quiet?
When baby Helen is just 6 months old, there is a tragic accident.
Help me!
Mary came running out of the house, screaming to the neighbors that her daughter was dead. Mary had dropped the baby on the ground. She was deceased.
I highly doubt that Mary dropped her daughter. She probably threw her.
Marcus is devastated. He doted on that little baby girl. It was Daddy's little girl, and he loved her to death.
But Mary is not one for grieving.
Oh, this will make a beautiful dress.
And won't be held responsible.
Our child isn't cold in her grave.
The only emotion Mary expresses is anger.
Don't you dare blame me.
Mary, I'm not blaming you.
I heard you.
Mary.
What? Make me.
Mary! No! Mary, please! Mary, calm down!
Mary always abused Marcus. Many fights where Mary had verbally abused Marcus and also physically abused him.
I don't leave me! You let me go! Don't touch me! Don't touch me!
Free of her child, Mary now wants to be free of her husband.
She did not want to live on a farm. She did not want to be with Marcus.
Did you go into town today?
I did go to town today.
She moves to town looking for excitement.
That sounds boring. You should have come with me.
I can't do that.
Mary was a person who always wanted to be in a bigger place of bright people and brighter lights.
Mary's busy. Leave her alone.
She gets a job in a rooming house as a maid and starts charming the owner's 2 sons.
Hi. Oh, aren't you a good boy?
I tried.
Levi, who was 24, and Leon, who was 17.
Okay, you two, out.
The Parham brothers soon fall under her spell and into her bed.
She did start affairs with both Levi and Leon.
Sorry.
No, I've been waiting for you.
Really?
She approached Levi first.
Would you like to keep me company?
Yeah.
But one brother isn't enough. She seduces Leon.
Don't be shy.
Along came Leon, far more impressionable,
I'll teach you.
far more interested in sex because he was far less experienced. And he was just idolizing Mary.
Mary could easily have been seen as a slut.
You ready?
By the community standards of 1902, it was outrageous behavior.
Mary wants to start a new life, but 2 young lovers aren't going to pay the rent. She needs money.
I hope you'll be comfortable here.
Everything looks fine. Thank you.
Along comes a new boarder, Morris Knapp.
Morris came for money. He had everything that Mary ever wanted.
Come in.
Mary didn't feel shame, regret, remorse for anything she did, especially laying down with men.
I thought you might like some company.
I would.
But she wants more than sex.
Maybe this is the guy that can give me the life I've been looking for.
Mary constantly asking him about marriage.
Mary's in a hurry to walk down the aisle.
We're gonna get married, aren't we?
You know I'm not the settling kind.
But she fails to mention one little stumbling block. She's still married to Marcus.
When people asked her who Marcus was who came to visit her, she said, "Oh, that's my brother."
Oh, why don't I catch up with you later? I see my brother.
Marcus desperately wants to be reunited with Mary.
Poor Marcus. He didn't realize Mary basically was trying to get shed of him completely.
Leave me alone.
Well, Mary was in a rock and a hard place. She had met Morris Knapp. She had fallen in love with Morris, but yet she couldn't get Marcus out of the picture.
For Marcus, marriage meant till death do us part. He had no idea how right he was.
Bennington, Vermont, in 1902. Mary Rogers has 3 lovers. Now she's paying the price.
Mary found herself pregnant. She had no clue who the father was. It could have been one of the Pirhams. It could have been Morris Knapp.
But she knows who she wants to be with.
Morris Knapp, to win him over and get him to marry her and give her baby a father.
But Mary's still married to Marcus. She needs him out of the way permanently and turns to her young lover for help.
I don't think I can.
I may go right through a while.
Leon would do anything for Mary. He was absolutely enthralled with her.
On the night of August 12th, Mary invites her estranged husband to town.
He jumped at the opportunity to spend time with her again.
She said that she actually might be up for reconciling and moving back to Hoosick Falls.
Mary.
Leon!
Hi.
Hi, Leon, this is my husband, Marcus.
Marcus is so overjoyed. He doesn't even mind when Leon turns up.
Would you like to join us?
Sure.
Marcus had his head in Mary's lap, and she was stroking his hair and stroking his head, telling him how much she loved him and how it would be wonderful to start over again.
Oh, Marcus, I have to show you a trick I learned from Dee Dee. Get up.
Mary suggests they perform a rope trick, made famous by the legendary magician of the day, Houdini.
Sure.
Marcus, of course, laughed about it, and he was completely game.
Mary was able to lull Marcus into a false sense of security about the rope trick.
So Leon started to tie Marcus's hands behind his back. While he was doing this, Mary removed the chloroform from her bosom with the handkerchief.
Hey, sweetheart.
With his hands bound, Marcus is at the mercy of his wife.
The more he struggled, the more he breathed in the chloroform.
Get on his legs, Leon.
It was a matter of moments later, Marcus was dead.
Mary told Marcus as she was poisoning him with chloroform, "This will set you free." But Mary was the one that wanted to be free.
They took the ropes off of his hands, They rolled him into the river.
Now Mary adds her finishing touch, making the murder look like a suicide.
The suicide note said he had taken his life because he just couldn't deal with life anymore. And he wrote a final wish, Mary, I hope you're happy.
I'd like to cash this, please.
Just 24 hours later, Mary makes her next move, on the money.
Marcus had only been dead maybe a day when Mary was already at the Metropolitan Insurance Company trying to collect.
One characteristic of a psychopath is they are either unwilling or unable to put off long-term gain in favor of the immediate quick fix. That's why Mary tried to get the life insurance the next day.
I'm sorry, ma'am. There is a police investigation on this case. I can't cash this.
An autopsy finds no water in Marcus's lungs.
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, ma'am. There's nothing I can do.
The police suspect foul play. And Mary's power over men starts to unravel.
An inquest was done. At the inquest, Leon Pyram broke down and admitted everything.
Leon told the authorities that he just doesn't know why he did it. He can't make sense of it. But he just couldn't stand that look in Mary's eyes when she was disappointed in him.
Leon Pyram is convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. As the mastermind, Mary is sentenced to death by hanging. In 1905, she goes to the gallows. Her attempt to murder her way to a better life ends in her death.
If Mary had spent the same amount of time educating herself and improving her situation as she did in the sack with men, she might have had a good life. But that wouldn't have been any fun.
These deadly women liked company. Monique Berkeley loved new adventures more than her husband. Wendy Evans put a match to her former friend. And Mary Rogers wanted a wealthy lover, not life on the farm. For all three, death slipped easily off the tongue when they asked, "Will you murder for me?" Every woman has a breaking point. But when some lose their cool, others lose their lives. Why does a young woman want blood?
When those two got together, the personalities combined for a total disaster.
What makes a devout follower commit the deadliest sin?
To her, Sister Yanina was an evil temptress.
And how does a successful mother plunge to despicable depths?
Shut up! She had gone into a murderous overdrive.
These deadly women are quick to anger, lashing out when they lose their red-hot temper. Shreveport, Louisiana. Teenager Brandy Holmes is locked up in juvenile prison. it's not for the first time.
By the time Brandy was 13, she had dropped out of school, joined a gang, and was involved in a drive-by shooting.
Better move today?
Even by juvenile delinquent standards, that's pretty rapid progress.
I can tell you there were many convictions at a juvenile level.
You better show me some respect.
Get a life.
Hey.
She threw acid on another individual in the prison. There were other instances where she was taking broken glass and making weapons.
The female warden described Brandy as being pretty tough. When a warden describes someone as tough, take it as fact.
By the time that she reaches adulthood, she is a well-seasoned criminal.
Some believe the root of Brandy's wicked ways comes from a bottle before she was even born.
Because Brandy's mother drank throughout her pregnancy, Brandy probably had fetal alcohol syndrome.
10, 9, 8.
Followed by parental neglect. Her mother was drunk all the time.
3, 2, 1,
Brandy was named after her mom's favorite drink. Doesn't that tell you everything you need to know about that girl?
But by New Year's Eve, 2003, things are looking up for 23-year-old Brandy.
Oh, baby, Happy New Year.
She has a man in her life, 33-year-old Robert Coleman.
She saw him as her savior or her bedrock, who she was connected and most deeply committed to.
My New Year's resolution is...
The couple has come home for the holidays.
Who's got a New Year's resolution?
And Brandy's mom is in the mood to celebrate.
Yeah, I got a New Year's resolution.
Oh, yeah?
Mine's to hit the lick. Huh? Oh, yeah.
Hitting a lick is just a street term for doing a robbery or jacking somebody up and taking their money.
Nobody takes Brandy seriously, except Robert. He's a career criminal.
Very, very cold. One of the coldest persons I'd ever met.
Brandy was drawn to Robert because Robert was bad. Brandy never would have gotten involved with a customer service representative of the local bookstore.
With Robert by her side, this is one New Year's resolution Brandy intends to keep.
No more trouble.
What makes you think I mean to get in trouble?
This was a guy who told Brandy she was special, and for her, that meant everything. Brandy and Robert are that classic example of two people who meet and nothing but trouble comes from that union.
We're gonna have a lot of fun.
The next day, Brandy visits a friend's grave. But she's not here to mourn. She's stalking her prey.
Brandy would go and sit on that gravestone, and when you sit there, you're looking at the Brandon's back door.
Retired pastor Julian Brandon and his wife, 68-year-old Alice,
Take it easy.
live in the nicest house on the block.
Come on, Alice. I'm not over the hill just yet.
People really, really love them.
I'll do it.
About to celebrate their 50th wedding anniversary, they've spent their lives helping others.
The Brandons were incredibly charitable, sometimes to the detriment of themselves and their children, just to make sure somebody else was okay. That's who these folks were.
Brandy doesn't know the pastor and his wife, but she believes these perfect strangers will make the perfect target.
When couples meet, they look for common ground. For some people, it's a book that they're both reading, or maybe a wine tasting. For Brandy and Robert, it was hurting other people.
Hey, I did it. I did it. I found the perfect couple. Yeah.
It was a match made in hell.
They were on a path of destruction.
Yeah, they are weak as kittens. Are you excited?
These two were hell-bent on committing murder.
New Year's Day, 2003. With the end of the holiday season, Julian and Alice Brandon enjoy a quiet night at home.
Just relaxing, you know, with the holidays behind them.
Oh, good.
Brandy Holmes and her boyfriend, Robert Coleman,
I think he's coming in.
are ready to hit the lick.
Can I help you?
There's a knock at the door, and Julian answers it.
Yeah, well, get in the house.
And they rush in.
Get in the house.
But this is more than a robbery.
Coleman immediately shot him through the head.
Help! What is it? Don't get that to
Do it, baby, do it.
Brandy and Robert were out of control. They were excited. I mean, for a murder game, this was their Super Bowl.
Next, they turn on Alice.
She's elderly. She's terrified. She's thinking that these people are going to do something terrible, and I don't know if I'm going to survive.
They were trying to get credit cards and trying to get Miss Brandon to tell them the PIN number to the credit card. Miss Brandon said, "Oh, sweet Jesus, you know, please don't shoot me."
Baby, can I have the gun?
And they shot her.
They steal cash, credit cards, and jewelry. But as they're leaving, they discover the pastor isn't dead. For Brandy, it's the perfect opportunity to show Robert how cruel she can be.
They grabbed several knives and started pummeling this old man. Stabbing him in the chest, the face, the top of the head, the back, the neck, slashed his throat. These two were maniacs.
This murder was very brutal, very violent. I think Robert and Brandy were trying to impress each other with how bad they could be, and they were also trying to impress the world with how bad they are.
It's 4 days before concerned neighbors raise the alarm.
Mr. Brandon didn't show up at church that morning. They went to the house and they saw 3 or 4 newspapers laying in the driveway.
Hello, Julian?
And so the neighbors got kind of worried.
Call 911.
First thing you see is bloody footprints all over the living room area, dining area.
The police are shocked to find that Alice is still alive.
She was shot in the head. I don't know how she survived.
Base, this is Officer 442.
It's amazing that Alice survived the attack. It was brutal, horribly violent, and she was an elderly woman.
Now Brandy tries to cash in, hawking the stolen jewelry.
So what you got?
Here. Rings, 3.
Brandy wants everyone to know she's a tough girl.
Bracelet?
That is nice.
Yeah. Solid gold. That's worth something, right?
Gold. So where'd you get them from?
I killed an old couple.
Brandy was bragging about killing a couple of old people near a church.
Sure you did.
I'm not kidding.
But her ego will be her downfall.
Someone called in a tip, and she was even selling somebody's jewelry. So the police went after her.
Brandy seems happy to brag to everyone,
Good afternoon.
even the police.
Ma'am, you take your shoes off, please.
My shoes.
Yes, please.
Brandy had some shoes on that looked similar to the bloody shoe prints at Mr. Brandon's residence.
Thank you very much.
She offers up the shoes and a confession.
I'd like to talk to you about Mrs. Brandon's credit cards.
We burned them.
Where?
She gave up Robert and she gave up herself. She admitted to the murder.
Investigators get all the details they need.
I can show you, but I'd have to show you something else.
I mean, what?
And she said, well, if I show you that, I'll have to show you something else. And he said, like, well, what? Another dead body.
And just where is this dead body?
I thought, this is unbelievable.
It seems just 4 days after their first murder.
There he is.
Brandy wanted to kill again.
The analogy that I always made was natural-born killers.
It's a senseless thrill kill of a friend, 25-year-old Terrence Blaze.
After they killed the first time, the second killing would be very easy. And it was.
They had just killed for the fun of it.
In 2005, Brandy Holmes and Robert Coleman are convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to death.
If Brandy and Robert had not been caught, I believe they probably would have gone on to be involved in a rather horrible killing spree.
From an early age, Brandy lacks basic humanity. Cruelty became her best friend.
Because of the fetal alcohol syndrome, there was no way that wasn't going to have a very bad effect on Brandy's future. And it did.
When anger takes hold,
perhaps she saw herself as an avenging angel.
Hearts can turn to stone.
If someone published this as a novel, it would be rejected as being too far-fetched.
And even saints can become sinners.
Nun, housekeeper, sex, confession, and on top of all of that, murder.
In a tiny convent in Isidore, Michigan, in 1907, a stirring hymn rings out. 33-year-old Sister Janina is a real-life Maria von Trapp.
She loved to sing, she loved to play the piano, she was very outgoing.
Orphaned at a young age, Janina is raised by the nuns and is happy to remain in the bosom of the church.
She was their favorite. I think they doted on her. Everybody loved Sister Yanina.
Everybody, except for the rectory housekeeper.
Stella and Sister Yanina really had nothing in common. Their attitudes, their outlook on life, their lot in life, and Stella resented her.
38-year-old Stella Lipchinska is a dark cloud in the parish.
Children avoided her whenever they could. Even friends and family were a little bit intimidated and fearful of her.
For the deeply devout Polish immigrant, only two things matter: worship and work.
Stella regarded herself as an icon of the perfect work ethic. No one else measured up.
Not even the Holy Sisters.
You have shows to do. Not like that no good nun.
I think Stella looked at the nun's life in comparison to her own. They got to contemplate, teach, and pray. And it seemed to her that they had it easy.
Beautiful Sister Superior. God really gave you a gift.
Stella resents Sister Yanina's carefree attitude.
Father, dinner's ready. I fear it's burnt by now.
She looked up to the idea of nuns, but I think very few actual human beings could fulfill that role that Stella thought that they should be doing.
There's another reason Sister Yanina draws Stella's ire.
Sister Yanina and the father were very close. They became good friends.
He was her priest, and she had a fondness for him. But men were not allowed to be alone with nuns.
Father, should you be in here?
He shouldn't have been spending any time there.
Stella dislikes Sister Yanina's influence on Father Andrew.
Stella thought that she wasn't acting like a nun, she wasn't behaving like a nun, and she and Father Andrew were spending far too much time together.
I was just telling Sister the exciting news about the bishop visiting.
Day after day after day, they'd be late for dinner. And I think to her, that kind of was insulting.
Let us pray.
Sister Yanina and the father spend more and more time together.
Yanina.
To Stella, it can mean only one thing.
Father Andrew and Sister Yanina were having a love affair.
110 years ago, that would have been just earth-shattering.
Stella is furious.
To her, Sister Yanina was an evil temptress. The Catholic Church was the most important thing in Stella's life. When she saw Sister Yanina violating her holy vows, she was enraged, and it gave her more reason to hate her.
But she doesn't confront Sister Yanina or the father.
You would never question a priest or a nun. I mean, you'd be damned to hell if you did that.
Lord, give me strength. I'm surrounded by sinners.
She's trying to live this moral, pure life. And then right under her nose is the worst kind of sin she could possibly imagine.
As Stella watches her parish fall into sin, she seeks spiritual guidance.
Please give me a sign.
She had her religion to back her up, and she believed that everything that she did was prescribed by God.
And this housekeeper wants divine justice.
She saw herself as an avenging angel.
August 23rd, 1907, Isidore, Michigan. In just days, the Holy Rosary Parish will receive an esteemed visitor.
Exciting news about the bishop visiting. It is a great privilege.
It was a real honor. And they had this new school, and the bishop was going to come and bless it.
But to rectory housekeeper Stella Lipchinska, the sinful parish is unworthy. She has discovered a scandal in their midst.
Here was the bishop coming to bless this church, and there was a mother superior who she thought was a slut.
When Stella sees Sister Yanina go down to the church basement, she decides to get rid of her permanently.
She just couldn't take it anymore. And I think Stella saw the nun there, and that moment she lost control.
When Stella hit Sister Yanina on the back of the head, it might have been a spur-of-the-moment action, but I think she'd been thinking about it for quite a while. She hated Sister Yanina.
Sister Yanina is knocked unconscious and appears to be dead. But she's not.
While Stella was in the process of burying her, Sister Yanina rose up. So, Stella whacked her a couple more times. She lost consciousness again. Stella started throwing dirt over her body one more time. Again, Sister Yanina rose up and got a few more whacks.
She would have died a slow and painful death and was buried alive. That's what Stella did. That's sadistic.
It's not long before Sister Yanina's absence is noticed.
Have you seen Sister Superior?
Ask Father.
He's fishing.
Two of the sisters appear at Stella's kitchen doorway and ask Stella if she's seen Sister Yanina.
I don't know where she is.
Stella puts them off. She's not interested in what happened to some flighty nun.
Maybe the dogs got her.
She makes some joke about, well, maybe the dog got her.
We're worried.
And I have work to do.
She has no empathy for what happened to the sister.
Yet when Father Andrew returns home, Stella races to break the news.
Father.
Sister.
Sister Yanina is missing. We've looked everywhere.
She couldn't wait to tell Father Andrew that Yanina was missing. I think she wanted to see the look on his face.
Check the church.
They were immediately searching for her.
I will check the cells.
They went through the woods, they went through the swamp, they looked everywhere trying to find her.
Yanina!
As days turn into weeks and weeks become months, hope of finding Sister Yanina fades.
Once the snow started to fall that winter, the investigation went cold. There was no hope of finding any more evidence of what happened to her.
But few secrets stay buried forever, and Stella has a guilty conscience.
Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
Stella cannot live with what she has done.
Do you have anything to confess?
But she can't confess locally because she knows then she'll be found out.
Yes, Father.
She takes a steamer across Lake Michigan to give a confession.
I killed Sister Yanina. She was an ungodly woman.
It's a confession too dark for the priest to keep quiet, and whispers spread through the church.
Rumors swelled that the missing nun was buried underneath the church. The rumors were traced back to a priest who heard the confession of the killer. So much for the sanctity of the confessional.
The church covers up the story for a decade until a new priest shares his big plans to pull the old church down.
Before you build that church, what are you going to do with the nuns' bones buried in the basement?
What is it?
You better take care of them first.
Finally, the murder is exposed.
They found bones. They found a rotted nun's habit and a silver and iron ring that was from the same class that Sister Janina graduated from.
But there's something else that no one expects.
The biggest shock of the discovery was not the fact that the skull was fractured, but the fact that her skeleton was coiled around a smaller skeleton.
Sister Janina was pregnant.
It's tragic proof that Stella was right. Unholy acts were taking place behind that door.
I think Father Andrew really did love the sister. I don't know if that love was returned because she was so sheltered.
Stella Lipchinska's confession comes back to haunt her.
Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
She's found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison.
She saw herself as sort of the moral center of a parish that had gone off the rails.
Some believe Stella is driven by more than righteous fury.
This was too personal. This was too brutal and cold. This is a crime committed by a woman in love with something unattainable. And that unattainable object was Father Andrew.
Stella took it upon herself to play God, all because she was jealous of her. It's bad enough murdering a nun. Murdering a pregnant nun? I don't think you can go to heaven after you do that.
Next, some women have it all.
She had a husband, a young child, a great job.
Including a fatal flaw.
The alcohol unmasked murderous rage.
Shut up! That sparks an unbelievable horror.
In the hundreds of murder cases that I've looked at, this one stands out the most.
Northern Ireland in 2008. During the week, 42-year-old Karen Walsh runs her own business in the Irish capital, Dublin.
Karen ran a very successful pharmaceutical business, and she was very well respected by her peers.
On the weekends, she and her family leave big city life for their new house in the country.
She was good-looking, she was educated, she was a successful professional woman, married to a successful man, and had a little boy. To the outside world, Karen Walsh had it all going on.
But behind closed doors, Karen is riddled with insecurities.
Although everyone thought very well of Karen, there were problems lying beneath.
She had hair extensions. She used Botox.
Darling, you look great.
No, I need a top up.
She seems to have been quite vain.
And being a wife and mom isn't satisfying her.
She distanced herself from the responsibilities of being a parent.
You beat him.
Yeah, sure.
And she must have been feeling detached in many ways.
Karen prefers to spend her time out of the house. Her neighbor, Moira Rankin, welcomes the new friendship warmly.
Oh, top of the morning to you, Karen.
Maura was an 81-year-old widowed mother of 8. She was the real heart and soul of her family.
I've got a wee present for you.
Oh, you
They seemed to get on very well. In fact, Maura had spoken highly of Karen and said she'd helped her on occasion.
What is it?
But soon it becomes clear there is something strange about Karen.
Vodka. It's very kind of you, but I don't drink much.
Karen visited Maura several times and always took a bottle of alcohol with her.
Come on, have a drink with me. Just a little one.
Maura didn't even drink, and Karen downed the whole bottle.
Thank you.
Karen reveals the side she keeps secret from the world. She is a raging alcoholic.
Her husband probably wouldn't let her drink in her own home, so she left and drank in someone else's home.
For years, she keeps her addiction hidden.
Nothing else in her life mattered. She didn't drink because she was under stress. Stress in her life was created because of her drinking. And she had to drink.
Moira is the perfect drinking buddy.
Who's there? It's me, Karen. Oh, for pity's sake.
Karen doesn't have to share.
Just here for a little chat. Oh, it's not a chat you're after. It's a drink or three.
Maura's home had become a safe place for Karen to drink alcohol. Karen soon started making quite a nuisance of herself.
With Christmas approaching,
You're still coming over our place for Christmas Eve, right?
Of course. I'm looking forward to it.
Moira confides to her daughter that Karen's drinking is escalating.
Is that neighbor still bothering you?
Oh, she came over late last night.
Maura started saying to her family she couldn't quite understand why Karen was going round there.
No.
She was becoming a bit alarmed that Karen was turning up late at night and with whiskey.
Or at least she won't be annoying you on Christmas then.
No.
In the Walsh household, festive cheer is in short supply, along with everything else.
Karen had a very strange Christmas Eve.
She stayed in bed until noon. She hadn't bought any Christmas presents.
While Karen was consuming excessive amounts of alcohol, the alcohol was consuming her life.
Been all over the place.
She ended up rushing around to a local shop at 4 o'clock in the afternoon of Christmas Eve just to get some presents to give to her own son.
Santa almost didn't come.
Got what's important, though?
She didn't prepare at all for Christmas, but she made sure she had a bottle of liquor on Christmas Eve. That's how it was for her.
Karen finds her Christmas spirit at the bottom of a bottle, but soon she'll have more than a hangover to worry about.
Merry Christmas!
The most stunning thing about this crime is that it came out of nowhere.
Shut up!
She had gone into a murderous overdrive.
Newry, Northern Ireland, 2008. It's Christmas Eve, and everyone is at home with their families.
Hello? Oh, hello, dear.
Except 81-year-old Moira Rankin.
That Christmas Eve, Maura was supposed to go and stay with her daughter for the holiday. But she had a chest infection, so she stayed at home instead.
Down the street, with her family in bed, Karen Walsh's only company is a bottle of vodka.
Karen drank almost a liter of vodka over Christmas Eve. Her inhibitions were gone. The quantity of alcohol that she ingested would have caused most people to become comatose, yet she was still able to function.
Close to midnight, Karen appears in Moira's house like the ghost of Christmas past.
She got into the house. We're not quite sure whether she let herself in or the door was open or she had a key. And she went upstairs.
Merry Christmas! Heavens above! What are you doing here? I come to celebrate the birth of baby Jesus with you. Here, have a drink. Get that away from me. You don't sound too good.
Moira's patience has finally worn thin.
Get off me bed.
Maura asked Karen to leave.
You should be home with your family.
To stop drinking, and she chastised her, not only for her drinking, but that she wasn't home with her family on Christmas.
You have a 2-year-old son.
Shut up. Karen was stung by Maura's judgment, that she be a better mother, that she spend more time with her child, and that she not drink.
What sort of mother are you who gets drunk on Christmas Eve?
How dare you tell me to be home with my family on Christmas Eve?
Shut up, you old Betty!
In her drunken state, Karen's anger is uncontrollable and all-consuming.
Karen Walsh was seriously intoxicated. She would have had almost no impulse control.
She clearly didn't like the criticism, and she just snapped. She attacked Moira, pulling out her hair, leaving clumps of hair lying around the room. She then climbed onto the bed and got a crucifix that was on the wall and attacked Moira with it. She cracked 15 of her ribs.
Karen beat Maura so severely that she left a pattern of injury on Maura's chin. It was the crown of thorns on Jesus' head.
Now Karen must cover her tracks. Her liquored mind dredges up the blackest plan.
What she did then to Maura afterwards defies belief and takes her crime to a whole new level.
She sat on her chest, and she used the broken crucifix to sexually assault her.
Karen may have violated Maura with a crucifix to make the whole thing look like a sex crime. But she also may have done it because she saw Maura as a sanctimonious person, and she was going to teach her a lesson.
Karen passes out on Moira's bed. Several hours later, she's in for a rude awakening.
Karen woke up in the home of an elderly woman that she brutally murdered.
Karen tried to contact her husband 7 times from a phone in Maura's house, but some of the digits were wrong.
Oh, no.
She was in a real frenzy, in a state of absolute panic when she tried to phone her husband.
Karen returns home. But it's not long before the shocking scene is found.
Maura's body was discovered on Christmas Day by her daughter and her husband. And what greeted them as they walked into the house was a scene of absolute devastation.
I can't believe it.
Hoping to find a witness, the police question Moira's neighbors.
Karen insisted to police that she visited Moira for just half an hour, had a drink, and then went home after having hugged and kissed Moira Happy Christmas.
But Moira's phone records give Karen away.
When police looked at Moira's phone, they realized that it had been that which had been used to try and dial Karen's husband's numbers in the early hours of Christmas morning.
And Karen leaves a telltale trail of evidence.
Karen's DNA was on Moira's chin and her body, and then, of course, the liter bottle of vodka that was still in the house.
Karen Walsh was definitely present at that death scene.
In 2011, a jury finds Karen Walsh guilty of murder and sentences her to 28 years behind bars. The burning question: did the demon drink make Karen kill? Or did the alcohol unmask the monster within?
Karen is the only person responsible for what happened. Alcohol and drugs open the floodgates for whatever is there to come out. If Karen Walsh is ever a free woman and drinks, run like the wind.
These deadly women were easily enraged. Brandy Holmes' black past triggered a thirst for blood. When Stella Lipchinska took offense, she played judge, jury, and executioner. And Karen Walsh's drinking unleashed her darkest fury. Innocent lives were taken when they lost their red-hot temper. They say money can't buy you love, but it can cost you your life. What secrets turn a blonde bombshell into a gold digger?
She was looking for Big Daddy Funbucks to take care of her.
Why do a mother and daughter forge a lethal contract?
He died within seconds. He really didn't know what hit him.
And how long can a young wife hide her wicked actions?
Every little piece of her life is one big massive lie.
When these deadly women play the slots, they risk more than money. They gamble lives away. "33-year-old Tennessee bombshell Nicole Vonley Titlow has men of all ages chasing her.
Heart-stoppingly pretty.
She was looking for Big Daddy Funbucks to take care of her.
I can't have my girl driving around in an old jalopy, can I?
Oh my God, you got me a car?
But Nicole's relationships only go so far. Because she has a secret.
From an early age, Nicole felt different. She even looked different.
Nicole doesn't feel like a complete woman because she isn't.
Bye-bye, Harry. Hello, Nicole.
She was a female, trapped in a boy's body. She She's taken exorbitant amounts of hormones. Her penis is shrinking, and then she spends $15,000 on a breast job. And they look real. They look all the way real.
If she did not tell you that she had been born a male, you would never know.
Oh, that's very nice. What do you think, Ma?
But her transformation from boy to girl isn't complete.
Ma, this thing I gotta tell you.
Nicole said,
I want to have a sex change.
Mom, I want a sex change. And of course, it surprised me.
Sex change operations are expensive.
I need to figure how I'm gonna pay for it.
I just want you to be happy, sweetie.
Mom, Georgia Pinkerton, can't help.
Think about it.
She's dirt poor.
It's gonna take a while.
But her sister, 61-year-old Billie Jean Rogers, is a rich gal.
You should come live with us. I'll introduce you to all my rich friends.
You look at Aunt Billie Jean. She left Tennessee to seek out fame and fortune. She didn't want to live poor. She wanted to live the high life. And, you know, she finds a guy who's got a little bit of money.
You should think about taking her up on her offer.
I thought Billy would help her improve her life. Because Billy was very intelligent, and I thought we should help her.
No, Ma, you know how I feel about her.
She's real smart.
Nicole told me she didn't want to go, and I talked her into it.
But Mom doesn't know Billie Jean's true intentions.
When Billie Jean looked at Nicole, she saw a desperate person who would do anything to get the money she needed for her reassignment surgery. And that appealed to Billie.
Here's to our new and very welcome guest.
Billie's husband, 74-year-old Don Rogers, welcomes Nicole with open arms. The Michigan car part manufacturer is a self-made millionaire with a big heart.
He was a really humble guy, a very nice guy, a guy who would give the shirt off his back to anyone in need. Well, certain people took advantage of this, and one of them was Billie Jean.
Don has a drinking problem and is happy to spend time alone, leaving Billie Jean to amuse herself.
When Billie Jean met Don Rogers, it was perfect for her. Not only was he rich, he couldn't control his drinking.
Billie is spending her husband's fortune in bars and casinos. And Nicole joins the ride.
Billie and Nicole really spent a lot of time shopping, partying.
Life in the fast lane. That's what Billie and Nicole had in common. They both like to go out at 10 o'clock at night and stay out till 4 or 5 in the morning.
Aunt Billie is blowing thousands on slot machines.
Last one.
Billie Jean had a profound gambling addiction.
There were nights where it appeared she was spending between $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 at the casino and losing.
And that's when their troubles began.
Billie Jean!
Don's a generous husband,
Get over here!
but not when it comes to gambling.
What?
I warned you about this.
Oh, you make enough money for me to have a bit of fun.
$26,000 in one night?
He said, if you don't quit, I'm going to divorce you.
You spend another cent of my money on gambling, and I'll divorce you.
She was going to lose the money that she was gambling with.
She was not about to let Don cut her off of her fun. It's kind of that simple.
But Billie Jean has a plan.
Billy was a manipulator from word go.
August 12th, 2000. Michigan millionaire Don Rogers ends his day like every other, drinking many, many nightcaps.
It wasn't unusual for him to consume large amounts of alcohol to the point of even passing out.
Don is out cold when his wife and her niece return from another fun-filled night.
When Billy saw Donald on the floor, passed out, that's when they hatched the plan.
It's the moment Billie Jean has been waiting for.
Help me kill him.
Now Nicole finds out why she's been invited to stay.
Billie Jean, I'll give you $25,000 for your sex change if you help me. No, 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 Nicole says. I don't want that money. I'll give you $50,000 if you help me. No, 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 no.
I'll give you $100,000.
With cash, Nicole can become a complete woman.
She was under the influence of a very close family member and made a very poor choice.
You can get yourself fixed up.
She agrees.
Okay. Yeah? Okay. I can do this. Okay.
Billy would hold Donald's mouth open.
Yeah. Yeah, you.
And Nicole would pour the vodka into it, hoping that he would either drown or die of alcohol poisoning.
Pour it down his throat. Oh, give me that.
The unfolding horror gives Nicole second thoughts.
Where are you going? Bathroom.
Nicole, she stands up. I'm not helping you. I'm not doing this. She walks into the bathroom. She says she's in there for 10 minutes. She opens the door. She sees Billie Jean has a pillow now over Don's face, and she's smothering him with it.
When Don made Billie Jean the sole beneficiary of his fortune, his days were numbered.
Billie Jean dials 911 to report a tragedy.
I'll make the call.
I think my husband passed out. I think he's dead. She's very calm, very cool, very collected.
My niece and I, we just walked in the door.
Because of Don's history of drinking, no one questions Billie Jean's story.
I think he might be dead.
And Nicole bites her tongue.
Don died of a heart attack and of acute alcoholism. So the alcohol led to a heart attack. He passes out dead. End of story.
It's kind of cold.
Nicole and Billie Jean had every reason to believe they'd gotten away with murder.
The case is closed.
What's wrong, babe?
But Nicole's conscience is eating at her. She spills to boyfriend Danny.
Don's dead.
Nicole fell into a common pitfall. She couldn't keep her mouth shut.
Billy did it. She put vodka in his mouth.
She was feeling bad about what had happened.
Kill him?
But it isn't Nicole's only surprise revelation.
What are you talking about?
I did it so that I could be a real woman.
Danny has no idea his girlfriend was born a boy.
He just will not believe it. Finally, Danny says, "Show me." And there she is. "You believe me now, Danny?" And his eyes bulge out of his head. Oh my gosh. Big, huge night for Danny. My girlfriend's a man, and she's a murderer. And he decides, I can't be involved in this.
Shattered and scared,
Now remember, in her own words.
Danny goes to the police.
Grabbed the ball out of my hand, she pawed it down his nose.
He agrees to wear a wire when he next meets Nicole.
So she did all the work.
I'd have to let go.
I put just a little bit of vodka in his mouth.
And it was really weighing heavy on her. She didn't need a lot of encouragement.
She grabbed the ball out of my hand and just pawed it up his nose.
I think Nicole may have thought that because she didn't actually kill Don, that she wasn't responsible for his murder in any way. She was wrong.
Very wrong. Although Nicole incriminated herself, Billie Jean says nothing. The body has been cremated. It's Nicole's word against Billie's. And Billie wins.
There was no physical evidence against her, so she was smart not to make any statements.
Billie Jean Rogers is acquitted. Nicole Vonley Titlow is found guilty of second-degree murder. In 2002, she's sentenced to a minimum of 20 years in a male prison.
I don't think Nicole ever thought that she would be the fall guy.
Billie Jean doesn't get to spend her dead husband's money for long. 6 months after her acquittal, she dies of cancer.
Whether Billie Jean was involved in the murder of her husband or not, it doesn't matter. She never got to enjoy the money.
Nicole's desire for a new life in a new body ends in tragedy for everyone.
She gambled, and she rolled the dice, and she lost. And ultimately, that's what happened with Nicole.
Some mothers and daughters share a special bond.
Sandra was Don's friend.
Then what are you gonna do, huh?
They look out for each other.
I hate him.
Right to the end.
That's what 29 years of marriage and a person's life is worth.
February 13th, 2013. A family's life changes forever when 33-year-old Don Richburg arrives home to find they've been robbed.
Someone's broken into our home.
Police officers discover this is no ordinary home invasion.
Investigators arrive and find the body of her stepfather.
47-year-old Michael Barahas has been gunned down in his Colorado Springs home.
There were 2 gunshot wounds that he suffered.
They hit him through the heart and the spine. He died within seconds. He really didn't know what hit him.
The home's been ransacked and tagged.
There were a variety of phrases on the walls. One message left in the garage said, "You got jacked, fool." There were also references that seemed to suggest gang activity.
A week earlier, it's a typical American household. Michael, a mechanic,
Hey, you're early.
has been married to 52-year-old Sandra for almost 30 years.
Got time for a shower.
Yeah, you look like you need one.
Oh, come on, give me a hug, huh?
Mike, get out of here.
Everything seemed good. Mike and Sandy seemed happy. You know, just typical, normal family.
Hey, Mike, any chance of a loan?
Again?
He was the epitome of the hardworking everyman. He worked at a local auto repair dealership, doing repairs on used cars.
You look for any jobs today?
Mike's raised Sandra's 2 daughters as his own since they were youngsters.
Thanks.
When they got married, he was all about help raise Sandy's daughters.
This has got to stop, okay?
But the girls, now in their 30s, still expect Michael to support them financially.
He's like, I agreed to raise him, not to raise him the rest of my life. He was kind of getting tired of the financial drain.
Dawn didn't care that her parents had fallen on very, very hard financial times. That meant nothing to her.
And Dawn's running with a bad crowd, including 34-year-old Tommy Wright.
Dawn was drawn to Tommy because she sensed she could manipulate him.
Dawn soon has Tommy supplying her with drugs.
She was a methamphetamine user.
Prescription pills.
Marijuana and crack.
Get up! Get her up.
Dawn! Dawn!
Michael tries to put his foot down.
I warned you. No drugs under my roof.
You're not my father. Okay, hey, settle down.
No! But this is my house, and I don't want you in it.
He would always tell her, you know, I'm not going to put up with this forever.
You settle down.
But Sandra sides with her daughter,
She goes or I go.
making Michael the outsider.
Sandra and Mike were not a united front regarding Dawn. Sandra was Dawn's friend. She made Mike the enemy.
Then what are you gonna do, huh?
Finally, Michael declares he's had enough.
I hate him.
He wanted a divorce and he was going to leave her.
Michael's the sole breadwinner. If he leaves, so does their cash flow.
They would have been in a real pickle. These were 2 women who had no interest in taking care of themselves at all.
But the fatal home invasion changes everything.
Dawn! What's happening?
Now Sandra realizes she's lost a good husband.
Sandra appeared to be acting completely the way somebody would if they were really concerned about what had happened inside the house.
Dawn's behavior is a little odd.
Dawn's demeanor in particular wasn't consistent with what you'd see from a woman who just lost her stepfather. She was almost emotionless.
But she has an alibi. Dawn produces time-stamped receipts that prove she can't be the killer.
I've got the receipts, I've got dates and times on them.
For a family member to volunteer time-stamp receipts proving they weren't at the house during the murder is a double take. Who does that?
Investigators find it all a little too convenient.
At that moment, Dawn drew red concentric circles right on her forehead.
Weeks turn into months. And there are still no arrests for the 2013 murder of Mike Barrajas in his Colorado Springs home. Although police think his stepdaughter Dawn is acting strangely, they can't prove anything.
This case was hampered by thin evidence. There's a lot of suspicion, but little that's concrete.
Then the breakthrough. A car thief, recently arrested, wants to deal.
I'll confess.
Tommy Wright has quite a story.
It strikes you at first glance as something that is incredulous and could never happen in real life.
He says he knows Dawn Richburg and her sister. He met them at a gas station.
They strike up a conversation at the gas station. And they begin socializing and getting closer over a period of weeks.
Tommy confesses to doing drugs with Dawn. And it's then she shares a family secret.
Dawn claimed that Miguel Barajas was abusing Dawn's sister.
So why do you hate him so much?
He abused my sister.
It wasn't true. What kind of person does that? A psychopath.
Tommy says that he was swayed by the allegations of sex abuse.
Tommy's misguided loyalty to a new friend creates a death sentence.
When Dawn met Tommy at the gas station, she won the lottery.
February 13th, 2013. Thanks to Dawn, Tommy Wright knows just where to find a murder weapon. Or two.
He goes into the basement and he raids Miguel Barajas' gun cabinet, removing a .45 caliber pistol and a .30-06 rifle. He takes the weapons into Miguel Barajas' bedroom and crouches down by the bed and waits for Mr. Barajas to come home from work.
Mike came home early to get ready to go to Ash Wednesday Mass.
As Mr. Barajas steps through his bedroom door, Tommy opens fire, both weapons at the same time. He struck Miguel Barajas, who falls to the ground. The fatal shot entered his head below the chin.
To cover his tracks, Tommy tries to stage a gangland attack.
There was spray painting on the interior of the garage. It was clear there was someone sending a message to the police.
He's going around the house, opening cupboards, slamming things, breaking glass. The phone rings.
A smarter killer might let it ring.
Hello?
And Tommy picks it up. It's Mike Barajas' brother.
Mike can't come to the phone right now.
Tommy stammers something about Mike being in the shower and hangs up the phone.
He's in the shower.
The caller has heard Tommy's voice, and so does the cab company that Tommy calls next.
Yeah, I need a cab.
Police use this recording and play it for the brother of Mike Barajas.
How long will it be? I'm in kind of a hurry.
He's 90% sure
Okay.
that the voice is that of the man who picked up the phone the night that he called seeking his brother.
Tommy didn't know what he was doing, and murder was way over his head.
You just sit tight.
Tommy's confession has police shaking their heads.
Kill him.
No, I can't do that.
We can make it worth your while.
Then he drops another bombshell.
Sandra was in full agreement.
So we're gonna do this.
We're gonna do this.
To the point that she even suggested a few tips to make the burglary look convincing.
He usually gets home about 6:30.
Sandra offers to pay $500 for the murder. Mother and daughter are in it together.
Sounds good to me.
$500, that's what 29 years of marriage and a person's life is worth.
This is another story of a mother and her kid using and abusing a nice, hardworking guy with a checkbook.
So far, I haven't seen a cent.
Tommy agrees to a police sting.
We need to meet.
He arranges to claim part of his reward from Sandra.
All right, we'll meet. Okay, we'll meet.
Sandra Barahas agreed to go to an ATM machine, pull out $300 in money, and meet him. And members of our local law enforcement were able to tail Sandra Barahas to that meeting location.
Hurry up.
Just slow down. It takes as long as it takes.
And finds the money,
Sandra and Dawn are arrested. But this daughter is not going down without a fight.
Immediately, she turned on her mother as the reason for her participation. And she describes only doing things because her mother made her do it.
Authorities discover Sandra has a gambling problem.
She spent all day long online gambling games.
Divorce leaves her with nothing. But Mike's life insurance will keep her habit alive.
Well, what was Sandra to do? Get a job? I don't think so. It was much easier to kill Mike and get the insurance money.
In 2014, Tommy Wright pleads guilty to second-degree murder. He's sentenced to 40 years in prison. Dawn Richburg also pleads guilty to second-degree murder. She receives 35 years behind bars.
There is no evidence that Dawn enjoyed killing her stepfather, but I don't think she gave two hoots and a holler about him either.
The longest sentence is reserved for the mastermind, Sandra Barahas.
A jury found Sandra Barahas guilty of first-degree murder. She received a life sentence without the possibility of parole, though she is appealing her conviction.
For the victim's family, the loss is compounded by betrayal. Mike gave everything to Sandra and her daughters, and in return, only greed.
You know, he didn't deserve to go out like this. He did the best he can, gave his life to those women, and for them to, you know, I guess betray him that way is just unforgivable.
Next.
It was stupid.
Once the lies begin,
it was delusional.
Things never stay the same.
It was wishful thinking.
Someone has to take the fall.
Soon enough, everyone was going to know.
"36-year-old Trent Mallory is one of those dads women wish for.
He was a hard worker. He was a great father and great provider and great person.
Amber, we made something for you. Come take a look.
Amber Smith knows she has a keeper, and she needs one to help with their sick son.
This looks amazing. It's a glitter painting. I love it.
He was born with a serious heart condition. At one point, he got a heart transplant.
But the heart transplant isn't going well. His tiny body is rejecting it. The family is facing the worst.
His situation became life-threatening, and he had to be transferred to a large hospital in Detroit. The treatment there would include massive immunosuppression in order to preserve the heart that he still had.
I'm sorry.
He was desperately ill.
There's one glimmer of hope.
What can we do?
There is a new treatment.
An experimental treatment, but it's expensive.
We'll do whatever it takes.
The insurance company wouldn't touch the cost of that. They were just in trouble financially.
Amber and Trent are broke. Their only hope: beg the public for help.
You okay? Bit nervous. Okay, just look at my face. Forget about the camera.
When parents find out a child is seriously ill and may die, their world stops. Nothing is more important than saving the child's life.
We're rolling.
Amber, how difficult is this being for you and your family?
We go with that so that he can be here.
The television station did a story on their plight of this poor family.
Amber, how do you deal with this emotionally?
I would live in a cardboard box before I would let Marshall die.
You're very brave.
People were really touched by her story. People responded. She said she needed $6,000 for a certain procedure.
Oh my God, somebody's donated $500.
You're kidding.
And she had $5,500 before the deadline was over.
I don't even know these people.
Generous strangers open their hearts and checkbooks.
Glass of wine?
Yeah.
Their son survives the crisis. But for how long? Amber has a secret, and it's threatening her son's life.
She's gambling away. She had a terrible addiction problem to online slot machines. She was spending money that she had no means of covering.
One would think losing money gambling, money that you couldn't afford to lose, would be enough to stop the gambling. But in Amber's case, every time she gambled, there was a momentary thrill that possibly she would win, and all her troubles would be over.
Amber's on a losing streak. Public donations have been spent. Trent's wages have been spent.
Hey, babe.
Hey.
What are you up to?
Just paying bills.
Need some help?
No, I'm okay.
If you're sure. I'm gonna take a shower.
She was taking out payday Friday loans at 300+% interest.
At this stage, every little piece of her life is one big, massive lie.
The big payday to save her son and her family never arrives.
Nothing's going through next week.
Things are out of control.
Sorry, ma'am, it's too late.
Oh, come on. Surely you have to call me first.
Said I'm sorry, ma'am.
I have 2 sons.
The house was in foreclosure. The car had been repossessed. They were behind on their credit card bills.
She lied about why it was being repossessed. She told the family that it was being repossessed because she threatened to kill her mother with her vehicle.
Her crazy excuses make everyone suspicious.
What's going on?
Soon, Amber's secrets and lies will be exposed.
They took the car.
What? That doesn't make any sense.
I threatened to run over Mom, and they took the car.
To her husband.
Amber, tell me what's going on.
To her children. to the generous public. She has betrayed them all.
I can only imagine the panic she must have felt. Soon enough, everyone was going to know.
In Levering, Michigan, 28-year-old compulsive gambler Amber Smith is in terrible debt. She's defrauded her husband, her family, and her community. Now there's almost nothing left to steal. Almost.
I don't think Trent ever imagined that Amber would do anything to harm him. I don't think he could possibly even think that.
The morning of March 6th, 2014, starts like any other.
Amber had her day planned out. She had to take one of the children in to be treated for an ear infection, go get coffee, run some other errands.
Oh, Mommy just forgot something. I'll be back in a second, okay?
But Amber returns to the house. She wants to be alone with Trent.
When it was quiet, when it was just him and her, he was ambushed.
She killed him with a single shot to his head.
Death would have taken 10 to 15 minutes, but he would have been immediately unconscious.
There is no life insurance, no inheritance. All their debts are in Trent's name. Amber thinks her money problems are over.
She had this mistaken notion that when her husband died, every single bit of debt they had would disappear into thin air like it had never existed.
With her children waiting in the car, Amber creates her own crime scene. A break-in.
She put the gun in the car and went about her way.
Amber hides the murder weapon in a snowbank. Then dials 911.
My house has been broken into. There's stuff everywhere.
When police arrive, nothing adds up.
Once again, the killer was mistaken. That's not how home invasions happen, and the police know this.
It was just not plausible. There were numerous guns found in the house, and none of them were taken. Those were probably the most valuable items that would have been stolen in any home invasion.
Police have Amber in their sights, but they need the murder weapon. Within days, when the snow melts, they find it.
Really? In a snowbank for safekeeping? Nothing this woman did make any sense. Nothing. From the time she started gambling on, it was Stupidville.
It gets worse. Amber has tried to sell the weapon online, leaving the police a digital trail.
The gun in the snowbank combined with the pictures of the gun on her phone, there was no question at all about her guilt.
Amber Smith is found guilty of first-degree premeditated murder in October 2014. She's imprisoned for life without parole.
Anyone who could execute the person that they love the most in the world is extremely dangerous.
No one denies Amber was under incredible stress. Some may even forgive her for trying to win big to save the family. But to murder her adoring husband?
When Amber killed Trent, she not only took his life away, and she not only put herself in prison, she destroyed the boys' lives.
I don't think it's ever possible to really know, because I don't think Amber understands what was going on in her mind.
These deadly women didn't just play the slot machines. They played with people's lives. Nicole Vonley Titlow, killed for a new body. Dawn Richburg, snuffed out a life for a pittance. And Amber Smith staked it all on murder and lost. 3 good men sacrificed by women who gambled lives away.
I love you.
I love you too.
We all want everlasting love, but some relationships have an expiration date. What fury lurks inside this tomboy?
The stabbing made it so much more personal.
Why does an excited fiancé turn into bridezilla?
She was a walking time bomb.
And when a meek woman finally loses control, watch out.
He's saying, I dare you to do it. Go on, I dare you.
These deadly women think they've found true love, but their men won't make it forever and a day. The tiny farm community of Colbert, Georgia.
Like the law's after you. Lucky me.
38-year-old weightlifter Doug Benton doesn't mind a brush with the law. His new girlfriend is Deputy Sheriff 35-year-old Tracy Forson.
Tracy's personal license plate was Too Tough to. That's how Tracy wanted to be seen by others, as a toughie.
Likely to meet the new lady in my life. Hell, I thought you were here to take him away.
I will if you don't behave.
She was into motorbike riding, she was into hunting, and she was into weightlifting.
Y'all ladies ready for a real workout?
The perfect woman for Doug.
He was big into weightlifting and operated his own business of welding.
Doug was a bodybuilder and an outdoorsman. That was a good fit for Tracy.
Doug shares his toys with his new love, even his precious Harley.
She was more of a tomboy. She was more into the things that men do.
Doug had a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. He and Tracy would ride together.
The hunting, the fishing, and the weightlifting. You know, they had found the perfect match for each other.
There's just one thing Tracy wants to change.
Are you okay?
I could do with some help if you could drag yourself away from your buddy.
It was like Tracy wanted him just to herself and didn't want him to associate with his friends.
What's wrong with you?
I thought we were spending some time together.
Hey, it's fine. I should get going anyway.
You know, love at first sight, though, is quickly turns into arguing at any chance they got.
Oh, hey, Joe. It's okay, though. I'll catch you later. He's my friend.
I'm your woman.
After he hooked up with Tracy and his friends got to know her, they stopped coming over.
In February 2000, Tracy finds a way to be by Doug's side day and night. She quits the police force and starts working in Doug's welding business.
Get him here now!
But it's still not enough. She wants Doug's undivided attention.
What?
Get rid of him.
No, I'm not gonna get rid of him.
You know, here's a volatile relationship to begin with.
Get rid of him now.
No, he's my friend.
They decide to work together.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Is this a recipe for a disaster?
If Tracy doesn't get her own way, she retaliates.
Tracy would delete information off the computer to get back at Doug, to hurt his business, because she ultimately was the one that was operating the computer.
Get out of there!
Tracy had to have known how Doug would react. That kind of behavior screams, it's fight night.
Tracy!
She runs outside and tries to kick over his Harley. You don't do that to a man's bike. Doug gets really, really angry with her.
I'll do better than that.
The situation escalates to a dangerous new level.
Doug knew that she kept a gun in her truck.
You come out of that car with a gun, there's gonna be trouble.
This relationship is like a powder keg with sparks flying. There's two guns involved. We have all this rage boiling up. Something's bound to happen in this situation. How can it not happen?
Man, you need to get away from her.
When Doug and Tracy drew their weapons, guns, on each other, that should have been the end of the relationship. Sadly, it wasn't.
Doug doesn't know. Tracy is no stranger to violence.
Tracy Forson loved men. She also loved to beat them up.
Tracy hit one of her previous boyfriends with a baseball bat.
Tracy Forson didn't see a romantic relationship between two people as a union of souls as much as she did an opportunity for her own destruction derby.
After being together for 8 months, Doug's over her wild ways.
Hello?
I'm coming over. I just want to talk.
No, Tracy, you're not.
I just want to talk.
No, Tracy. It's over.
He calls it quits.
To a sociopath, rejection is like pouring gasoline on an inferno.
Colbert, Georgia, when 38-year-old Doug Benton breaks up with his girlfriend, Tracy Forson. She cheers herself up with some retail therapy. Not clothes or shoes. This 35-year-old tomboy stocks up at a hardware store.
She goes out and buys some really strange items that people don't really buy every day. She buys a cattle trough.
She took cans of camouflage spray paint and sprayed the trough.
She bought 10 80-pound bags of concrete. She bought a shower curtain.
And you gotta ask yourself, what the hell is Tracy planning?
On June 4th, 2000, Tracy's ready to see Doug one more time.
She comes into the house. He's sleeping on the couch. She shoots him in the head with a .22.
But Doug isn't dead, just defenseless.
He'd be bleeding from the top of his head where the bullet entered. He would be inhaling blood into his lungs. It would take him minutes to stop breathing.
She could have shot him in the head a couple more times to make sure he was dead. The stabbing made it so much more personal.
She stabbed him in the buttock, in the abdomen, and in the leg. Since his heart is still beating, all of those wounds would continue to bleed.
Doug finally succumbs to his injuries. Now Tracy, the police officer, goes into action to cover her tracks.
She wraps Doug's body in 2 shower curtains. Tracy always prided herself that she was a tough chick. Well, man, I believe her now, because we have this 220 to 250 pound man. And here's this woman dragging it. Boy, was she strong.
She was used to throwing carcasses of animals around. She was a deer hunter. She had done all of this. This was not unfamiliar to her.
Tracy has it all planned. She builds a tomb for her ex.
She then took bags of cement, poured over the top of him in the trough, took a water hose, sprayed it down.
She puts peat moss on the top, and then she sits around and she waits for it all to dry.
Doug's final resting place won't be a grave, but a camouflaged cattle trough in the woods.
She has this body in the cattle trough, and she hooks a rope up to it, and then she just drives off to pull it off the back. Bang!
She was familiar with the area up under some trees, out of the way, that she thought would not be discovered.
Tracy's method of getting rid of Doug's body was extremely difficult and physically demanding. Why she did that probably has to do with how she saw herself. She's a big, tough, strong woman. So why not?
The final piece of her complicated plan is to explain Doug's disappearance. She parks his truck outside his friend's house.
His truck was found at a friend's house with a note taped on the window that said, "I've gone out of town, don't bother looking for me."
Tracy's camouflage proves pathetic. It's easily spotted by the first person that comes across it 2 weeks later. And it smells.
He's thinking, that's a smell that only can mean one thing: a dead man. He calls the cops. And you know what? The dominoes begin to fall.
Tracy starts to panic. She knows forensic teams will be heading to Doug's place. She wants to get there first.
The couch was blood-soaked. There was a trail of blood that led from the couch to the door. She knew she had to cover her tracks. After all, she was in law enforcement.
Tracy wants to burn the whole house down and uses candles as her fuse. She doesn't want to be around when the fire starts. Another miscalculation.
When the flame reached the carpet, it extinguished. And I believe that was due to the Scotch Guard in the carpet, a flame retardant.
The house is still intact. The police now have plenty of forensic evidence, and Tracy's left a long trail.
The other things that she did, buying the watering trough, the concrete, the note, the fingerprint tape.
The tape used to stick a note to Doug's vehicle was like fingerprint tape that only a cop would have access to, really. And then the latex gloves that Tracy used are found inside her house.
Even Tracy's attempt at camouflage comes back to haunt her.
What cops find on the cattle trough is this spray-painted design of like an army camouflage type of thing. And then they also find a similar one on Tracy's mailbox.
It was obvious that, she was the perpetrator.
The only evidence Tracy did not leave was a signpost pointing to her head.
In March 2004, Tracy Forson is convicted of malice murder and sentenced to life in prison.
It seemed like she was just an upset lover that saw a relationship that she didn't want to lose go away.
I just want to talk.
It's over.
It seemed like she just couldn't accept it.
Tracy Forson wanted total control. When Doug dumped her, he sowed the seeds of revenge and paid the ultimate price.
There was a tremendous amount of effort and planning put into this murder. Tracy didn't snap. Tracy had wanted Doug dead for quite a while.
No! The chair goes over there, and the table goes against the wall.
Planning a wedding is tough.
She was stressed out.
It should be the happiest day of your life.
She wanted the whole thing to be perfect.
As long as you get there alive.
She was already fatigued.
I've had to do this all by myself.
Resentful and angry. Now she was furious.
When your boyfriend lives across the country, a relationship is hard.
Hello.
How's my girl?
Missing you.
I miss you too. But I'll be there next week.
I'll be waiting.
But 33-year-old Nola Franklin is sure she's found the one.
I love you too.
36-year-old truck driver Billy Brewster.
Billy and Nicola met in California when he was driving his truck there for work.
Girl, what am I supposed to do till next week?
You are gonna have to wait.
They live miles apart. She is in California, Billy in Pennsylvania. So Nicola makes the big move.
Nicola left California, where she had grew up her whole life, and moved to Whitehall, Pennsylvania. She left her extended family, left her mother. So it was a big move for her.
Girl, it ain't cold. What you talking about? Come on.
It is if you're a California girl.
And it's a big change for their children.
Yes!
Do it again. Nicola had a child from a previous relationship, and Billy had a child from a previous relationship.
They seem to get along.
Oh, we're so blessed.
Her son, his son, and they all lived under one roof.
The families blend perfectly.
It looked like a very good match. Billy was ready to adopt Nicola's boy. He wanted them to be a complete, nice family together. The future looked very positive.
Their family is complete when they have a baby of their own.
He's gonna be a football player.
BJ, the linebacker.
Everybody thought Billy and Nicola had a great relationship. They seemed to be happy.
There's just one little problem.
He would come home from work, he would consume alcohol to a point that would make him angry and disrespectful to her.
And I walked up to him and man, why are you living on my truck? What's wrong with you?
You've had enough.
Oh, give me a break.
Nicola said that their relationship was good, and the only time that they had troubles was when Billy drank too much.
If you don't stop drinking, I'm gonna leave you.
Nicola puts her foot down.
Okay, I'm going to bed.
Billy has to decide between his drinking and his future.
He had scaled back his drinking, and they were doing well. He was willing to do what needed to be done to support a family.
Just one thing missing.
Now all they need is a wedding.
Will you be my wife?
It's the day Nicola's been waiting for. But Billy doesn't want to spend too much money.
She wanted everything to be perfect, of course, and she was working on a very, very small budget.
Oh my God, it's beautiful. You gotta get it.
I can't afford that. I've only got $500 for the whole wedding.
The whole wedding?
Nicola said that Billy had given her a budget of $500. She would have to pay for her wedding dress. She would have to pay for the children's clothes. She would have to purchase food and make other arrangements for the wedding. It's a lot to do with $500.
No! That goes over there. And the table back against the wall.
The wedding and reception will be in their own modest apartment.
Right against the wall!
Nicola does all the preparations herself, while truck driver Billy's on the road.
Nicola was fretting about everything, about sandwiches not being right, and her hair not being right, and her dress not being right.
Every bride is under pressure before her wedding.
What else do you want us to do?
Move those chairs.
But Nicola is feeling it more than most.
There was something that made Nicola crack.
Instead of wedding bells ringing, police sirens were heard.
Whitehall, Pennsylvania. In the days leading up to her wedding in August 2012, Nola Franklin is feeling the pressure.
Nicola wasn't in the best state of mind and physical condition leading up to the wedding. She had not slept much in 4 days.
She was a walking time bomb from sleep deprivation.
Her fiancé, Billy, is away, and she's doing everything for their low-budget wedding.
Billy was on the road right prior to the wedding. Didn't get home till like the night before.
It was 16 hours straight, I'm telling you.
When he does, he arrives with his cousins. They're in the mood to party.
You gonna finish on time?
Don't you start. I've had to do this all by myself.
Just put your bag in that room there. Go grab something to eat.
While the last-minute wedding preparations were going on in this small little house, there was Billy, Nicola, 3 children, And suddenly,
We just gonna get some food. We'll be back.
Billy's cousins, and they're staying in the house. So the house was really overcrowded.
Nicola is getting her hair and makeup done, and there's a lot more to do for the morning ceremony.
It probably would have been a better move on Billy's part to stay at home and help her.
But Billy wants to celebrate.
I want the curls to be tighter.
They stopped at a strip club for a while, and they were out drinking and carrying on and just having sort of an impromptu bachelor party.
Previously, he had been a heavy drinker and that he had scaled back his drinking. Some of the behavior that he had exhibited in the past resumed that night.
Nicola's been left alone, preparing for the wedding.
When Billy finally returns home, it's to a frosty welcome.
You guys eating yet?
No, not yet.
Nicole, they gotta eat.
Go get him something. I can't do everything by myself.
Billy and his cousins come home and everybody's too drunk to drive, but Billy wants food.
Well, you're gonna have to drive me.
That leaves Nicola. She was already fatigued, resentful, and angry. Now she was furious.
Have you got money?
No, what happened to the money I gave you?
Are you kidding me?
An argument ensued between the two of them.
You're drunk!
I'm not drunk!
Nicola thinks Billy is about to ruin the best day of her life.
Billy, who in Nicola's eyes was drunk, grabbed her face. Her eyelash fell off that she had gotten done when she had her makeup done.
To make matters worse, Billy, who's very intoxicated, wakes up their one-year-old baby.
That's the straw that broke the camel's back.
Nicola calls 911.
My boyfriend just beat me up. He's been drinking.
I'm not drunk!
It's like the perfect storm.
I'm gonna kill him!
Nicola could have walked away from Billy when he was being difficult and calling her names.
I'll whip your ass!
Are you out of your mind?
She could have gone into the bedroom, closed the door, and that would be that. She chose not to.
You are overreacting.
Nicola lost it.
What you gonna do with that?
Billy tries to calm his wife-to-be.
He had his palms up and he was saying, is this really what you want to do?
You wanna die tonight?
Say what?
I said you're gonna die tonight.
Oh.
You're gonna die!
Well, still on the 911 call, Nicola says to Billy, do you want to die tonight? Do you want to effing die tonight?
You're gonna die! Do you hear me?
Are you out of your
She
mind?
ceased being the loving bride-to-be of Billy.
Put the knife down.
Better get out of my way or I'll stab you too.
Put the knife down.
And suddenly, she was this shrew-like avenging spirit,
Are you out of your mind?
lashing out at him.
Billy's cousin disarms Nicola.
One of the knife wounds went straight through his heart.
Oh my God. Oh. Like, call 911. Call 911.
Help arrives too late. Billy bleeds to death. Nicola is arrested on her wedding day.
When Whitehall police told her that Billy had died, she became hysterical. She started screaming and crying and saying that she would still marry Billy.
The next morning, instead of a ceremony, guests arrive to a crime scene. And Nicola is behind bars.
I've never heard of a situation where the groom spent the night in the morgue while the bride spent the night in jail.
It's a crime no one can understand. A loving relationship destroyed. All because of the pressure of a wedding.
I guess Nicola was the ultimate bridezilla.
The court has no sympathy for Nicola's frustration. In 2013, she is convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison.
The prosecutor said, you have a bad day, you go home and you regroup. You don't have a bad day and kill someone to make yourself feel better.
For most women, their wedding is one of the happiest days of their lives. But Nicola leaves 2 orphans and 2 devastated families who had every reason to think it would be a perfect union.
There's no criminal history of Nicola being involved in violence. However, now Billy's dead and she's in prison.
Next,
maybe the fish will like it.
Still waters can run deep.
Angela was well and truly under the control of Doug Kelly.
Pick him up! Take him outside!
And when a passive wife reaches her limit,
he was just willing to throw his weight around.
You have been cheating him. You're lying!
a storm is on its way.
She had been fantasizing about this moment for years.
2012, on Australia's southeast coast, Angela Williams is raising her children with the help of her boyfriend, David Granger.
David Granger was a big man. It was no coincidence that his nickname was Bear. He was large, stocky, had a beard, a little bit overweight.
Caught any good fish lately, Bear?
No, work's been flat out.
Too busy.
Chaotic.
He's a bear of a man with a heart of gold. And after years of turmoil, Angela is finally happy. 4 years earlier, her common-law husband, Douglas Calley, went fishing and didn't come back. Their 2 children haven't seen or spoken to Dad since. Their only contact is the occasional present.
Angela gave her son Doug's prized diving watch as a gift. She said that Doug had sent it to her to give to him.
It's Doug.
Angela is the only person Doug will talk to.
Yeah, just give me a second.
During this party, she took a call, went off into another room, said she needed some privacy.
She returned to the group upset.
What is it?
Dad wants us to move to the coast.
Saying that Doug was pressuring her to move to New South Wales.
What'd you say?
I said no.
But Angela isn't about to go running back to Doug. For 23 years, he kept her under his thumb.
Can you clean them outside?
I called him, you can clean it.
Doug was, by all accounts, a very controlling and often a very demeaning man toward Angela.
I'm not touching it.
There you are.
No, I'm not.
There you are.
No, I'm not.
He belittled her.
You clean them.
No!
Pick them up.
And was generally quite domineering.
Come on, pick them up. Get them outside. Go.
As the years went by, Angela became more and more isolated from outside sources. She stayed at home, had fewer and fewer friends.
Doug doesn't want people around to witness his illegal activities.
Doug had somewhat of a sideline business dealing cannabis.
It's the cops.
He had 2 prior convictions with the police for dealing.
Got to explain this. Just some scales for a cookie.
What do we got
When the police bust him a third time, he tests his power and control over Angela.
That's mine.
And Angela submits.
When he was caught, actually asked Angela to take the rap for him.
Doug's dominance and control over Angela knew no boundaries. He actually got her to take the rap for a drug conviction.
She escapes a jail sentence, but life isn't easy. There's always one shoulder Angela can lean on, David's. He's Doug's best friend.
They used to go fishing together 2, 3, 4 times a week. And by all accounts, were very close.
It's not unusual for battered wives to become emotionally close to a friend of their abuser, whoever is close by, any port in the storm.
When Doug leaves her in July 2008, it's David that Angela turns to.
Angela turns up to David's house. She's in an absolute state. She's crying, she's overwhelmed.
It's Doug. He's gone.
Where'd he go?
He left me.
She tells David that Doug's left her.
It's all right, it's all right.
She poured her heart out, how upset she was that Doug had left her.
Can me and the kids stay here?
Of course. You don't have, of course you can. No problem.
She sent word to the children's school that they should come back to David Granger's place.
It doesn't take long for Angela to move on.
Within weeks, Angela and David begin to form a romantic relationship. The two fell in love and began spending a lot of time together.
She seems to have found her Prince Charming.
She'd settled into her new life, and she was happy.
But there's no fairy godmother in this tale. Angela has a dark secret.
And she's the only one that knew it.
In 2012, on the southeast coast of Australia. It's been 4 years since Angela's husband of 23 years, Doug Calley, abruptly left her. He went fishing and never came back. Now she is moving on with his best friend, David Granger.
Hey! Get out of the garden!
Hey, settle down. They're just having fun.
But all is not quite right with Angela.
Angela would never let the children play in the backyard.
It turns out Doug's family hasn't heard from him either.
The cops keep asking me where Doug is.
Do you know?
Doug Calley's family were always suspicious about the circumstances. His father registered him as a missing person.
4 years after Doug's apparent disappearance, the police begin seriously looking into the case.
His bank accounts hadn't been touched. He hadn't made a single word of contact with anyone.
Angela was still maintaining her story that Doug had left and moved to New South Wales.
But when Doug's family convinced the police to inspect Angela's home, secrets are exposed.
They found a blood stain in the main bedroom. It changed everything.
Everyone is about to find out what skeletons are buried in Angela's past. July 2008.
Where you been? You been in Bears, haven't you?
Doug confronts Angela. He's jealous of her relationship with his friend, David.
He flies into a rage.
You're lying! You're lying!
He throws her up against the wall, grabs her by the throat, calls her every name under the sun.
In the master bedroom, there were a collection of tools behind the bedroom door.
Oh, you gonna hit me with that, are ya? Yeah? You haven't got it in ya.
Angela picks up a pickaxe. Doug's goading her.
Come on, hit me with it.
He's saying, I dare you to do it. Go on, I dare you.
You haven't got it in ya, have ya? Hey?
He saw her pick it up, and he said, go ahead and use it, but he didn't think she would.
You haven't got it in ya.
But she did. The lady snapped.
She loses it.
The first blow would have been enough to kill him. It certainly disabled him. But that wasn't enough for Angela to vent 23 years of pent-up rage. She had been fantasizing about this moment for years.
Doug's injuries are horrendous.
Angela struck Doug 16 times, causing 8 skull fractures, mostly to the back of the head.
He dies quickly and within minutes.
Angela stood for hours staring at Doug's body. I think she wanted to make sure he was dead.
Angela has a dead husband on her hands and her freedom to protect.
She wraps the body in a tarpaulin and rope. Drags him through the house, out to the backyard near the tool shed. Buries it in a shallow grave in the backyard. There was a lot of determination there. She knew what she had to do and she did it. And then the cover-up starts.
Angela is determined to leave no trace of evidence behind.
After burying the body, Angela returns to the house. She takes the bloodied sheets and disposes of them, and the bloodied mattress. She cleans the blood off the floor and leaves the house.
But after 4 years under police scrutiny, Angela can't keep up the charade any longer.
I can't go any further.
The truth came out.
He's buried over there.
Where?
She confessed.
Angela voluntarily agreed to show police where she had buried the body.
Angela told the police she didn't know the effect that hitting him with an axe would have. One doesn't pick up a heavy object and swing it at someone's head unless they intend to do harm. He was dead and gone, and in her mind, he deserved it.
In 2012, Angela Williams is charged with Doug's murder. At her trial 2 years later, she pleads not guilty, claiming self-defense.
The jury accepted that Angela had been abused both verbally and physically.
Angela is convicted of the lesser charge of defensive homicide and sentenced to 8 years in prison.
Angela is a simple woman who was in a very complex situation. And she reacted the only way she knew how after 23 years of being pushed. When Angela killed Doug, she punished him. She punished him to death.
These deadly women couldn't go the distance. Tracy Forson turned her lover's rejection into revenge. Nola Franklin's wedding day jitters turned lethal. And Angela Williams ended 23 years of marital abuse with an axe. Their loves weren't made to last forever and a day. The greatest joy in life is becoming a parent.
And look at the place we'll be staying in. Wow, awesome.
But not all children return the love. What makes a beautiful teenager a brutal killer?
Love, hate, revenge, it's got it all.
How a woman lives her fantasy at the ultimate price.
The great pretense was that they were still alive.
You look gorgeous, Tina.
And why social standing is more important than mom.
She knew she was going to die at the hands of her only daughter.
These deadly women turn on those who nurtured them from birth. When they strike, they make themselves do-it-yourself orphans. (1973), Chicago. 16-year-old Patty Columbo loves her new after-school job, selling cosmetics. It's a chance to preen herself. The customers can wait.
Can I get some service, please?
Sure, just a sec.
She was always acting, she was always performing. Aren't I sexier than everybody else? Aren't I more attractive than everybody else?
Patty.
Patty's antics catch the eye of the store's pharmacist,
I need to see you out the back.
Frank DeLuca. A married man, 20 years older than Patty.
Am I in trouble?
He doesn't discipline her. He seduces her.
Though Frank was a married man with 5 children, he certainly didn't act it. He was a hound, a skirt chaser extraordinaire.
He just was motivated by sex in every way that he possibly could think of. And that just opened up her whole world. In a sense, he helped groom her into her sexual behavior, but man, she took it and ran with it.
Hey, kiddo.
Hey, Dad.
It's good to see you helping your mom.
Someone has to.
Patty's parents, Mary and Frank Columbo, see a change in her behavior for the worse.
Got a call from the school today. Patty's skipping classes again.
But don't know the reason why.
They didn't like anything about the way she was behaving.
Why weren't you at school today?
I was working, Dad.
School is more important than Patty. You're throwing your life away.
Her grades started to slip. She wasn't doing well in school.
I'm learning way more from Frank than I ever did at school.
Excuse me, little miss. We aren't finished yet.
Yeah, we are.
Patty was very narcissistic and felt, how dare anyone tell her how to live her life?
Patty's been a handful from an early age.
Look, Dad.
What do we have here? She's very good, princess. Work on that, okay?
Look, Dad. Dad, look, I'm still going.
Good, honey.
Dad, look.
For 6 years, Patty was the apple of her father's eye, the little princess. She ruled the household. And then her brother came along.
Patty doesn't like sharing center stage with her younger brother, Michael.
He'd come along and stolen her spotlight, and she didn't like it.
Dad, look!
Patty, stop! Patty, pick those up now.
No!
At one point, Mary got furious, and she slapped Patty.
Pick those up right now.
No!
And she said, "You should know better. You're older." And Patty seethed.
To say sibling rivalry overtook Patty would be a profound understatement.
By her teens, Patty no longer craves her parents' approval. She only cares about Frank's.
She moved in with DeLuca and his wife and 5 children.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Marilyn. I really appreciate it.
That's okay. Very welcome.
His naive wife thinks she's helping a teenager in distress.
I'm going to get the children.
Middle-aged Frank is the cat that got the cream.
He's married, he's got 5 kids. He brings Patty into his home and having sex with her.
Patty's dad wakes up to the illicit affair.
His concern is, obviously, as a father, this guy's 20 years older than his daughter.
He was a man at the end of his rope. From his point of view, this man, Frank DeLuca, had destroyed his daughter's life.
Frank Columbo confronts DeLuca at his work and brings a weapon.
And they start to argue back and forth.
DeLuca! Whoa, 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 whoa! Relax, man! Stay the hell away from my daughter!
Put the gun down, Daddy! Put the gun down!
Relax! Stay away!
He was furious, saying, I'm gonna kill him, I'm gonna kill him, I'm just gonna kill him.
Despite his rage, Dad is no killer.
Frank Columbo butt strokes Frank DeLuca in the mouth with his rifle, and he knocks out his teeth.
And the next time!
This whole story is very Shakespearean. Love, hate, revenge, it's got it all. Shakespeare probably couldn't have written this.
"19-year-old Patty Columbo is plotting revenge against her father for assaulting her married lover. But she doesn't want to get her hands dirty.
So, these are the photos.
She recruits 2 heavies.
Patty wrote out dossiers, information about her mother, her father, and her little brother. Maps of the area. Diagrams of the house.
Patty can't pay them cash, but she has an offer they can't resist.
Patty used her good looks and sex to get what she wanted from men. But then again, that's all she had.
So, what's in it for us?
She started putting out for these 2 guys, and they were having sex with her for some months.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. One at a time, fellas.
And of course, they had no intention of murdering anybody. They just were getting sex.
You have to do this.
When Plan A doesn't work, Patty turns to her lover, Frank DeLuca.
Not a killer, Patty. DeLuca!
He's reluctant until she reminds him of her father's violence.
She used it as a psychological bludgeon. She kept telling him, he's gonna come back and next time he's gonna kill you.
If you don't kill him, he's going to kill you.
Patty talks of a future together, funded by her inheritance.
Think of the inheritance. 250 grand.
They would get all this money, and then he'd have a happy life.
On the night of May 4th, 1976, Frank is ready to fulfill his teenage lover's desire.
Maybe he had simply gone too far, and he just didn't turn back. He should have.
A simple knock opens the door to hell.
They came rushing in.
DeLuca, no! Why did Columbo?
Frank DeLuca shot Frank Columbo right away. They thought he was dead. They thought they'd killed him, but he kept moving. That's when Patty picked up the lamp and started bashing him with the lamp.
But that was just the beginning.
Patty's mother came out of the bathroom. Frank shot her right between the eyes. She went down without a whimper.
But Mom doesn't die instantly either.
So they wouldn't have to listen to the sound of her last breaths. Patty cut her throat as well.
Patty and Frank could have killed her family quickly and easily. But that wasn't what Patty wanted. Patty wanted to be medieval and beat them and mutilated their bodies.
Patty has no intention of sharing her inheritance with the brother she's resented from birth.
They went down the hall for Michael. And Michael was asleep. So they stood him up and shot him in his pajamas.
That wasn't enough, though. Patty took a sharp, pointed scissors, rolled him onto his back, and stabbed him 92 times.
Every time Patty stabbed her brother, she was saying, "I hate you, I hate you." Why? He needed to be punished. He committed the great sin of being born.
He's just a little boy. Michael only turned 13 just a few days before he was murdered.
As the sole survivor in the family, Patty is again the center of attention and more than willing to help the police.
I just want to find out who did this to my mom and my dad and my little baby brother.
She came in with all of this information, trying to direct the investigation. Here's people you should talk to. Here's what you should be concerned about. Not how people who've just lost their family would be reacting.
Do you have any idea who did this?
Maybe it was a mom hit.
But the forensics tell another story. A hair is found on her brother's body and could only be left by the killer. It's Patty's.
There's a single strand of Patty Columbo's hair that was entwined in the blood on his chest.
The only way the hair would have gotten onto Michael's bloody chest was if Patricia was there.
10 days after the murders, Patty and Frank DeLuca are arrested.
She was not anywhere near as smart as she thought she was.
The lovers are tried together. In 1977, Frank DeLuca is found guilty of 3 counts of murder.
He was the most banal, uninteresting person that you could imagine. He would have lived out a very mundane life, but he met her. He turned into this mass murderer.
Patty Columbo is also convicted of murdering her mother, father, and little brother. The judge hands down sentences that fit the brutality.
They were each sentenced to 200 to 300-year terms with another 50-year term for solicitation to murder.
Frank probably would not have been involved in these murders, or any murder, had he not met Patty. Patty probably would have eventually killed her family, no matter who she was involved with.
She had the face of an angel, but a heart of stone. From an early age, all that mattered to Patty was getting her own way.
Patty had a DNA cocktail that, well, made her a psychopath. So running away or being mature about things wasn't the way to go. She wanted revenge, and she enjoyed it. This is a profoundly disturbing crime.
Strange things lie at the bottom of the backyard.
Susan had a simmering resentment.
Secrets that should never surface. But nothing stays buried forever.
This planted a seed, and not a good one.
When Susan Edwards meets her husband, Christopher, she knows he's the one.
They met through a dating agency. They were both kind of lonely hearts who found each other. They always appeared utterly inseparable.
Thank you. Susan didn't have much of a life for herself. She lived for Christopher.
From their modest home in London, England, they relived the golden age of Hollywood.
They both collected memorabilia.
Oh, it's better than I even hoped.
Should be for the money.
On their investments.
Their joint passion for collecting autographs of famous film stars like Gary Cooper.
Susan didn't just like movies, she was obsessed.
Susan is so obsessed, she creates her own fantasy world, where movie stars write her husband letters.
Oh, from France.
My favourite pen pal.
Christopher had genuinely believed that he was the pen friend of the French film actor Gérard Depardieu.
In truth, Susan pens the letters herself.
She'd gone as far as buying a special franking machine which made the letters look as though they'd been posted in France.
My dear friend Christopher, I hope this letter finds you in good health.
That tells me her self-esteem, the way she saw herself and her worth, was in the basement. But if a celebrity was writing to her, wow, that raised her stock.
And makes Christopher happy.
Susan appears to have lived most of her life in a state of fantasy. She was clearly more happy living in than the real one.
In the real world, Susan has problems with her parents, octogenarian William Wycherley and mother Patricia.
You got a promotion yet?
Afraid not.
He's happy where he is.
Yeah, at the bottom.
William was very, very controlling and very domineering towards his daughter. He was resentful, I think, that he'd lost that control to another man.
Well, what do you expect from a bloody dating agency? William?
Her father didn't approve at all, but then again, I don't think her father would have approved of anyone.
Because of Patricia's subservience to William, it impacted on the relationship she had with her mother as well.
Things have been tense for a decade since Susan missed out on a windfall.
When Susan was about 21, she inherited some money from her grandmother.
All I'm asking for is the money Grandma left to me.
But her parents spent it on a house and didn't give her the money later when they sold that house.
That was years ago.
I know it was, but it's my money and I want it back.
Well, it's too late. It's all gone.
Susan had a simmering resentment.
Now, Susan can really do with the money.
Susan and Christopher racked up enormous debt and got into financial trouble because of their obsession with acquiring memorabilia.
Cool then.
Nothing is more important to Susan than Christopher and their collections. She wants a way to keep them both.
Hello, Mum.
She felt genuinely aggrieved, particularly at her father for the way that she feels that he mistreated her.
Susan wants to kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
We thought we might come up and see you.
Susan Edwards' relationship with her parents, William and Patricia, is on the rocks.
Time for bed.
She felt very, very angered and bitter.
On the night of May 3rd, 1998, she's going to stand up for herself, and husband Christopher is her willing helper.
She, of the 2, was actually the stronger character. Christopher would do almost anything for her.
The last thing they ever saw on this earth was Christopher holding a gun on them.
Christopher shot Susan's parents twice in the chest at quite close range. They died immediately or very, very soon after the shots were fired.
Susan hated her parents. They took advantage of her, and now they were gone.
Susan has planned the perfect murder without even leaving the property.
Christopher dug the grave just outside the rear door of the property.
They weren't buried with any great dignity. Pop one in, pop the other in, fill it in. Go to the garden centre, buy some shrubs, plant it on top of this grave.
Mrs. Edwards, please have a seat.
Susan's waited 10 years for her grandmother's inheritance.
So, what can I do for you?
I'd just like to transfer this.
Now she has it.
She cleared out her mother's account, which had £40,000 in it.
It wasn't because of greed or revenge. She was taking what she thought rightfully was hers.
But Susan wants more. Her parents are receiving a pension and will continue to if no one knows they're dead.
It was very, very clever.
Thank you.
Streams of revenue which they'd identified as being able to divert into their own back pockets as long as they could maintain the premise that the Wycherleys were still alive and well.
It's yet another Susan fantasy. But this time, it's not costing them money. It's making it.
Christmas cards had to be sent, either forged from William or Patricia describing their recent adventures.
She sent letters saying Father's got a new lease of life, he's really enjoying himself, he's gone off travelling to Ireland, they've moved to Blackpool.
It was almost a full-time job for them to maintain the lie.
Hello? Yes, I'm ringing about my father, William Wycherley.
I think Susan and Christopher probably gave each other a high five every day when they passed in the kitchen.
I'm afraid he's had a fall. He won't be able to make it.
They were proud of it.
Okay, I'll let him know.
The couple's debts evaporate, and no one suspects a thing.
Now, for the first time in her life, Susan had a lot of money, but she didn't spend it on cars, vacations, or a nice home. She spent it on more memorabilia.
It was really, really erratic, crazy spending.
For the next 15 years, the Edwards go through $250,000 in pension funds and might have had a Hollywood ending if not for a quirky British tradition.
What have you got?
Bad news.
William Wycherley would have been coming up to be 100. And the practice is for someone coming up to be 100, they are interviewed by the authorities. Well, William had been dead for 15 years, and this caused great alarm.
Call them. Say that he's away.
I've already tried that.
Susan's fantasy is crashing down.
They then fled to France, pretty much with the clothes that they stood up in and the memorabilia, which was obviously so important to them that they couldn't leave it behind them.
For a year, they hide out abroad, but without an income. They're broke and scavenging.
I'm really sorry to ask, but
It's all too much for Christopher. While begging a relative for help, he loses it and finally confesses.
because we buried Susan's parents in the garden.
Christopher confessed that the bodies of William and Patricia Wycherley were both buried in the back garden of the house.
It's now a matter of time before the law catches up to them. And the lure of a good meal makes prison a better prospect.
Susan and Christopher were unusual criminals all the way around. They emailed the police and set up a meeting to turn themselves in, not at the police station, but at the train station.
Are you Susan and Christopher Edmonds?
Yes.
What's in the cases?
At the time of their arrest, they had literally a few euros in their pockets, the clothes they stood up in, and suitcases full of the most bizarre film memorabilia from the 1930s, 40s, and 50s.
In 2014, 16 years after murdering William and Patricia Wycherley, Susan and Christopher are found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder.
They were both sentenced to life imprisonment and told that they would serve a minimum of 25 years.
They are, in fact, probably never likely to see each other again because of their age. So their only friend has been completely removed.
Susan Edwards loses everything: her parents, her husband, and her treasured memorabilia. All she has now are her fantasies.
What she's done from her own fantastical sense of reality, that it's not real, it didn't happen. I think she just lives in a completely different world.
Susan and Christopher were not natural-born killers, and they weren't hardened criminals. They were a couple of people that committed a murder for a very specific reason and kept the money. The lesson here is, treat your children well.
Garment number 3 in my holiday range.
Next, when possessions and status are all that matter,
They had parties, they did vacation. It was expensive.
everything else can be sacrificed.
If she wasn't going to get what she was asking for, this is what it was going to come down to.
There was a lot of time there to go, you know what, I'm not going to do this. But she didn't.
Guess what? We can rent jet skis.
Wow, awesome. It's going to be an exciting summer for the Loney family. 41-year-old Tina wants the best of everything.
Cool.
She was planning this big trip, grand trip, with a lot of other people from town. Going to rent this large, beautiful home.
Look at the place we can stay in.
Tina loves to keep up with the Joneses, whatever the cost.
It was expensive. She always wanted her children to have what they wanted and the best. So she spent on her kids.
How much is all this costing?
We're sharing the cost between a bunch of families, Mama.
For 81-year-old widowed mom, Marie Zoppi, it seems very extravagant.
Okay, kids, bedtime.
Okay. It's my bedtime, too. Good night.
Good night, Marie.
Night, Mama.
When they bought this home, it was set up so that she had her own place in the basement.
Tina had a good relationship with her and they shared a lot, but she also had a live-in babysitter. For a professional working woman, that's a good deal.
You sure we can afford this?
Yes, we need a holiday.
Tina works as an accountant, so her husband, Chris, entrusts her with the family finances.
Look what's in the ensuite.
He thought he had the perfect life.
Living in New Jersey, Tina mixes with a very well-to-do social set.
Beautiful homes, swimming pools, one of the better school systems in the state. It's the kind of place you'd want to live in.
Those were the people that she hung out with.
Garment number 3 in my holiday range. You look gorgeous, Tina.
They had parties, they did vacation.
Does Chris know about this?
I've got one more. I'll go and get changed.
And she was right there with them.
Garment number 4 in my holiday range. Anyone for a game?
Tina Loney was obsessed with 2 things: keeping up with the Joneses and finding the money to do it.
The Loney's dual income helps fund their lifestyle, but only up to a point.
She would charge it and continue to charge and charge.
I'm glad you're so cashed up, because we've got to pay the balance of the holiday house.
No problem. I'll just grab my checkbook.
Tina is spending money she doesn't have.
Tina was an accountant by profession, but she couldn't manage her own checkbook.
Tina had a number of credit cards that were all maxed to the limit.
It was financial disarray. There was rarely a positive bank balance.
Sometimes she gets so far behind, the power is cut.
Tina! Tina, what's happening?
Rather than pay the electric bill, she'd rather spend the money on something fun.
You okay, Mama?
That was her value system.
What's happening? Is it a blackout?
I missed the payment.
Why didn't you pay it?
I'm out of money, Mama.
There is one source of funds Tina can count on in an emergency.
My checkbook's over there.
Tina's mom received a pension from her deceased retired police officer husband.
How much?
$1,000. Can you loan me a little more?
Tina took money frequently from her mom.
This can't go on.
No, of course not.
But in the summer of 1999, a big deposit is due on a fancy holiday house she's promised her friends.
It's very quiet in here.
She's basically mortified for anyone to find out that somehow she wasn't able to make her payment.
Tina, I got a call from the realtor.
Everything okay?
Well, no. Your check. It bounced.
What? There must be a mistake. I knew it.
Her place in that social circle is being put in jeopardy because at some level, she felt like maybe they would think she didn't belong just because she couldn't pay for this trip.
There's plenty of money in the account. I'm sure it was a problem with the bank.
They would have all found out Tina was not about to let that happen.
Tina needs money, fast.
How'd you sleep, Mama?
Not so good. My neck is really itchy.
That's not good.
This was it. She was under a deadline.
The realtor is waiting for this money. I mean, it is minute by minute, tick, tick, tick.
Maybe you just need to have a good rest today. Watch a little bit of television.
Okay.
Rest up.
The wolves were at the door.
Tina is about to show how much this holiday means to her.
Whoa, so cool.
Tina Loney is battling two emotions. She is excited about the luxury holiday she's booked, but she can't pay for it. And the bank of Mom is closed. On July 22nd, 1999, Tina desperately needs another source of money and makes a decision.
If she wasn't going to get what she was asking for, this is what it was going to come down to.
See ya.
Tina's desire to spend excessively and put out an image that was really not true was stronger than her desire to be a good daughter.
I thought you went to work.
I had to come back for my phone. Is your rash bothering you?
Oh, that feels really good.
Tina took a necktie that was her husband's, and she actually used that to strangle her own mother, which is really what made it so graphic and so personal.
Marie was grasping and trying to stop it.
At one point, she realizes what she's doing and says, "Oh my God," and lets go for a moment. And lets her mother gasp for air. But despite that, then decides to again tighten that tie. Probably the most gruesome and graphic way anyone could be killed.
She knew she was gonna die at the hands of her own only daughter.
Moments after Marie Zoppi draws her last breath, her daughter goes for the money.
After the murder, Tina immediately proceeded to make payments right away on all sorts of accounts where she was delinquent.
High on her list is the deposit on the vacation home.
So her friends would never know.
To actually do all of these payments, knowing that her mother is dead, just shows how calculated she was.
For 24 hours, Tina leaves her mother's corpse in the basement.
Everything is just the way it normally is in her life. Nothing is out of the ordinary for her.
She wasn't a mess. She wasn't, oh my God, I killed my mother.
But sometime soon, Tina will have to explain her dead mother.
So the next day, Tina does actually go into the basement and attempt to stage what looks like a suicide scene. She attempted to write this note, basically showing that her mother was in a depressed state of mind, that she was tired of being some kind of burden on everyone.
She probably thought that they'll think my mom killed herself, and the family will never know.
She takes the tie and moves it around on the face, making it look as if somehow she had done this to herself.
The stage is set.
Come home!
Tina is in
Come home!
complete hysterics. I mean, the Academy Award goes to Tina.
Chris comes home.
I think she killed herself.
Did you call 911?
And Chris is the person who actually calls 911.
It's my mother-in-law. I think she's dead.
Now she had to pretend to the paramedics and the police department that she was not a murderer.
But Tina hasn't thought this through.
Odd-looking suicide.
It's almost impossible to strangle yourself with your own hands.
It was clear as day that they knew that it's called a suspicious death.
You should eat.
I can't.
Despite all her efforts,
I'm gonna get some smokes.
there will be no family holiday. Instead, Tina goes missing for 3 days. Until she turns up at a police station. Her conscience has returned.
Before her butt hit the seat, she said, "Do you want me to tell you what happened to my mother?" And everyone's jaw just dropped. And then she provided the confession.
It was as if she was talking about something someone else did, or that she'd strangled the life out of a teddy bear and not her own mother.
She never cried, not one tear during the entire statement, not one tear.
In May 2013, Tina Loney is found guilty of first-degree murder. She is sentenced to 40 years in prison.
The irony of the sentence is that when Tina gets out, she'll be her mother's age at the time of her death.
It is a crime that still baffles many. Tina has no history of violence, no mental illness, and lived in a happy family. The only explanation, social status, is more important than her mother's life.
If Tina had realized that she had a spending addiction and sought help for that, there's an excellent chance none of this would have happened.
It doesn't get worse than killing your mom.
These deadly women turned on those who loved them most. Patty Columbo eliminated her family to be number one. Susan Edwards sacrificed her parents to pay for her fantasies. And keeping up with the Joneses drove Tina Loney to take her mother's life. Once cherished daughters, by their own hands, they became DIY orphans. In the winter of their lives, the elderly should be sheltered and protected. But some aren't safe. What drives a woman to take advantage of a frail old man?
100% defenseless.
How does a single mom turn into a monster?
The pure, unadulterated greed of this matter.
And what scheming secrets lie in this caregiver's heart?
She was cold as ice.
These deadly women are wolves among sheep, waiting to prey on the vulnerable. In Albany, New York, 35-year-old Sarah Moore is late for work yet again.
She was a hairstylist that worked at a local chain.
Hello?
But instead of cutting hair, she's cutting shifts.
I'm sorry, I got sick last night. I'll be there shortly.
Her boss has had enough. She's fired.
No, wait, I can...
Sarah just can't hold down a job.
She's one of these people you might call a drifter. She had done some odd jobs.
But today might just be her lucky day.
Our last cup of joe together.
Across town, 79-year-old Richard Englander is saying goodbye to his live-in caregiver.
But I'm going to miss you.
She was a close friend and also someone that had worked with him and assisted him for a long, long period of time, who was beginning to suffer her own physical ailments.
Hi, Dad.
Hiya, Mimi.
Multiple sclerosis is crippling Richard's body, a condition caused by his time in the Army during World War II.
He was exposed to plutonium as part of his military service back in Germany.
The war veteran wants to stay in his own home as long as he can, and his daughter agrees. But he needs a replacement caregiver.
He was unable to stand without assistance or move around his residence without the assistance of another individual.
Here it is.
Richard places an ad in the local paper.
Yeah. She'll be hard to match.
Hope you find someone as kind as her to answer the ad.
Richard and his daughter recognized that they were in kind of dire straits with respect to needing someone immediately.
When Sarah Moore read that classified ad, an elderly, infirm man living alone, looking for help, she saw opportunity.
Hi, I'm calling about the ad in the paper.
Sarah was in a circumstance where she needed a place to live.
But Sarah has to convince her new employers that she can take on the responsibility.
Have you ever been a carer before?
No, but I'm always up for a challenge. And I really need somewhere to live.
And it's getting cold out there.
She has no qualifications other than her charm.
My party days are over.
Sarah could sell herself to get what she wanted. To say, I'm going to be the person who could take care of your father, and I'll be good enough.
Do you mind stepping out in the hall just for a minute?
Sure.
Richard's daughter isn't convinced.
I'm not sure about her.
I think she's fine. And she needs a job.
There were some reservations that were expressed by particularly his daughter.
You sure?
Let's give her a shot.
But Richard's charitable heart wins out.
Okay, let's do it.
Richard felt okay with her, and he wanted to give it a try and give her this opportunity to come and live with him.
He's always willing to give.
He was a philanthropist, regularly giving back to the community financially and in terms of his own time.
So here are the emergency numbers in case you need to give anybody a call.
Sure.
Please take good care of my dad.
I will.
For Sarah, things are looking up.
The job of taking care of Richard Englander was very attractive to someone like Sarah Moore. Free room and board, basically. You know, you have your own house.
On February 1st, 2014, Sarah moves in, but it won't be a free ride.
Sarah's duties were to cook and clean, take Richard to doctor's appointments, to do his shopping, and pick up his medication.
Look at here. You found everything.
Sure.
He needed 24-hour, around-the-clock care.
But Sarah's more interested in Richard's finances than his welfare.
So, sorry to ask, but could I borrow $50?
Alarm bells should have gone right off. Something is not right here. Why is this person who's taking care of me asking for money? That wasn't part of the deal.
I don't keep any cash around. The kids don't think it's too wise.
When a caregiver asks to borrow money, that's bad enough, but to do it on the second day of employment is a rather profoundly accurate predictor of future bad news.
Look, Take my credit card. Use it for any food we need.
All right. This one right here?
But Richard's still a trusting soul.
Yeah, that's the one.
Richard had given her credit cards to use for household purchases or medication.
Well, I might go shopping now, if that's all right.
Okay.
Okay.
Sarah saw that as a green light for her own needs. Sarah only cared for herself.
Fighting broke out overnight between rival factions along the Israeli-Syrian border.
Just 3 days after moving in, Sarah leaves her patient alone for hours.
Hey, Richard.
I thought you'd run out on me.
I ran in on a friend.
She wasn't really acting as a caretaker, that she was kind of ignoring him, not doing what she was supposed to be doing.
Don't suppose you thought about dinner?
Oh my God, I forgot.
Richard is extremely vulnerable, and that he's someone she views as an easy mark.
I'm gonna go take a shower. I'll be right back, and then I'll figure something out for dinner. All right?
Things just get worse.
Sarah, are you out there?
After 4 days, Sarah seems to have completely given up.
Sarah!
There was an entire day that Sarah did not get out of bed and did not care for him at all.
Sarah Moore was no Florence Nightingale. She was the caregiver from hell.
Richard realizes he has made a grave mistake. Sarah has to go.
Yeah, she's really not working out. No, I'm all right. But we have to start looking for someone else.
Sarah is about to lose her meal ticket.
Sarah knew what she wanted, and Richard is not going to stay in her way.
Albany, New York, February 6th, 2014. It's Sarah Moore's 5th day as live-in caregiver to Richard Englander. But instead of helping the 89-year-old MS sufferer, she's helping herself.
Within 5 days of her hire, she's now stealing Richard's checks.
Sarah has a dark secret. She has a drug problem and needs a fix. She's addicted to crack cocaine.
She seemed to be in the throes of her addiction.
All Richard knows is he's being robbed.
Richard contacted his local bank branch
I want to report a stolen check.
and put a stop payment on the missing check.
He makes another call
Yeah, I know who took it.
to the police.
Thanks.
Richard Englander called the Albany Police Department, the detective office.
Detective Jerry Reichert takes the call.
When I spoke to him on the phone, he was very coherent, he was very cognizant.
Sarah is now walking straight into trouble.
Could you please cash this?
The bank branch that she went to is the same branch that Richard had called in reaching out to stop payment on his check.
Are you authorized to cash Mr. Englander's checks?
Yeah, he asked me to.
They took her identifying information, her license.
I'm sorry, you're not authorized.
Are you serious?
Yes, ma'am.
They refused to cash it.
Give me the check.
I think we need to call Mr. Englander.
The moment Sarah realized she'd been caught, Richard was in danger.
No, she works for me.
He's still on the phone when Sarah arrives home.
Who are you talking to?
Hey, this is the bank. You've been robbing me.
You don't know anything!
Yeah, well, you'd better do something about it.
Shut up!
Sarah goes into the garage and takes a tire iron
Don't give her a
Crippled by MS, Richard is totally defenseless.
Mr. Englander, are you there?
The teller could hear her struggle.
Mr. Englander.
What the bank employee is hearing on the other side of the phone is the beginning of a murder. Sarah takes the tire iron, viciously bashing him in the head.
Mr. Englander.
There's not many things more destructive to the human skull than a tire iron. Richard would have lost consciousness probably after the second or third blow to the skull.
Frenzied would be an understatement to me. The level of the attack was very serious. It was very heinous in nature.
Sarah hit Richard so many times, the medical examiner was unable to determine how many times he had been hit.
Sarah isn't finished. She stabs him in the neck.
She slaughtered this man, who was, and I can't emphasize this enough, 100% defenseless against her attack.
Sarah's determined to get her fix. With Richard out of the way, she tries again.
I need to cash this.
She tried to cash another check at the very same bank.
I need it.
As I sit here today and ponder it, I don't know. I was shocked and stunned.
The bank teller immediately began the process of trying to keep that and reach out to the authorities and make them aware that she was back at the branch.
Sarah still doesn't give up. Unable to get Richard's cash, she uses his credit card.
She went to a local shopping mall and utilized a credit card belonging to Richard, bought an Xbox gaming system. Sarah's behavior was not in line with myself or any other normal person that I'd met in my life.
But Richard's credit card is on a watch list, and within hours, police track Sarah down. Paramedics can't save Richard. He dies of his injuries in the hospital.
The fact that Sarah went back to the same bank shows how incredibly desperate she was to get money to get high. Drugs are a terrible thing.
Sarah Moore never goes to trial. She pleads guilty to second-degree murder and is sentenced to 25 years to life.
The judge said, I want this on record, that Sarah took the knife and cut through Richard's esophagus. He wanted that courtroom to know just how vicious this murder was.
All Richard Englander did was help people and serve his country. He had no idea what darkness he had let into his home.
People can cast a shadow, and obviously they didn't see what was lurking beneath Sarah Moore.
There's a fine line between ambition and greed.
She was prepared to do anything.
A woman that leaves a string of devastation in her wake.
Sociopath, manipulator, cruel.
And won't take no for an answer.
That is determination.
November 2008, in a quaint suburb of Adelaide, South Australia. 32-year-old Latvian immigrant Angelika Gavare is carving out a new life for her two young daughters.
She had two children to two separate fathers.
By all accounts, she was a good mother. She ensured that her children went to school.
Now you get to have a chocolate cake if you eat.
Well clothed, well cleaned, well fed.
So, chocolate cake, here we come.
She was determined that she and her family would walk the centre line
Can we go to the movies?
and be good members of their new community.
We can't afford it.
Oh.
Angelica didn't have much as a child. She wanted a lot for herself and her children.
The single mom has a long wish list.
Overseas holiday.
Vacations abroad,
Better schools.
expensive toys in her home,
But it also consisted of very materialistic things, perfumes, TVs, furniture. They appeared to be very important to her.
There's just one problem. Angelica is a shop assistant on minimum wage.
Hello, Margaret. How are you? Good, thanks. Close to the usual place.
She was reasonably unskilled. She worked as a clerk behind the counter.
the things she wanted in life wasn't going to happen.
She soon finds a way to boost her income.
She was using that as an opportunity to steal from the till and defraud customers that were coming in.
Have a good day. Have a good day.
She'd shortchange them on stamps. She would shortchange them on lottery tickets. Pocket the money.
She targets the most vulnerable for the biggest gain.
I'll never remember. Let me help you with that one.
She'd hit upon a theme at last, what seemed to be a quick way to get rich and to achieve that wish list.
Thank you.
She stole a customer's credit card and his PIN number.
Oh, no, it's my turn to get you.
But stealing petty cash is never going to buy her a new lifestyle. She needs a bigger pot of gold. A visit to her mother's gives her an idea.
You run so fast.
82-year-old neighbor, Vanee McGlynn, looks vulnerable.
She broke her arm quite badly and needed to have her arm in a sling.
Angelica thinks she's found her pot of gold.
Can I help you?
Hello. I know you've broken your arm and I thought I could help.
I don't need any help.
Angelica was very bold in the way she approached Vanee.
I can move in.
That's ridiculous.
She bangs on her door and insists that she's there to take care of her,
I don't need any help.
even though Vanee didn't want it or really even need it.
Angelica went around the house multiple times, banging on doors and windows, saying, "You need a carer.
I just want to help you.
I don't need your help.
I can be your carer. Let me in, let me look after you."
Let me in.
Go away.
Vanee had no idea who this woman was.
Angelica's helping hand is rejected.
Go away. I'm going to call the police. She was fiercely independent, and I learnt early in my relationship with her to respect that privacy.
But Angelica won't stop until she gets
Let me in.
what she wants.
Angelica was prepared to prey on the vulnerable. We just didn't know how much she was prepared to prey.
In Adelaide, South Australia. For days, Angelica Gavare has tried to gain the confidence of 82-year-old Vanee McGlynn. But she fails. So on December 3rd, 2008, she breaks into her house.
Searching through the house for any valuables or anything that she might be able to take with her immediately.
She has a bizarre plan to take control of the elderly woman's money.
Angelica had a belief that she was entitled to this elderly woman's belongings and house, and that why couldn't she have what she wanted?
Vanee arrived home and let herself inside. She attacked Vonay, hitting her with a soapstone statue.
Angelica will dispose of the body later. First, she wants some material gain. She steals Vonay's bank cards and some things for her house, a table and a toaster oven.
A toaster is hardly a trophy, which we know some killers keep after a murder. I think she just wanted toast.
That night, in a scene straight out of Dexter, Angelica turns her garage into a mortuary.
She dismembered my friend. She cut off her head, her hands. This monster had done the inconceivable.
She cut Vonay's remains into manageable sections, wrapped them in plastic bags.
That was completely unnecessary. I think she did it because she liked it.
Her victim now in pieces, Angelica comes up with a twisted means of disposal.
It's the way that she disposed of them that stays with me forever. Underneath her daughter, who was sitting in a stroller, was one of Vonay's body parts. She would take the body piece from the stroller, dump it into the water.
She's like somebody that I've never encountered before in her coldness and her calculation.
Over the coming weeks on her family outings, Angelica disposes of Vonay, one piece at a time.
She didn't even care about a severed body part being in the stroller where she would place her babies. Who does that?
Thinking she's gotten away with murder, Angelica tries to cash in.
Hi.
Hello. I'd like to just take all the money out of this account, please.
Okay, great. Do you have some ID on you? Okay.
The plot thickened when Angelica attempted to withdraw $2,000 from Vonay's account.
Oh, I must have left it at home.
Being a local branch and having people that regularly dealt with Vonay, they thought this was untoward.
What was your name?
It's okay.
And they themselves subsequently contacted the missing persons section of the police.
Yeah, look, I just wish to report an ID theft.
Angelica's greed trumped any common sense she might have had to lay low.
It's enough to make suspicious police conduct an interview.
One of the more bizarre things I've seen in my life is the video record of interview between police and Angelica Guevara.
And how long have you known Von for?
Oh, I'm actually in the carer. Yeah. I help take care of them.
She's smiling. She's happy. She's relaxed.
Do you know where Von is?
No.
Angelica told the police so many different lies, she couldn't keep things straight. But that's the thing about lying. You forget what you said.
Oh, maybe she's gone for a walk. Oh, people do that.
It's not just her lies giving Angelica away.
Something that appears in the background of the video. The toaster oven. Right there in plain sight, right behind her, as she's lying through her teeth. All in one frame.
Then body parts are found just 100 yards from Angelica's home.
We located a section of torso and a section of thigh. Those were the only remains that we located of Vonay.
But police investigators do find a trail of evidence.
We located broken sections of soapstone statue, and we also located a discarded pusher. That pusher was subsequently forensically examined, and DNA was found that identified Von McGlynn.
Police not only had enough information to charge Angelica with murder, they had enough information to charge her with 23 counts of fraud, including multiple counts of identity theft.
In 2011, Angelica Guevara is found guilty of first-degree murder.
She was sentenced to life in prison with a non-parole period of 32 years. To my knowledge, that's the longest non-parole period a female has been sentenced with in Australia.
Angelica wanted a new start in a new country. But instead of building a life, she took one.
To this day, the head of my friend and her hands have not been retrieved. She's a definite sociopath, manipulator, cruel, and she deserves her life sentence.
I think there's a special place in hell for anyone that takes advantage of an elderly, vulnerable person. Satan can't wait to get his hands on Angelica Guevara.
Ready?
Next, you can't judge a book by its cover.
She was really just looking for the right victim.
All good?
A friendly face
She was a master manipulator.
can mask a monster.
She was cold as ice.
San Diego, California, September 2010.
She sleeps most of the time now.
Got a new girl.
It is 44-year-old caregiver Denise Goodwin's first day at her new job.
Have you cared for many people?
Oh, yes, lots of people.
She was a trustworthy, caring, giving,
I've got my diploma.
honest, church-going, reliable, dependable mother and trustee.
Certificate accreditation trustee diploma.
People saw her as a wholesome, bubbly country girl.
I love what I do.
Just the person 88-year-old Gerald Rayborn needs. His wife, Carolyn, has terminal lung cancer.
She was very sick. Gerald took very good care of his ailing wife.
Makes me feel great to think that I can help
But
people.
Gerald can no longer cope alone. When Denise enters their lives, his prayers are answered.
Denise was there to help Gerald with whatever he needed to do for his wife. Make sure the house was running and make sure bills were paid.
She was there to help him in his hour of need. That's what he saw.
Hello. Hello. I brought a helper with me today. This is my friend Tim. Tim, this is Gerald.
Denise goes beyond the call of duty, not just caring for Carolyn, but looking after Gerald, too.
Why do we need a helper?
Well, because I'm going to get you out of the house.
You go.
Denise went out of her way to befriend and be close to Gerald Rayborn.
I'm going to take you out of the town. Here. Have fun.
She took Gerald places, like to the bank, to the store.
Gerald, you need to sign this, please.
When Gerald discovers Denise is a trustee, a person licensed to manage the affairs of the elderly, he makes her a signatory of his bank accounts.
Are we good?
Gerald was convinced that Denise Goodwin was going to be someone he could trust to help with his financial affairs.
Gerald asked me to see about getting Carolyn's name off the joint account.
Much to the surprise of his friends.
Why is she on the phone to your bank?
I told you, she's my angel.
He was very frugal with his money.
Don't worry.
and he trusts Denise to be too.
Gerald Rayburn thought that Denise Goodwin was just wonderful, that she was going to be able to do everything for him, and he didn't have to pay anything for it.
On September 29th, 2010, Gerald needs support more than ever. His wife passes away. The ordeal of sorting out Carolyn's estate is left to Denise.
The probable reason Mr. Rayburn would let a stranger get involved in his finances is because he was grief-stricken and he trusted her.
After losing his wife, Gerald asks Denise to stay on.
Can I help you? We need to speak to Gerald Radbourne.
He doesn't want to lose his angel, too. He assures adult protective authorities he's in good hands.
Thanks to my angel.
Okay.
He thought that she was his angel.
In fact, just 3 weeks after Gerald buries his wife, he's in Las Vegas. Denise breaks the news to his family.
Oh no, Gerald has met someone and they're off in Las Vegas.
Denise explained that he had met someone new.
Yeah. Oh, he's very happy.
He had run away with a woman named Carmen and wanted to be left alone.
Okay, yeah. If I hear from him, I'll definitely let him know. Okay, take care. Bye.
Jerry would eventually call them when he saw fit, when he was ready to do so.
4 months go by without any contact. Gerald misses family celebrations, including his daughter's birthday.
I guess the breaking point for her was when she didn't get the birthday card that she got every year of her life that her father never missed.
She files a missing persons report, and Denise is happy to help the police.
Denise said that Gerald and his new wife were in Mexico. That, of course, again, seems suspicious to the family members. They didn't think that he would take off and run to another country with a person they didn't know.
Investigators can't find any trace of Gerald in Mexico, Vegas, or any city.
The last time he was in contact with anyone was October 21st, 2010.
All signs of life for Gerald Rayburn ceased that afternoon.
And that's not all that's vanished.
Mr. Rayburn let his guard down.
San Diego, California. Before 88-year-old Gerald Rayburn disappears, he describes Denise Goodwin as an angel. An angel who he trusts to take care of his health and wealth.
Thank you.
She is following in the footsteps of her mother, a licensed trustee.
That's one of the ethical standards.
But there's a crucial difference. Denise takes a shortcut.
Denise wanted to be a conservator and trustee, but that takes training and education. She lasted 2 days. She wanted the title, but she didn't want to do the work.
Instead, she steals her mother's credentials.
Denise Goodwin took those diplomas and forged her name on them and then was able to use those diplomas to represent that she had actually gone through the courses that her mother had attended. She had her own business cards made up that said Denise Goodwin, trustee.
So chicken?
Armed with forged documents, she sets out on a career of embezzlement.
How about some carrot? You like carrot? Yeah?
Starting with 95-year-old Seward Norris.
Oh, this looks delicious.
When Denise was put in charge of Mr. Norris's health care, she won the lottery.
Seward, I have some paperwork for you to sign for me.
Okay.
It's just a little document, and I'm gonna take care of the rest, okay?
Seward suffers from dementia. It's easy for Denise to convince him to sign documents.
Very well done.
Mr. Norris had a number of old life insurance policies, and what Denise Goodwin did is she created the surrender forms with Mr. Norris's signature on it, and that resulted in a $44,000 payout from the life insurance company.
Denise deposits the money in a joint bank account she's opened for Seward and herself. Then she goes on a spending spree.
She used it to buy an off-road vehicle, to pay off her pickup truck, pay her taxes, to pay her credit card bills. Within about 3 weeks, the $44,000 was gone.
She wanted to be rich, but she didn't want to earn the money.
Seward Norris passes away without ever realizing he's been robbed. To Denise, the elderly seem like easy pickings.
Denise saw how easy it was to scam and cheat an old and sick person. She developed a taste for it, like a wild animal going after a human.
Someone to see you.
Oh, hi, I'm Denise.
Her next victims are Gerald and Carolyn Rayborn. They have no idea who Gerald's angel will turn out to be.
The Rayburns were sitting ducks for someone like Denise.
On the very day his wife dies, Denise strikes, taking control of Gerald's finances when he's at his most vulnerable.
All of the money from Carolyn's accounts were transferred into the joint account that Denise Goodwin had created with her name on it, with Gerald Rayborn.
The fact that Denise transferred almost $45,000 from Mr. Rayburn's account into their new joint account on the day his wife died speaks to her callousness.
Her greed doesn't stop there. When Gerald disappears, she ups the ante.
Denise was able to get documents signed to take control of his house.
Denise was probably feeling pretty comfortable and pretty good that she'd gotten away with it.
There's just one thing Denise hasn't counted on: bank security.
You're done. Easy. Yeah, you're a professional.
Denise didn't understand the concept of following the money. Law enforcement, investigators, banks, they can follow the money. Wire transfers are traceable.
When the police turn their attention to Denise, she panics and races to sell off Gerald's assets.
Toward the end of January, the residence is sold, and Denise Goodwin is paid $350,000 in a check made out to her as trustee.
The police discover Denise has stolen a total of $600,000 from the Rayborns. They arrest her as she tries to leave the country.
She was found boarding an airplane headed off to what she told police was a European vacation. She was about to get an extended vacation in a California prison.
To this day, Denise hasn't admitted murdering Gerald, but police are convinced she did.
She had complete control. She didn't need him around anymore.
He did die somehow at the hands of Denise Goodwin. She was the one who had actively taken control of his assets, so she had reason to kill him. She had motive.
Although Gerald's body is never found, Denise is charged with numerous fraud offenses, and first-degree murder.
Denise was a careful murderer. She planned and she took time. And she got rid of the body. Perhaps she thought, no body, no case. She was wrong.
In 2014, Denise Goodwin is sentenced to life with no chance of parole. But her conviction brings little closure for Gerald's family.
It's bad enough to lose a loved one, but to lose a loved one and not know what happened, not have a body to bury, not have an ending to that story of how he lost his life. That was obviously very distressing.
Gerald thought he had found an angel, but her sweet exterior disguised Denise's heart of stone.
Denise was no different than any other psychopath in that she thought she could cover everything up and lie her way out of it.
These deadly women exploited those who needed their care and support. Sarah Moore used a defenseless invalid to fund her addiction. Angelica Guevara valued her wish list above an old woman's life. And Denise Goodwin ruthlessly stole from those who trusted her most. Their victims had no chance when these predators set their sights on the vulnerable.